The story begins in the Eldom Empire, within the grand palace adorned with magnificent chandeliers. The noble courtiers, the elites of high society, were left in awe, praising a beauty so breathtaking that it seemed almost unreal. "Please, grant me the honor of a dance, Your Highness," a voice pleaded. A young woman of unparalleled beauty stood there, her golden hair cascading like a shimmering waterfall of jewels. She was the one and only princess of the empire, a woman whose beauty rivaled that of Aphrodite herself. The elder sister of the king, she bore a name filled with pride, Caina. The man with golden hair and a face as flawless as a painting was Emperor Rajef Hill of the Eldom Empire. With a gentle smile, he spoke, "My dear sister, congratulations on your coming-of-age ceremony." Beside him stood another man, his jet-black hair and blood-red eyes reminiscent of a Western vampire count. He held a wine glass in his hand, his presence both elegant and foreboding. This was Duke Raffaello Kidray. Rajef bent down, pressing a chivalrous kiss onto his sister's delicate hand. "Today, tomorrow, always, you will be the most radiant of all." Despite being the most beautiful princess in the kingdom, Caina's luminous, dazzling smile could not grant her true power. The goddess-like princess had to kneel before her own younger brother. She screamed, "It's all a conspiracy. It wasn't that wretched coward. That woman, how dare she underestimate Duke Kidray? It's all because of her. He would never be so ruthless to me." Her crystal blue eyes turned wild with rage. "Kill that woman at once, Rajef." Rajef lowered his gaze slightly, a smirk curling at the corner of his lips. "Sister, do you still not understand? I knew you were foolish, but I never imagined you would fail to grasp the situation entirely." Caina froze. His polished boots echoed sharply against the marble floor, clack, clack. "Killing Olivia is out of the question. If it's discovered, then..." He reached out, gently caressing her cheek. "There will be no other choice." Rajef leaned in, his voice sinking into a deep, icy whisper. "Will I have to deal with you using my own hands?" A hint of regret flickered in his tone. Caina's stunning blue eyes widened in shock, her tears falling like shattered pearls. Her trembling lips curved into a faint smile. "Rajef, I am your sister. How can you do this to me? I was the one who helped you ascend to the throne." Rajef smirked. "Sister, you still don't realize, do you? You were nothing more than a tool." His gaze bore into hers, filled with an emotionless chill, as if looking at a pitiful fool. "Understand this, every ounce of power you possess is a gift from me. My poor little doll." The phone screen in her hand suddenly went dark. So it was all just the contents of a novel. The Queen of the Black Rose, a novel where Caina was a beautiful yet foolish and cruel character. In this story, all the characters were eventually swayed by the heroine, Olivia, and fell for her charm. Caina, consumed by jealousy toward the heroine, was manipulated by her younger brother, Rajef, who sought to possess Olivia for himself. She was ultimately poisoned to death as part of his scheme. However, the plan failed. Betrayed by Rajef, Caina was sold to the ruthless Viscount Willion, where she met a tragic end. The novel's villainess had suffered a miserable fate, one that she had read to the very end just to confirm. And yet, that villainess felt eerily similar to her. Like a puppet, used by others. "You're still upset about what happened. Thanks to it, you got promoted to team leader, didn't you? Don't forget that your current position is all because of me." Those words. They echoed just like Rajef's in the novel. "Understand that all the power you have was given to you by me." The protagonist of the novel walked alone. How could it be so similar? At this moment, she felt utterly disgusted with living as someone else's puppet. As the evening light dimmed, a sudden scream rang out. "It's all because of you." She was just about to open the car door when she froze. A man, cloaked in heavy garments, stood before her. "Huh? Who are you?" she asked. He clutched a knife tightly in his hand. "I ended up like this because of you." The man lunged at her, his voice filled with rage. "It's all your fault." Her eyes widened in terror. A sharp pain bloomed in her abdomen. She collapsed, clutching her stomach as crimson blood spread beneath her. Her vision blurred. But she could still recognize him. It was him. The man whose project she had stolen, exposing his scandalous affair. Her eyelids grew heavy. It seemed everything had become just like Kaina's fate. As her eyes fluttered shut, a final thought crossed her mind. Dying like this isn't so bad. But elsewhere. Her eyes suddenly opened. A grand, dazzling room. Faint murmurs filled the space. Your Highness has awakened. A commotion erupted around her. Princess. You have regained consciousness. Quick. Inform His Highness. Dazed, she stared at her hands. What was happening? She had died. She was sure of it. A familiar voice rang out. Sister. Her breath caught. She widened her sapphire eyes in shock. Someone was holding her hand. A gentle kiss was pressed against her fingers. Sister Kaina, are you all right? Rajef. Her lips tightened as memories resurfaced. His hand on her cheek. His cold, emotionless voice whispering. Must I deal with you myself? What a pity. Tears welled in her eyes and spilled over. Softly, she murmured, Rajef. I have returned. She abruptly rose to her feet. Rajef's eyes widened in surprise. Sister? Where are you going? He called out. Ignoring him, she strode forward, her bare feet pressing against the cool floor. She passed by a mirror. Her gaze locked onto her reflection. The breathtaking, heart-stirring beauty that stared back at her. Kaina Hill. The world outside was painted in a brilliant blue, sunlight streaming through the luxurious chamber. She trembled. This wasn't possible. Her reflection. She had become the villainous, Kaina Hill. A slender hand rested on the pristine white bedsheet. Could this be her second life? Thinking back to the strange man, she realized, if that was true, then she had really died. Kaina lowered her gaze. Her current dazzling beauty stood in stark contrast to the dark, miserable existence of her previous life. She had never imagined that Kaina's story in the novel would turn out to be her past life. Suddenly, her eyes widened as memories of last night's chaotic banquet flooded back. The poison wine. The crimson blood. Panic gripped her. She clutched her head. What was this? Kaina's memories surged violently within her mind. She held her head tighter in exhaustion. That's right. At that banquet, she had willingly lifted the poison glass, drank, and vomited blood. Was that how she had died? A maid beside her hesitated before speaking. Should I call the doctor? You don't look well. Kaina immediately refused. I'm fine. There's no need to worry. You may leave. The maid froze, startled. She had expected punishment, or at least, a scolding. Yet the princess, who had just woken up and couldn't even care for herself, had simply dismissed her. Still, the maid bowed and obeyed. Yes, Your Highness. As she turned away, the rustling of her skirt echoed in the silent room. Inside, she couldn't help but wonder. Was it because the shock of the poisoning had been too great? She looked at the beautiful princess, an angelic figure now lost in thought. This is the first time I've seen Her Highness like this. There's something different about her. But perhaps she was just imagining things. The princess's castle was as magnificent as something out of a fairy tale. As the maid carefully combed Kaina's silky golden hair with an ornate brush, the entire atmosphere seemed to shimmer in her presence. And yet, Kaina felt nothing but exhaustion. It was almost laughable. A body that had nearly died, and the first thing expected of her was to be made up beautifully? She couldn't help but question. Is this really the life of a princess? To be nothing more than a symbol of beauty. A goddess worshipped in the praises of court ministers. Oh, how could anyone be this beautiful? No one in the world is as stunning as Her Highness. She is the flower of the empire. The princess's smile is radiant. My God, she looks like a living doll. We must make her even more beautiful. Beauty is a woman's greatest power. The honeyed words were suffocating. Sweet words kill. So this was it. This was the life Kaina had lived, placing her faith in beauty alone, only to meet her downfall. A sharp, mocking laugh escaped her lips. She reached up, grasping a strand of her golden hair between her fingers. The maid froze, startled. Your Highness. For a brief moment, Kaina's exquisite face was etched with despair and fear. Who would have thought things would turn out this way? I absolutely cannot die again. If there was one thing she had learned from reading novels, it was that knowledge could save her in this second life. She clenched the fabric of her white dress tightly. Thankfully, she had remembered in time. Right now, the Emperor, her father, was still alive. Which meant there was still a way to control Rajef. In her mind was the image of her mad dog younger brother. However, there was not much time left before Rajef became emperor. She silently made up her mind. Before that happened, she had to escape from Rajef. Lowering her head slightly, she knew there was only one option left: marriage. Of course, it couldn't be to a lunatic like her previous husband. She needed a man who was easy to control. Absent-mindedly gazing out the window, she thought, is there even a man who is both easy to handle and gentle, without any strings attached? First, she had to deceive Rajef and find a way to escape. A voice came from outside the door. Your Highness, the prince wishes to see you. Kaina sighed, her golden hair flowing. What is meant to come will come. She straightened her back and said, let him in. This was the man who would become the emperor of the Eldam Kingdom, the male lead of the novel, and her half-brother, Rajef Hill. A ruthless man who murdered the emperor to seize the throne. A true mad dog. Despite his handsome appearance, noble demeanor, and angelic face, he was nothing but a dark-hearted murderer. He always acted sweet, calling her sister in an affectionate voice, yet his hands were stained with blood. More merciless than anyone else, Rajef had grown up under their father's cold indifference. Naturally, he became a tyrant. A once lovable child who craved love and attention, Rajef stepped into the room and asked with concern. Sister, how are you feeling? Kaina replied slowly. I can endure it. Rajef was startled by her response. What? He plopped down onto the bed. Are you serious? That's a relief. She glanced at him, observing his reaction. I hadn't noticed before, but now I can see it clearly. His concern is superficial. She smiled lightly. I made you worry, didn't I? You're so busy, yet you still came to see me. Aren't you tired? He dismissed her words indifferently. Sister, don't say that. His deep sapphire eyes darkened as he looked down. This is the first time I've seen her so calm. Normally, she'd be asking a dozen times about whether the culprit had been caught yet. Rajef looked at the woman before him, bewildered. Her gentle way of speaking, her serene expression, he couldn't understand it. He shifted, his movement making a rustling sound. Could it be that the pain has made her mentally unstable? No, I'm overthinking this. He placed his hand on the bed. It must be like before. Aside from her dazzling beauty, Kaina is nothing more than a useless doll. He hugged her tightly, whispering, I will personally catch the culprit who poisoned you and make them pay. His sharp eyes locked onto her. Sister, don't worry too much. Kaina couldn't help but smile mockingly as she leaned on his shoulder. This is just another move in your game. You're using me to secure your throne, nothing more. She gently pushed him away. Rajef. Kaina spoke calmly. Stop searching for the culprit. Rajef's beautiful eyes widened in shock. He jumped to his feet and shouted. What did you just say? Sister, you almost died. She replied nonchalantly. That's right. I almost died. Kaina's emerald eyes swept over him, filled with silent accusation. Do you know why? She looked at the younger brother standing before her. The one who poisoned me was you, Rajef Hill. The spacious room echoed with Rajef's voice. Why are you saying this? Are you afraid of revenge? He softened his voice. Don't worry, I will protect you. Nothing like this will happen again. Kaina shook her head and slowly spoke. Rajef, who do you plan to blame for this? Her gaze on him was unfocused yet filled with hidden meaning. After a pause, she continued. There is someone who loves me dearly. Are you planning to kill William's son and destroy his entire family? Yes. After all, William was a loyal retainer of Duke Kidrey's family, making him a worthy scapegoat. Rajef wanted to weaken the Kidrey family's influence because they stood in the way of his ascension to the throne. So, he orchestrated a scheme and poisoned Kaina. But that plan had now crumbled. Rajef said. The poison was traced back to the black market. This evidence can turn things in our favor. She countered. The evidence is too flimsy. It won't hold up. But his words made her heart jolt. The evidence must be solid. He continued. Sister, once we announce this, everything will be over. Then he narrowed his eyes. Is it because of Rafaelo Kidrey? She realized that the person just mentioned, her first love, had actually been a one-sided affection. But that was a long time ago. Kaina calmly and convincingly denied it. No. My grandfather, Count Hamel, infiltrated the black market. There's no way Duke Kidrey would just sit back and watch his vassal be annihilated like that. They discovered that Count Hamel was embezzling the emperor's assets and funneling them into the black market. The family weakened, and Rajef was suspected and faced difficulties, she said. If Duke Kidrey finds out, then I'll be attacked. Kaina grasped his hand, unable to help but think, that won't do. If the Count collapses, things will become very difficult for me. Looking down, she spoke softly, forget about the idea of destroying the Duke's house. She smiled faintly. Instead, make him yours. Rajef was stunned. Impossible. He looked at the girl before him in bewilderment. It felt like a joke, as if he were facing a completely mature person. Kaina suddenly let out a soft exclamation, skillfully steering the conversation towards her true intention, bringing the novel's original female lead into the palace. Taking this opportunity, I want to place a trustworthy girl from a noble family as my maid, someone with a clear background who won't pose a threat to me. How about Olivia Grace, the cherished daughter of the Grace family? Rajef frowned. You're talking about the girl personally backed by the Duke? That's right. She could serve loyally, just like a vassal within the family. Rajef eyed her transformation with suspicion. What is Kaina planning? She had always despised receiving support from the Duchess, the very woman who was the original novel's female lead and the one Rajef loved. Surely, this time, Rajef also wanted Olivia for himself. And perhaps, he wanted to kill the woman who had chosen Rafaelo over him. Uncertain, Rajef asked, can this really be done? She replied, I can't always think only about myself. Rajef's skeptical face twisted into a frown. Is this really the Kaina Hill I know? Cautiously, he asked, what exactly are you planning? Kaina merely smiled indifferently, giving no answer. She placed her delicate bare foot on the ground and let out a soft sigh. Then, she knelt and pressed a kiss to her younger brother's hand. My king. Rajef was taken aback, his face flushing red. He immediately sprang up and grabbed her shoulders. Kaina. She lowered her head, pressing her forehead against the back of his hand. Rajef, I have only you. Those words made Rajef flinch. The same tone, the same expression. Rajef, I only have you. Her bright smile and sweet voice echoed in his memory. You are my younger brother and the only family I have. It was something she often told him. Completely shaken, Rajef pushed her hand away, his emotions in turmoil. Stop it. His body trembled uncontrollably, eyebrows furrowed. She must have gone insane. The shock from ingesting poison had been too great. His beautiful hands clenched into fists. "What do you mean by this, Kaina?" She narrowed her jewel-like blue eyes. "Do you trust me?" Her next words drained the air from around him. "I mean, do you truly believe that I am your sister? If I become useless, what will you do?" "Eliminating my existence would be simple, after all." Her voice was steady. "Choosing a fiancé for me would be highly beneficial to you. It would be the safest and most ideal way to handle things." She lowered her gaze. "I mean, if I'm not caught and killed by that madman. If I'm forced to marry, it would be like being sold off to Will Ion. Who knows? I might end up imprisoned, abused, and ultimately die." She placed her foot down where the morning sunlight streamed through. "I understand my situation clearly. And you need to understand as well, you need me." Rajef met her gaze directly. "What do you want?" Kaina looked at him with unwavering determination. "A guarantee that I won't have to do anything at all. That I can protect my own heart and soul in the fullest sense." She exhaled softly. "Freedom." Rajef burst into laughter. "Freedom? Do you mean to abandon all this wealth and status?" She stood firmly. "Let me marry the one I love. That is the freedom I seek." Rajef asked, "You mean Raffaello?" She shook her head. "No." His eyes widened in surprise. "No?" Intrigued, he stroked his chin. "Then, who?" Kaina suddenly felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. Her body trembled as she clenched her dress tightly. "I can't collapse here." "Not yet, not yet." Rajef was momentarily speechless at her words. "I will help you ascend the throne. Even without my help, you would still become king. But without me, you'd have to share your power with others, especially with the Even family's advisors." He became agitated. "Then, will you become my advisor?" She ran her fingers through her hair. "You don't have to trust me right away. I'll give you time to think." Her vision blurred. Just as she was about to collapse, she forced out her final words. "To choose the best option for yourself." Rajef stared at Kaina, her breathing labored. Her whole body burned like fire. "Why has it come to this? Someone! Call the doctor immediately," he shouted. Kaina's eyes fluttered open slightly. She reached out, placing her hand gently against Rajef's cheek. "You really are a good boy." With that, she closed her eyes, her beautiful face tilting weakly to the side. Rajef tapped the quill on the table. "We need to reinvestigate the poisoning case." Kaina let out a soft breath. "Select those among the weakened nobles for execution. Choose those who are holding money to support their families." A voice promptly responded, "Understood." Rajef glanced down at the stack of documents on the table, his mind wandering. "Increase surveillance around the princess and report all her activities to me. Also, look into Olivia Grace." Xenon couldn't help but feel suspicious. For the first time, Rajef seemed dazed. However, he quickly responded, "Understood, Your Highness." "Then, I shall take my leave." Rajef closed his eyes, remaining silent. Sunlight glinted off his golden hair. Slowly, he opened his eyes. "Until now, I've always thought I had everything under control. Or am I really just Kaina's pawn? No. It couldn't be Kaina. She couldn't possibly be that intelligent. Or was there someone advising her?" Deep in thought, he tapped his slender fingers against the table. "The Harmio Count family. No, they have no reason to act. Currently, the successors were Rajef Kia and the Grand Duke Yester Heinrich. The Heinrich family had blood ties to the concubine of the late emperor, but because they were not directly recognized, they had no right to inherit. Moreover, the family suffered from an incurable disease, and no one paid much attention to them. Then, one day, a local noble with growing power emerged, known as a gang leader. Yester Heinrich was the adopted son of the Grand Duke. Because of that, the situation changed drastically. He destroyed the concubine of the current emperor, Catherine Lindbergh, and took her hostage to pressure the king into acknowledging his family's bloodline and granting him the right to inherit the throne. Even if Rajef controlled the military. Rajef looked out the window. I had planned to use Kaina to suppress Yester. His once empty gaze, which had only known pleasure, was now sharp with intelligence. In his mind, an image of his beautiful sister appeared, kneeling, placing a kiss on his hand. Her icy gaze sent a chill down his spine. Those deep sapphire eyes stared straight at him. Those emerald-like eyes made him wonder. Kaina. What should I do with her? Raising his slender hand, he shielded his eyes from the dazzling sunlight. Then, he placed a kiss on the spot where Kaina had kissed. My beautiful, foolish puppet. Outside the palace, a sacrificial pawn had been captured. The fallen noble cried out. I did it because I love the princess. Not even death can stop my love for her. The commoners gathered noisily to witness the public execution. How could a man like that exist at the banquet? The princess's condition is severe. It's terrifying. Inside the palace, a maid was brushing Kaina's hair. Your Highness, the poisoner has been caught. I heard he will be executed today. Would you like to attend? Kaina absent-mindedly replied. No need. In her mind, she thought. He acted exactly as I told him to. It had been half a month since that day. She had remained quiet to lower Rajef's guard. Outside, the nobles were in turmoil. He caught the culprit so quickly. Shouldn't we officially declare Rajef as the crown prince already? Others opposed. The right to inherit doesn't belong solely to him. We cannot make a rash decision. With Rajef's recent actions, the position of Duke Heinrich was being threatened. Supporters of Yester Heinrich also began scheming. We must divert attention from Rajef at all costs. Just then, a tabloid article about Kaina surfaced. With the influence of the Grand Duke, rumors of the princess's beauty became a hot topic. A deadly beauty, like a rose with poisonous thorns. As the maid Vera adjusted Kaina's attire, she said. The nobles are eagerly awaiting your Highness's coming-of-age ceremony. Perhaps you will soon find a suitable fiancé. If it's Lord Kidray, that would be ideal, wouldn't it? Kaina glanced at her, lips curling slightly. Is that so? But in her mind, she was extremely cautious. Too many eyes are on me. My words will surely reach Rajef. She continued, Father isn't very fond of him, so it might be difficult. Kaina was already thinking about her next move. She had to inform her father. She deliberately told Vera that if Kidray married Her Highness, the power structure would be disrupted, which startled her. Her Highness's words threw Vera into a whirlwind of thoughts. The strained relationship between the Emperor and Duke Kidray was no longer a secret, but no one knew why things were this way. She let out a dissatisfied sigh. In this situation, Her Highness Kaina secretly loving Lord Rafaela was giving the king a headache. Though she thought this inwardly, Vera still said. Even so, His Majesty believes this is a reasonable course of action, so he will accept it. Kaina did not reply, her eyes revealing a contemplative look. Because of me, Father will break Kidray's spirit to humiliate him. Kaina placed her bare feet on the ground. Even now, I still don't understand Father's intentions, so I stubbornly refuse to see the truth. I have not acted properly as a princess. Now, I must deal with the troubles I have caused myself. She walked away proudly, leaving Vera behind with her head bowed. She did not forget to order the attendants to open the dressing room doors. Kaina's coming-of-age banquet would soon be held, as preparations had been made long in advance. All the necessary garments had already been tailored. The maids inside could not stop marveling at her breathtaking beauty. Oh my! The princess looks just like a doll. The rose embroidery was exquisitely done, not excessive in the slightest. At this banquet, no one could compare to Her Highness's beauty. Yet, in response to these honeyed words, she did not react at all. She even felt a tinge of pity for the original Kaina. These were all naturally uttered words of flattery, surely, They were the kind of compliments Kaina liked the most. Among the noisy crowd, Vera stood silently in a dark corner, watching Kaina's reaction with deep suspicion. Why isn't she reacting to the compliments she used to love? She gazed at Kaina's back as she stood silently amidst the flattering servants. Ever since she was poisoned, she had completely changed. Aside from herself, no one seemed to notice this. She rubbed her chin in doubt. Everyone likes this obedient version of Her Highness, but I think she is not as simple as she seems. Kaina's sharp gaze swept over her as she silently assessed the girl. It seemed her name was Vera, keen, perceptive, and ambitious. Indeed, among the maids, only she was worth using. The female attendants in the princess's palace were all hired by Rajef from influential noble families. They competed to catch the prince's eye and gain favor. These people could turn their backs and betray at any moment. In the opulent chamber, the emperor turned and looked at her. "You came here on your own? That's quite unusual." Kaina politely replied, "Recently, there have been many troubling matters because of me, haven't there, Your Majesty? I sincerely apologize for causing you concern. The attempted poisoning case, Rajef has already handled it properly, so please don't worry." After speaking, she thought to herself, "I can't let Rajef become a suspect. A young and naive daughter, such a pitiful sight." The relationship between father and daughter naturally grew distant over time. The emperor, hearing her words, sighed inwardly. He didn't even need to look to know that it was Rajef who had poisoned the tree. He then said, "If you want to capture the true culprit, I can help you with that." Kaina immediately stepped forward and took his hand. "It's not a serious case. I believe handling it this way is for the best. I've always been a foolish daughter, so I should at least do my part properly, shouldn't I?" She then smiled brightly and reassured him, "Rajef is still just a child. Please forgive him, father." Hearing this, the emperor was taken aback. Even though she knows it was Rajef's doing, could the rumors be true, that he's changed? After a moment of contemplation, he finally said, "So this is the law. With such an impressive background, that's quite commendable. I am willing to reward you. Let's see. Your coming-of-age ceremony is approaching, isn't it? It's time to start considering a suitable marriage partner." Hearing this, Kaina was momentarily startled. Images flashed through her mind, a habit she couldn't shake. She couldn't help but think of her fellow. "But he and I aren't truly a pair. I only need the power of the Duke's family." She suddenly asked, "Is there anyone in the noble families that you have in mind, Your Majesty?" The emperor, surprised, questioned her in return. After pursuing Raffaello so persistently, "Are you saying you would marry someone else?" She calmly responded, "As a princess, I cannot let personal feelings dictate my choices. I will always follow Your Majesty's arrangements." The emperor was pleased. Has she truly become this strong and wise? "You have surprised me today," he admitted. Arranging a marriage for a princess is not a decision to be made lightly. I will take my time to consider it." Kaina respectfully answered, "Yes, Your Majesty." "Then, please excuse me." After she left, only the emperor and the butler remained in the room. Setting his cup down, the emperor mused, "She's grown up and become more clear-headed, hasn't she? That reckless Kaina of the past, this is quite the change. Perhaps standing against her brother has made her more mature." No matter what, the fact that she had taken the initiative to bring up marriage was beyond his expectations. He wondered to himself, does Kaina no longer love Raffaello? Raffaello Kidray, the symbol of the Kidray Duchy. With his black hair and deep violet-red eyes, he had captivated noble ladies since childhood. His strong presence on the battlefield had only made him more desirable. Even Kaina's heart had once been among those who adored him. On the other side, Raffaello was bowing deeply and respectfully. "Raffaello Kidray greets Your Highness." Kaina remained silent, lost in thought. No matter who it was, people were easily manipulated, just as she once was. She shook off her wandering thoughts and said, "Rise. It has been a long time, Lord Kidray." Hearing that, Raffaello was stunned. She did not call him by his name as she used to, but instead addressed him formally. She asked, "Did His Majesty summon you?" He answered, "Yes." However, His Majesty was resting, so he instructed me to visit later. Meanwhile, the nobles in the background whispered among themselves. "Look at that! The princess just came out of His Majesty's chamber. She must be belittling the Duke again." Kaina remained silent. Was her father deliberately avoiding Raffaello? But she had just left his room, so... As she pondered, Raffaello spoke. "This is His Majesty's private chamber. Please refrain from making a commotion to avoid disturbing his rest. I shall take my leave now." He walked past her, but just as he did, Kaina suddenly said, "Raffaello, I know why you came to see His Majesty." He froze in shock. Did Kaina really know the reason for his visit? She kept her cold gaze on him and continued, "Perhaps I could be of help to you. It has been a long time. If you have a moment, shall we have tea before you leave?" Raffaello stood still, stunned. Did she mean that she knew he was avoiding his family's pressure to marry? Kaina smiled slightly. "What's wrong? It just so happens that the finest tea has been served, Lord Kidray." Raffaello couldn't help but feel confused. How could Kaina help with that? She was no longer the troublesome princess who clung to him relentlessly. Was she negotiating? Or scheming? Her demeanor was completely different. In those eyes, it was as if she knew everything. Interesting. Perhaps he should find out what she had in mind. After a pause, he finally bowed slightly. "I accept your Highness's invitation." At the dining table, the maids whispered excitedly. "The Duke of Kidray is visiting Her Highness's palace. It has been so long since he last came. We must prepare the most exquisite dress and jewelry." Kaina's voice cut through their chatter. "Enough. I don't need to dress up. Bring me something comfortable instead." At the table, the sound of heels echoed as Kaina approached. Raffaello slowly lifted his gaze to look at her, slightly surprised. Every time they met, she had always adorned herself in the most extravagant fashion. Yet now, she appeared simple and unembellished. Kaina smiled. "Apologies for keeping you waiting, Lord Kidray." Raffaello was even more bewildered. No elaborate makeup, no unnecessary affectations. Had he ever seen Kaina exude such elegance and composure before? He clenched his fist slightly and responded, "It is no trouble at all, Your Highness." Yet, in his mind, he thought, no matter what, this had nothing to do with him. Kaina slowly sat down, calmly speaking. "Then let's begin discussing the Duke's marriage." At the tea table, Raffaello's voice rang out. "How did Your Highness know that I came to discuss my marriage?" Next was the clear, crisp voice of the protagonist. "That's not difficult to guess. In this country, after royal authority, the military family's successor holds the most power." She elegantly covered her mouth and smiled. "It seems the Duke here hates the idea of marriage. But that's just my personal impression." After speaking, Kaina glanced up through her slender fingers, her emerald eyes examining him carefully. She couldn't let him realize that she knew about his obsessive cleanliness disorder. By principle, only he and his close attendants should know about it. Looking directly at Raffaello, she continued. "First, you must gain recognition from the officials, and only then can you attain the dukedom. The easiest way is through marriage. Otherwise, you must prove your capabilities." Raffaello flinched at her words, his face turning slightly away. "You received military authority from His Majesty. Surely you didn't come here to prove yourself, did you?" Currently, Raffaello's parents were in the middle of divorce proceedings, a consequence of his father's past infidelity. His father, a consort, was merely enduring the situation until his son officially inherited the dukedom, at which point his mother planned to drive him out completely. However, a significant problem had arisen. Rumors circulated that Raffaello was unfit to inherit the title due to his supposed sexual orientation. The officials found it highly unusual that, at 23 years old, he had never even held a woman's hand. But the truth was far more complicated. His condition, resembling a psychological disorder, was an extreme form of obsessive cleanliness. This disorder prevented him from touching others and from experiencing affection or attachment. It was a deep-rooted mental issue. His mother was unaware of this truth and instead urged him to marry. However, rather than marrying, Raffaello had resolved to prove his worth to claim the title. Realizing that Caina had discerned his intentions, he spoke. "I'm surprised Your Highness knows about this." "Indeed," she interrupted before he could finish. "I haven't met His Majesty yet, but that won't be necessary. I can solve this issue for you." Raffaello was astonished. "My marriage issue? How could Your Highness possibly resolve it?" She didn't answer him. Instead, she turned to Vera, who stood nearby. "Wait a moment," she said. "Did you bring what I requested?" Vera bowed. "Yes, Your Highness." A cup of tea was poured. Caina instructed. "After brewing it strong, add milk and sugar for Lord Kidray." Raffaello watched the scene unfold in surprise. He looked at Caina, eyes demanding an explanation. Seeing his expression, she chuckled, resting her chin on her hand with amusement. "This is a special tea I always drink when I'm busy. It helps suppress hunger," she explained. She stirred his cup and added, "The taste isn't bad. Try it." Raffaello hesitantly brought the cup to his lips, skeptical. "Over the past days, Your Highness has prepared gifts for me. I suppose this is something similar," he muttered. "Milk and tea? Unbelievable." He was already relieved he didn't immediately spit it out. But as the creamy sweetness spread through his mouth, his eyes widened in surprise. Caina smiled. "Well? How is it?" Raffaello answered. "It's delicious." A faint blush crept onto his cheeks as he savored the taste. Caina, ever courteous, responded. "I'm glad. It's made to my preference, but I see it suits yours as well, Lord Kidray." He nodded. "Yes. It's so good that, if possible, I'd like to drink more." She laughed generously. "You like it that much? When we return, I'll give you the recipe so you can make it yourself." Setting down the cup, he expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Your Highness." Even as he spoke, the lingering taste of the tea remained on his tongue. It was a novel sensation, one that left him wondering. Was this what it felt like to like something? Vera stepped forward and handed over a scroll. Caina unrolled it with a soft smile. "Sir Kidray, you've finally satisfied your hunger after working so hard," she remarked, tilting her head slightly as her piercing gaze met his. "Now, shall we discuss your prospective marriage partner?" Time passed swiftly, and by the time Raffaello stepped into his mansion, the evening sun had already begun its descent. He halted at the entrance, met with his mother's reproachful voice. "You're late. I've been waiting for you for a long time." His cold gaze met hers. A person who should be residing in the Western Duchy has come all the way to the capital. For what reason? Madame Kidray remained silent at the way he addressed her as mother, idly fanning herself with a feathered fan. "You're as cold as ever, aren't you? Won't you even offer your mother a cup of tea?" He let out a sigh. "Bring tea and some light refreshments." Then, as if reconsidering something, he raised a hand to stop the servant. "Wait. Brew a strong tea and add sugar and milk to it." The maid respectfully bowed. "Understood, master." Madame Kidray arched an eyebrow in curiosity. "Milk? Since when do you like such things?" Raffaello adjusted his cuff with an indifferent expression. "As of today." His mother's keen eyes glimmered with suspicion. She let out a disapproving sigh. "This house has become a mess with no lady to manage it. What would outsiders think?" "Is that why you came?" he asked flatly. "Precisely. I can't tolerate it any longer." She pulled out 3 portraits and placed them before him. "These are your prospective brides." The first painting depicted a blonde-haired young woman. First, Lady Dolores of the Abar County. She plays the piano and enjoys embroidery. Raffaello recalled what Caina had said about this particular lady. However, Lady Dolores was known to faint at the mere sight of blood, hardly suitable to be the mistress of a military household. Moreover, her family was drowning in debt and was on the verge of bankruptcy. It wouldn't be long before Duke Heinrich devoured their estate entirely. The second portrait featured a red-haired woman with the beauty of a blooming camellia. Next is Lady Rita of the Berlin Viscountcy. A former knight, she would fit well into a military family. However, according to Caina, she lacked the intelligence and knowledge to lead a grand household. More importantly, she carried a hereditary illness, an inherited disorder that, though currently hidden, would soon be exposed in high society. Finally, the last portrait was of the original female lead from the novel. And lastly, Lady Olivia of the Grace Viscountcy. She is intelligent and perceptive. During his conversation with Caina, Raffaello couldn't help but question, "Your Highness, is this truly the only suitable marriage candidate?" Caina had answered swiftly, "Yes. She's breathtakingly beautiful and exceptionally bold. She will be a remarkable match." Raffaello considered that meeting this woman could be beneficial for the princess. He thought so because, during their tea discussion, Caina had casually reminded him, "And don't forget, I was the one who arranged for you two to meet." Right now, however, Raffaello was filled with doubt and confusion. What is going on? His instincts screamed at him. There's no way the princess would have discussed this with Mother beforehand. It felt as though something was closing in on him, a suffocating presence. His dark brows furrowed in deep thought. Logically speaking, his mother was right, leading the family alone would be a tremendous burden. But then an intrusive thought crossed his mind, an absurd image of himself whispering sweet words to Caina, holding her intimately. Impossible. Snapping back to reality, Raffaello addressed Madame Kidray. "Mother, haven't I told you many times? I have no intention of getting married." His mother, however, was unyielding. "Nonsense. Marriage is for the sake of the family. It's not something you can decide on a whim." He stirred his tea, the spoon clinking against the porcelain cup, his irritation evident. Grinding his teeth, he spat. "Why bring up marriage now of all times? What exactly are you plotting?" Regardless of his frustration, he knew he would have to meet the princess again. The next morning, at the princess's palace, the atmosphere was lively with laughter. Servants giggled excitedly as they indulged in delicate floral confections. "These are the latest biscuits. And this time, we've even stocked up on rare tea leaves. Before, they were too expensive to buy, but now we can enjoy them freely. How wonderful!" Among them, young noblewomen, hand-picked as palace attendants, were shamelessly gossiping. That poison, what exactly was it? How did it change Her Highness so drastically? They chuckled, speaking without restraint. "Even if we mess up now, the princess doesn't get angry anymore. She forgives us no matter what. It's so easy now." A brown-haired girl let out a haughty laugh. "We should be grateful for that poison, really. I still can't believe it, Caina, of all people, has become this lenient." Vera's scream suddenly echoed, causing the entire room to shake. "Rydia Benjamin!" She stormed in, angrily accusing. "You didn't clean the princess's room, and you're sitting here gossiping? You can't even do the job of a maid properly." Rydia just sneered, disdainfully glancing at Vera. "The princess hasn't even said anything, and you're acting like this? Who do you think you are?" She casually blew on her nails, her voice full of arrogance. "I am the noble young lady of the Berna family. Wherever I go, I am treated with the utmost respect." Immediately after, she slammed her hand on the table, stood up, and cast a sharp look at the other maids. "Let me be clear, the one who hired us isn't Princess Caina, it's Prince Rajef. Isn't that right?" The others behind her quickly followed suit, loudly agreeing. "That's right. Vera has changed lately. Could it be that she's turning her back on us because Caina has been treating her better?" A moment of hesitation appeared in Vera's eyes, but the other maids continued to giggle arrogantly. "Anyway, the prince kept us here because he needs the strength of our family. Isn't it because he called us to restrain Princess Kaina? Rydia walked past Vera, chin raised provocatively. Who do you think you are to speak to me like that? Click. The door slammed shut, leaving Vera standing there, her hand clenched tightly, her eyes full of anger. How could I be so stupid? Vera broke into a run, rushing down the hall, filled with regret. I'm stuck with a bunch of fools. I almost caused a huge problem. I need to get my head straight. Princess Kaina has changed, she won't tolerate any mistakes. Those people are all just after the position next to Rajef, the only prince of the empire. With his stunning looks, his voice as sweet as honey, his glorious background, but he's an incredibly cold and ruthless person. Do they really think they can change him with their love? What a foolish misconception. Thinking of his terrifying gaze, Vera ran even faster, sweat dripping from her forehead. I just want my value to be recognized. It doesn't matter who recognizes it, though, that doesn't matter. Vera sprinted straight to the princess's room. No matter who recognizes me, it doesn't matter. In the room, Kaina placed the book on the shelf, seemingly anticipating everything. With Vera's personality, she wouldn't let things slide for Rydia and the other maids, right? She turned to the girl beside her and said, You're such a smart child. It's your clever judgment that stands with the strong, the one who saved you. She called out, Inni. The girl with orange hair, Inni, who stood beside her, respectfully bowed. Yes, Your Highness. This girl was the one who had informed her that Rydia had told her not to clean the princess's room. Kaina placed a small bag into the girl's hands. This is a reward for your courage and judgment. Thank you, Your Highness. Kaina gently stroked her chin, deep in thought. Rydia, that arrogant girl, always with her nose in the air, doing whatever she wants. In my first life, she would always run to Rajef, telling him everything about her every move, acting in such a childish manner. In the end, she was punished by Rajef, a man who desperately craved love. She lowered her gaze slightly, thinking, this time, I must avoid such punishment. Kaina raised her sad eyes. Leaving this hell, even for just one day, would be so much better. Rydia, the foolish one. When you can leave this place as you please, without being confined, just like me. The original story begins with Olivia's engagement to Raffaello. Since Raffaello's engagement has already started, the meeting between the two of them is just a matter of time. Kaina picked up a piece of paper and thought to herself, if that's the case, there's something that needs to be done first. She placed the feathered pen down, writing, I must first make Olivia mine. Olivia's family is a loyal servant to Duke Kidray. However, if Olivia enters the palace under Rajef's orders, who always has a strained relationship with the Kidray family, she will gradually become distant from the Kidray family. Kaina casually thought, don't even mention maintaining love between the two of them. It will be difficult to avoid becoming an obstacle. With the pen still scratching across the paper, Kaina continued to write, therefore, she must enter the palace under the Emperor's orders, not Rajef's. She slipped the letter into an envelope. No matter how much opposition the Kidray family may have, the Emperor's orders cannot be defied. Kaina called Inni. I have a small task for you to do, she said. The young girl quickly replied, yes, please, give me the task. Kaina smiled lightly and instructed, take this letter to the Mars Salon on Lauren Street. Someone will handle the delivery there. Suddenly, there was a sound of hurried footsteps, and the door to the princess's room swung open. Your Highness, please forgive me. There's something urgent, the maid said, out of breath. Rajef is in a furious rage over the chaos in the palace. The prince's quarters are in complete disarray now, the maid explained. Kaina was stunned. Inside the prince's chambers, the place was in disarray, with objects scattered all over the floor. Rajef was panting heavily, his face wild, covered in blood. Order them to go to the prince's quarters right away, Kaina commanded immediately. A white porcelain plate, thrown by Rajef in his rage, shattered to pieces. You ungrateful bastard! How dare you betray me over a few mineral deposits, he shouted furiously. Rejef's rampage terrified the servants, who huddled in fear as objects crashed around them. The sound of broken items echoed through the room, while Rejef's angry roars filled the air. "You disgusting insect! Trying to cause chaos again?" His outbursts sent a cold sweat down the backs of the armored knights. The nobles, too, could only remain silent in the midst of the commotion. Rejef gritted his teeth, his voice low and menacing. "What? Are you telling me that just because you're the illegitimate child of a mistress, you and Heinrich are no different from each other?" His eyes were cold and chaotic. "One adopted son, Heinrich, and one prince, how can they be the same?" His hand trembled with anger. "How dare you! How dare you!" he shouted loudly. "The royal family is truly not that filthy Heinrich, but it's me." He clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles turned white. His lips muttered, "Once I become emperor, I'll kill all of you, leaving no one alive." The room was filled with murmurs, and suddenly, the sound of whispers made Rejef turn to look at the two maids outside who were attempting to persuade someone. "You'd better come back later," one of them urged. The other firmly blocked the door, saying, "Please step aside." Kaina walked with pride, her brow furrowed as she approached. "Is this how you stand by and watch, allowing the room to fall into chaos?" she said, her voice sharp. She walked forward, her steps graceful like the petals of a rose. "If Rejef gets hurt, what will you do?" she asked. Zeno bowed his head in surprise. When did the princess arrive at the mansion, he wondered quietly. Rejef shot her a cold, piercing look. "Please, don't come any closer," he warned. Kaina, however, did not stop. The sound of her heels clicking echoed through the room. Rejef gritted his teeth and growled, "I told you not to come any closer." She gently touched the wound on his body, speaking softly, "If I hadn't come, wouldn't it just be you by yourself?" Rejef couldn't believe his ears and asked again, "What did you say?" He looked at her silently, waiting for a response. After a moment, she gently spoke, "If it weren't for me, you would always be alone, my dear younger brother." She wiped away the blood, her fingers trembling as she said, "Look at this." "You've been hurt, Rejef." Kaina frowned, her expression filled with concern. "What should I do? This must hurt so much, such a handsome face, why does this have to happen?" Rejef heard her words but didn't respond. His deep green eyes glanced away, and he closed them with a sigh. Then, he opened his arms, pulling her into his embrace. He effortlessly lifted her up, his voice full of frustration. "You always turn me into a child. Don't you see how foolish my actions are when I'm angry?" Kaina narrowed her eyes slightly, letting out a breath before smiling softly. "So, are you less angry now?" Rejef remained silent, his eyes still closed, and didn't resist when she gently pinched his cheek. He didn't pull away, even showing a slight look of satisfaction, quietly replying, "Yes, sister." A moment later, the room fell quiet. The sunlight filtered through the window, casting a warm glow. Medical supplies were neatly laid out on the table. Kaina asked softly, "Are you hurt anywhere?" Rejef responded, "I'm fine." She pressed the gauze firmly against his wound. "Your injury hurts me more than my own pain," she said with a worried frown. "How did you get a cut on your face?" "Your face represents the entire empire. No matter how angry you are, don't do things that hurt yourself, Rejef." Rejef couldn't bear to meet her eyes, so he turned his head away, his voice low and filled with guilt. "I'm sorry, sister. I heard something that I couldn't control, that's why I reacted like this." Kaina's previously worried green eyes suddenly sharpened. "It seems you were angered by the news that your subordinates were taken away because of bloodline issues. That must have hurt your pride, but losing your temper is not surprising." She continued, her tone softening but filled with a certain understanding. "No matter how ruthless you are, in the end, you're just a child who hasn't fully matured yet. Rejef, you're still in the age where you need a caring hand, someone to nurture you with love. But instead, you're left with only the disdain of your remaining family, the Emperor, and in the end, no one but me." Kaina bit her lower lip, her gaze determined as she gently brushed her fingers through his golden hair. "Don't worry, trust your sister. She smiled down at him, her fingers lightly caressing his head. There will be many eager ones waiting for my coming-of-age ceremony. She chuckled softly. Father has even allowed me to choose my partner freely, so news will spread quickly among the nobility. Kaina raised a hand to cover her mouth, a playful smile tugging at her lips. They'll probably think of me as an innocent doll, a prize to be won. They'll believe that if they win over the naive princess, they can sit on the throne. She brushed her long, shiny hair behind her ear, glancing at Rajef with a wink. But unfortunately for them, my dear brother, I'll pretend to fall ill. So, Rajef, all you need to do is act like you don't know anything and get close to those eager noblemen. Rajef stared at her in disbelief, his eyes widening as the realization struck him. You want to take back the subordinates Heinrich took from you, by doing this? He asked, his voice tinged with surprise. This could be a good opportunity for you, but, are you sure, sister? He hesitated for a moment, glancing up at her, a doubt creeping into his expression. Do you really want to marry someone else? What about Raffaello? His words were laced with astonishment. Don't you love him? Kaina's gaze softened as she lowered her head slightly, her voice calm yet resolute. The truth is, I want Kidray. That is my goal. She narrowed her eyes, her lips curling into a beautiful smile. But who knows what the future holds? After all, I've always thought that way, but time changes things. Her words left Rajef stunned, his thoughts racing. The passage of time had blurred the lines of what she truly desired. Kaina's gaze drifted to the red vase by the window, her eyes lingering on a single wilting flower. Is there such a thing as love that never changes? She mused softly. Even if it is love, it can fade, just like anything else. The petals of the flower began to fall, a symbol of time and change, much like the fleeting nature of her own feelings. Very quickly, the day of the ceremony arrived. The idle nobles eagerly began gossiping. I heard the portrait of the potential marriage partner was sent to Lord Kidray. Why are there already rumors? Two nobles stood chatting. Did Her Highness the Princess say anything? She liked Lord Kidray that much, didn't she? Then the rumor must be true, right? Has she truly broken things off with Lord Raffaello? A different group murmured among themselves. Then that girl might have a chance too, huh? They glanced at Olivia, who stood quietly in a corner. Rumor had it that her portrait had also been sent to the Kidray family. A girl holding a wine glass walked up to her. Lady Olivia, are you feeling a little shy? Olivia replied calmly. Not at all. Thank you for inviting me. At that moment, she bowed slightly, her brows furrowing. My family isn't anything special, so I've never even set foot in places like this. But as soon as news spread that my portrait was sent to the Kidray family, I started receiving all kinds of invitations. The noble lady gave a mocking chuckle. I heard a good opportunity has come your way, Lady Olivia. You must be quite happy, right? Normally the princess keeps harassing you, but if this marriage works out, it'll be the perfect revenge, won't it? If you want to feed those freeloading younger siblings in your poor little family, then as the eldest daughter, you'd better land a good marriage, right? Olivia's hand twitched. She answered bluntly. Haha, is that so? I'm not too familiar with such things. The nearby gossiping nobles whispered among themselves. What kind of reaction is that? Humph, what a pity. I thought there'd be some juicy scandal this time. Afterward, Olivia lowered the hand covering her mouth and thought to herself. What a relief. She discreetly glanced around. The rumor about me being chosen as a lady-in-waiting for the princess's court hasn't spread yet. She slowly lowered the hand that had been covering her mouth, thinking to herself, what a relief. She glanced around discreetly. The rumor that I was chosen as a lady-in-waiting in the princess's court still hasn't spread. She took a step forward. There's no reason the princess would want to keep me by her side. I know full well just how much she hates me. But the timing is far too perfect to be a coincidence. After receiving the request from Prince Rajef to become a lady-in-waiting in the princess's court, I was immediately approached by the Duke Kidray's family with a proposal of marriage. The timing of both requests was too precise, as if it had all been predicted in advance. As she walked in silence, her thoughts wandered. But my family is currently receiving support from the Duke Kidri's household. If I simply follow Prince Rajeff's instructions, it could put the Kidray family in a difficult position. If I make the wrong move, it might look like the Prince and Lord Kidray are conspiring together. She walked on, distracted by her thoughts. What exactly is she plotting? A lady-in-waiting to the princess is a high-ranking position nearly impossible to attain. There's no way the princess would hand me such a fast-track opportunity for advancement. A maid passed by and spoke up. Lady Olivia Grace, correct? Innie, with a black scarf covering her head, handed over a sealed letter. My master has something to convey to you. Olivia took the letter, clearly suspicious. She examined it carefully. Aside from the wax seal, there were no markings. Is this an anonymous letter? She looked straight at the mysterious maid, asking warily. Why should I read a letter from someone I don't even know? Innie replied, making Olivia frown. My master said, or rather, instructed that if Lady Grace asked such a question, to relay these words. The girl quickly repeated Kaina's message. Dear clever Olivia. You must already be suspicious of the current situation, aren't you? This letter will be of use to you. I trust that you will make a wise judgment. Olivia lowered her eyes and read the letter. From the writing style, she silently judged such an arrogant tone. Someone of high status was sending this to her in secret and at such a time to offer help? As she opened the letter, she was stunned. Princess Kaina. The letter conveyed her thoughts perfectly. I understand this is a difficult time for you. But I want you to wait. Hide your presence and stay as quiet as possible. It will be for your family's own good. I will send further instructions soon. I look forward to meeting you. Olivia couldn't help but wonder. Further instructions, soon? She stroked her chin thoughtfully. So, the request came from someone else, not the prince? What, is she trying to issue royal commands now? She couldn't help but question. What is the princess really planning? Inside the princess's palace. Your Highness, Lord Raffaello is requesting an audience today. Again? She could hardly believe it. This is the 5th time already? Yet her lips still refused. Tell him I'm feeling unwell. Let him come another time. She turned to ask. By the way, who is Rajeff meeting with right now? Innie answered. Oh, it's Count Domini, Your Highness. Kaina lifted her eyes indifferently. Count Domini, the one who owns the sapphire mine? She kept walking, thinking to herself. Rajeff, you're making good use of this moment when everyone's fighting over the title of the princess's consort. I've set the stage for you to build your allies. Innie watched her walk off aimlessly and asked, confused. Your Highness, where are you going now? She replied casually. I'm going to make some light snacks for Rajeff. Innie smiled brightly. Ah. Then what should we prepare? She muttered, almost to herself. Humph. I'll make it myself. Innie still didn't catch on. Huh. The princess, Your Highness, you'll make it yourself? A few seconds later, realization struck, and the girl shouted. Make it yourself? Inside the palace kitchen, the sound of eggs being whisked echoed rhythmically. The chefs and maids watched intently, their eyes filled with admiration. Even a red apple was sliced beautifully, every piece uniform and elegant. The maids gasped in amazement, letting out collective oohs as the cake was finished. They all cheered. Your Highness, that's amazing. She smiled, satisfied, and exhaled a quiet breath. In my past life, I lived alone for years. My mother was even a baker. This is nothing. The 2 apple pies on the table glistened with honey. Someone asked curiously. But princess, why did you make 2 pies? While wiping her hands, she replied. One of them is for all of you, those who always cook such delicious meals for me. I may not match your skills, but please, enjoy it with all my sincerity. The old chef was moved to tears, eyes shimmering. "Your Highness, we will eat it with great appreciation. This is such an honor." She gave a sheepish laugh. "Ah, it's nothing that special. No need to make a fuss." She glanced at the maids and gently wiped the sweat from her delicate face. "Now then, I have to bring this one to Rajef." Kaina thought to herself. "I bet plenty of the maids are eager to impress Rajef." She looked over at the group, especially Rydia, who was glaring and eyeing the pie, clearly getting ready to compete. In her heart, she calculated. Vera isn't someone who'll stay loyal just for this chance. Better to let the maids compete among themselves. She asked calmly. "So then, who among you will take it?" Rydia immediately shoved the others aside and sprang forward. The brazen girl snatched the pie and chirped. "I'll take it to His Highness Rajef." The old chef quickly tried to stop her. "Wait. That one is still." But before he could finish, Rydia screamed. "Ah! It's hot!" and threw the pie away in panic. Kaina's eyes widened in shock. Innie and the old chef couldn't react in time. They could only stand there, frozen in panic, watching in horror as the steaming hot pie flew straight toward her. "Your Highness," someone screamed. Rydia had already fallen to her knees, her face pale with fear. "I deserve to die for this mistake, Your Highness. Please forgive me." Vera, enraged, shouted. "Rydia, have you completely lost your mind? If Her Highness were to be burned, even hanging you immediately wouldn't be enough to atone." Kaina raised a hand to stop her. "That's enough," she said calmly. She let a maid tend to her wound, then offered a gentle smile, soft as a white orchid. "It was my fault for not paying attention. And I've ended up frightening everyone. I should have waited until it cooled properly. Please, don't act so harshly over it." Innie stood up and added. "Thankfully, the burn isn't too serious. We managed to treat it quickly, so with some ointment and a few days, it should heal just fine." Kaina smiled again. "Thank you for coming to check on me." She then looked toward Rydia with concern. "I'm glad it was only a minor burn. You must have been quite startled yourself, Rydia." Rydia's face turned pale as ash. "I'm so sorry. It was my carelessness, Your Highness." Kaina, ever magnanimous, replied. "It's all right. When you're young, it's natural to make mistakes." Vera, standing beside her, broke into tears. "But, Your Highness, you and Rydia are the same age." A short while later, Kaina gave a final order. "All of you, return and get some rest." Rydia, still shaken, was also dismissed along with the others. She bowed quickly and said, "Thank you, Your Highness. I shall take my leave." Vera sighed. "Why are you so lenient, Your Highness?" Rydia didn't show even the slightest hint of remorse for what happened. This was the perfect opportunity to scare her out of her wits. Hearing Vera's words, Kaina smiled knowingly. "Vera, don't you realize? I wasn't truly being lenient out of pure kindness." Her calm reply made Vera jolt in surprise. "If you've been watching me all this time," Kaina continued, "then surely you should know that by now." Realizing she had been caught, Vera's hands trembled as she gripped the hem of her dress. How did she know? She wondered. Have I really been that obvious? She had suspected before that perhaps everything had been part of the princess's plan from the very beginning. But just as her thoughts were spiraling, Kaina cut in coldly. "Vera, take the afternoon snack to Rajef." Vera lowered her head. "Yes, Your Highness," she replied, still filled with doubt. "Is this another test too?" Inside the royal prince's inner chamber, Vera placed the glossy, golden apple pie gently on the table. "This is the apple pie Her Highness personally made," she said. Rajef, who had been reading documents, looked up in surprise. "She made it herself?" he asked, incredulous. He eyed the perfectly shaped pie with skepticism. It looked decent. The aroma wasn't bad either. He furrowed his brow and asked again. She really made this, herself? Vera smiled softly and replied. Yes, Your Highness. Rajef stared down at the pie with his deep blue eyes, silent in thought. Then, to Zeno's utter shock, he brought a slice to his mouth and took a bite. Zeno cried out. Your Highness. You shouldn't eat so carelessly. Inside, Vera felt a wave of helplessness. She knew full well that the princess might have tampered with the food. And yet, it really did taste good. Rajef looked up and said. I wasn't feeling particularly hungry, but this flavor, it's pleasant. What is this taste? It's not just apples. Did she add something else? I actually like it, Vera. Noticing the missing corner of the pie, Vera calmly explained. It's made with apples and a bit of cinnamon, Your Highness. Rajef raised an eyebrow in surprise. Cinnamon? Huh, thanks to her, I've just discovered a preference I didn't even know I had. He picked up his teacup, musing aloud. Who would have thought she was skilled with her hands like this? Going through all that trouble just for a simple afternoon snack, it's unusual. His mood seemed lighter. It's been a while since I felt this relaxed. I really wish I could share this moment with her. What is she doing right now? At that, Vera hesitated for a moment before answering. Well, actually, something happened to the princess in the kitchen, Your Highness. His eyes, once relaxed, suddenly turned ice cold. In a low, threatening voice, he asked. What happened? Immediately, his footsteps thundered through the halls as he strode toward the princess's quarters. He slammed the doors open, startling the maids inside. Prince Rajef. The noble-born maids quickly fell to their knees amid a flurry of whispers. Your Highness, what's going on? Is it because of what happened today? Rydia had already collapsed to the floor, stammering. Greetings, Your Highness. His cold gaze swept across the room, taking in the overly lavish furnishings, the expensive tea, even the scent they were using, decadent luxuries no maid should ever be enjoying. These are things I have never allowed, Rajef said, leaning against the table as the red cloak on his shoulders slipped off. Humans can make foolish decisions. Of course, they can make mistakes too. Rydia, lacking any sense of propriety, dared to raise her head and look at him. Sir, what do you mean? Your Highness. Rajef's voice dropped lower, his dark blue eyes narrowing as he stared at her. That insolent attitude. I find it utterly repulsive. That deep hatred stemmed from something the king once said to him. Rajef, to you, there is no such thing as family. Your freedom, the things you want if you weren't a prince, you could never have them. All of those things. From the moment he was born, he had to fight for them, just to stay alive. He recalled the cold, heartless words of the king. Remember this, a bastard like you can be cast away at any moment. If you want the throne, if you want to stay alive, then prove your worth. The king's icy gaze had once pierced deep into Rajef's heart. Otherwise, your existence will be wiped from this world. Rajef whispered softly to himself. Yes. That's how the emperor raised me. He knew full well who he was. Grabbing Rydia roughly by the shoulders, Rajef stared down at her. Terrified, she cried out. Your servant has committed a grave sin. Your Highness. He locked eyes with her, a twisted, insane smile curling on his lips. I've never heard of a maid who dares to burn a member of the royal family. And what did you think would happen, Rydia trembled, tears spilling down her cheeks. Please, forgive this lowly one, Your Highness, but the princess said it was okay. At that, Rajef completely lost control. He shoved her to the floor and shouted. She's been far too lenient with trash like you. You filthy wretch. Do I have to cut off this insolent hand of yours for you to understand your mistake? With every word, Rajef's gaze grew more and more unhinged. Haha, fine then. Let's see just how far should I cut. From the sidelines, Zeno sighed, rubbing his aching head. Looks like there's going to be blood today too. With Rajef in this state, no one can stop him, not even if they tried. Just then, a golden blur passed in front of him. Kaina stepped in swiftly, her voice sweet and calm as she called out. Rajef. She reached out in time to stop him. That's enough. Stop now. Rajef's wild eyes instantly softened at the sound of her voice. He stammered. Sister. Kaina gently cupped his cheek, her touch calming. I'm touched to see you're this worried about me. If I had known you'd get this angry, I would have punished Rydia myself earlier. Rajef lowered his head, his expression clearly showing displeasure. But injuring a member of the royal family is an act of high treason, sister. She's just a maid and yet she dared to defy royal authority. If you wish, I'll take her life for you. Kaina soothed him gently. It was just an accident. Don't worry so much. He hesitated. But Rydia, who had been silently trembling in the corner as she watched them speak, turned slightly and reached out to him. It's only a minor wound. Just a few days with some ointment and it'll heal. Please, calm down, all right? Shall we sit and have some warm tea together? Rajef's concern for his sister was terrifying in its intensity. He placed his hand over hers, his eyes shimmering. Are you afraid of me, sister? Kaina smiled. No. Not at all. There's nothing to be afraid of. His eyes widened in that moment. Why am I seeing these memories? A hallucination? No, a flicker of the past. Hand in hand, the two of them ran joyfully through the palace grounds. He saw the memory of a young girl clutching his hand, beaming up at him as she said. To me, Rajef isn't scary at all. Those memories had long since faded childhood days spent in a palace where familial bonds were hollow and distant. In his first life, Rajef had been thoroughly ignored by the Emperor, abandoned without a second thought. He had used her, and in the end, cast her aside. Now, gently, he was wrapping a bandage around her hand. Kaina lowered her gaze. Even so, he's still my little brother. From birth, his nature hadn't been twisted. She quietly closed her eyes. Maybe it began in childhood under the weight of indifference and the Emperor's harsh, unrelenting expectations. Not a single word of praise, no warmth. He grew up as though discarded. No one to lean on. No one to hold his hand. Is it any wonder he changed? Turned cunning and sharp, just to survive. Branded a bastard, how lonely he must have been. Kaina thought to herself. If someone had simply cherished him, if someone had just shown him love, he could have turned out so differently. With a sweet smile, she asked. Did you like the pastries I sent you? Rajef's face lit up. Yes, sister. They were perfect. Just the kind of flavor I love. Honestly, I was surprised they were so good. I thought maybe the royal chef made them. Kaina burst into laughter. Oh, even without all that flattery, I would still make them for you. She chuckled, clearly pleased by Rajef's praise. Haha, but hearing you compliment me really makes me happy. She then gave an order. Someone, go bring the rest of the pastries here. I want to enjoy them in the back garden. The servant outside responded. Yes, Your Highness. Kaina smiled gently as she looked down at Rajef, who was kneeling. Taking care of Rajef with love was one of the duties a princess had to fulfill. She slowly lifted her delicate hand, mirroring the gentle gestures of their childhood. Kaina brushed her fingers through his golden, soft hair. Good boy, Rajef. His sudden movement caught him off guard. He blinked, unsure how to react to her unexpected tenderness. Kaina thought to herself. I've done everything I can and never refused any filthy task for the royal family. Yet, I've never shown such kindness to anyone else. She looked down at him, her face glowing with affection. Even when Heinrich was around, she had been irritated by him, but Rajef. He lightly touched her hand, feeling an unexpected satisfaction. He kissed the back of her hand in reverence, a small smile curling on his lips. I never thought I'd feel such peace. It feels like someone else, not me. His face, so handsome it seemed to glow, spoke volumes. Having you by my side, my heart feels so much lighter, like my burdens have been lifted. Kaina, hearing his words, smiled a beautiful smile. Haha, the more you speak, the more your words are like sweet honey, Rajef. The door to the room closed, and the servants, watching the two sisters, Kaina and Rajef, walk down the hallway, couldn't help but gossip among themselves. Is the princess really able to control the prince so easily? Even His Majesty, the Emperor, gave up. Yet, Rajef seems so easily trained by Princess Kaina. It's like she's taming a beast. Zeno, from the crowd, cast a glance at the two of them. His mind was filled with scheming thoughts. Rajef, with his thug-like reputation, has followed her all this time, much more easily controlled than Heinrich. It would be better for Rajef to continue his arrogant and haughty behavior rather than have things turn out this way. In the future, Zeno thought, he would need to keep a close eye on the princess. The scene shifted to the emperor's chambers. The emperor, with his head of white hair, sat on the bed and asked, "How's the wound, Kaina?" Kaina, radiating beauty, replied, "Father, don't worry about me. The wound is healing very well, and there might not even be a scar. Rajef has been visiting regularly to check on it." The emperor clicked his tongue. Dealing with the Berman family isn't something that affects the royal family at all. She laughed lightly. "One must know how to be magnanimous and forgive the mistakes of those beneath you, Your Majesty." She picked up her spoon, thinking to herself that she had indeed intended to punish the Berman family. But if she went too far, they would only come to despise her. The emperor, lying on the bed, continued speaking. "The person you call a maid, from my perspective, is simply someone beneath you, doing the tasks of care. But if such a subordinate is properly guided, they could truly become someone of higher rank." She asked again, "Are you referring to Steward Rudin?" Rudin, who stood by, chuckled softly. "You flatter me, Your Majesty." The emperor laughed heartily. "Haha, Rudin is the most trusted servant in my life." Kaina giggled softly and obediently replied, "I will remember your words, Your Majesty. Although that's true, I would still like to select a few new maids, but I'm holding back for now." Her eyes grew sharp. "After all, I do have plans to replace all the maids. However, if my intentions were exposed, the emperor would surely control me." She quickly said, "I want a maid who understands the latest fashion in the capital. I want to get rid of all these old-fashioned dresses and buy some more jewels. I haven't been outside much recently, so I'm out of the loop. Just like that new blanket. By the way, I made caramel cake yesterday." In her heart, she thought she had to act like an innocent, clueless daughter. The kind of naive, charming girl that fathers would love. For now, it was best to keep herself in this position. Suddenly, Rudin remembered that the princess' coming-of-age ceremony was approaching. She raised her teacup and added, "Soon, I'll have to get married, but I don't have a chaperone, so I'm a bit worried." She went on. A chaperone, also known as a nursemaid, usually guides young ladies from noble families before they marry, teaching them about marital life. But nursemaid Florence Elevant, who used to serve me, was recently exiled by Rajef, so that position is vacant. The emperor, deep in thought, realized. I've been so thoughtless. There's no one in the palace to handle Kaina's wedding. He then asked, "Shouldn't we recruit a chaperone before your coming-of-age ceremony?" Kaina shrugged. "I have doubts about those willing to be my nursemaid. There's been too much chaos recently with people who don't know what they're doing, and they end up seeking out a chaperone." He looked at her, deep in thought. "Although I agreed to exile Florence Elevant, the late Empress's close friend, but..." He glanced at his aging, grayish-blue eyes, as if the years had caught up with him. Indeed, everything is transient, and in the face of death, what really matters? He cleared his throat and continued. "Although we cannot replace all the maidservants in the palace, as for bringing a nursemaid into the palace, it's no problem. I'll lift the suspension order for Florence Elevant." Kaina immediately brightened. She clenched the fabric of her dress tightly. "Lady Elevant, the one who's cared for me so devotedly since I was a child. I remember her gentle presence as if she were the only mother I had." Her eyes lowered. Could she meet her again? She spoke softly. Thank you, Your Majesty. Lady Elevant will be so happy to hear this. A little while later, she stepped outside and was startled. Although she had somewhat overdone it by refusing to meet him 5 times, she now found herself face to face with Raffaello Kidre. She didn't expect him to approach her so directly. His tall figure bent down before her. Raffaello Kidre pays his respects to Her Highness the Princess. She replied indifferently. It's a pleasure, Raffaello. Did you come to meet father? He gently grasped her hand. No, I didn't come to meet the Emperor. Raffaello's red eyes locked with hers as he continued. I came to meet you, Princess Kaina. Behind them, the maids stood together, nervously whispering to each other, making Kaina break out in a cold sweat. His indirect way of speaking always led to misunderstandings. Because of his tone, she had often found herself in situations of misunderstanding, and those misunderstandings kept accumulating. The sound of clinking caught her attention. Raffaello spoke. This may be an ordinary gift, but it is a token of gratitude for your help last time. She gazed at the gift, its opulent appearance leaving her in awe. Isn't this high-grade black tea, only available through auctions? She had heard that due to its limited production, even paying several times the usual price wouldn't guarantee getting it. She chuckled and looked at him. You've even prepared a gift in return. That must mean my help really benefited you, right? She then proposed. The weather is beautiful today. How about a walk in the garden? What do you think? He gently lifted her hand. Yes, Your Highness. I will escort you. Kaina mumbled to herself. There's no need to go that far, but I'll still accompany you. She added, please forgive me for my impoliteness. Raffaello seemed to notice that she wasn't entirely pleased with him escorting her, so the scene shifted to the palace. In the beautiful garden, Kaina's voice rang out. This is truly unexpected. I didn't think you, Lord Kidre, would be willing to meet with just the 2 of us. She added teasingly. If I acted crazy and clung to you like before, what would happen? Raffaello replied honestly. I don't know why, but now I feel like Your Highness won't act that way. Kaina turned and smiled. I didn't expect you to trust me like this. She then added. It seems that the information you received made you quite pleased. She reached for a bright red rose and continued. I've already informed the other families. They'll take action, and if things go as they are, the engagement will be called off. She paused and then concluded. That leaves only the Grace family's support. She gently touched the petals of the beautiful rose. Miss Olivia Grace is a talented and intelligent person. It wasn't me who suggested that you meet her, but she could make a great fiancée. After a pause, she continued. Olivia will be selected as a maid of honor in the princess's court. This will cut off the support from Madame Kidre, and the engagement will be forgotten. As a result, the fiancés that the Duke and Madame Kidre had introduced would break off their engagements, all part of her plan. Raffaello was taken aback. Kaina laughed. This way, for some time, the Duke and Madame won't bring up the issue of marriage again. She raised the rose, smiling at him with a beautiful and cheerful expression. Congratulations on the broken engagement, Lord Kidre. Raffaello frowned. She knew it would turn out like this. Looking at her retreating figure, he spoke. I have one question for Your Highness. You were happy to help me break off the engagement, but what is Your Highness's intention in arranging the meeting with Miss Olivia? I thought you disliked her. Kaina replied casually. Yes, it's true that I dislike her. But now, I realize that such feelings are useless. Hatred, resentment, jealousy, and even love are all useless. Her words made Raffaello pause in surprise. His hands trembled as he thought. Is it true? Ending the obsession after so long and finally letting go of the feelings? Kaina continued. Oh, there's one more thing. With her exquisite shoes clicking on the floor, she spoke as she walked. I've said this a few times before, but now I want to formally apologize to you. She lifted her dress gracefully and bowed politely. I hope you will forgive my rudeness in the past. From this position, I stake the name of Princess Kaina on it, and I promise this will never happen again. His eyes widened in astonishment, unable to believe what was happening in front of him. Raffaello hesitated, then asked. Princess, what do you intend to discuss with me? Why is your hand clenched? What exactly will you gain from this? Kaina laughed. Why, I have already gained something very precious. She looked up, her blue eyes meeting his, her lips gently curving into a smile, her beauty so captivating that it stirred his heart. It is your trust, Lord Kidray. Raffaello was stunned. Princess, is it really only for something like that? His lips trembled as he murmured. You mean, my trust? Kaina smiled softly. Yes, that's all I want. Her delicate shoes clicked as she continued walking. By giving you information about the upcoming marriage, I prove to you that I am a trustworthy strategist. If you want to convince someone, you must show them the benefits. She smirked. Whether it's emotions or material things. She looked at the man before her. Now, it seemed that Raffaello was missing some emotion that could only be fulfilled by offering trust. He asked. It seems that next time, Your Highness will need me. He hesitated and added. And at the same time, you'll be testing whether you can trust me? Kaina smiled brightly at this. You're very smart, as expected of Lord Kidray. Raffaello frowned, his sharp eyes narrowing. What exactly does she want by doing all this? He began to consider all possibilities. Was it for the royal family? Did she want Rajef to become emperor? If it were for that purpose, this method wouldn't be effective. Even if the Kidray family had great influence, the royal family's relationship with them would prevent any collaboration. Raffaello gritted his teeth. If I were to join forces with another family, it would be faster. But why did the princess choose me? He looked at the girl before him. Then it must not be about inheriting the throne. So what exactly is it that the princess is concerned about? He glanced sideways, realizing he had been struggling with this thought for quite some time. It had been hard to trust her, but now, Kaina seemed to have achieved everything she wanted. He bowed slightly. Your Highness, I will trust you. Kaina laughed softly. Don't worry. No matter what we discuss, I won't turn back or cling to you. He lowered his head. I understand. Kaina cheerfully turned around. It's time. We should head back. As she walked, she suddenly lost her balance and stumbled. If rumors spread, rumors of falsehood. Kaina wobbled, almost falling. We will. Raffaello panicked and reached out. Princess Kaina. Luckily, he caught her just in time. Kaina blinked in surprise as he anxiously asked. Are you all right? You have to be careful. She quickly pushed him away. I'm fine, it's nothing. I just slipped a little because my shoes are too high. No need to worry. Thank you. Kaina was concerned, thinking, I know he doesn't like physical contact, so I've tried to avoid it. We're just beginning to rebuild our relationship. I can't afford to lose ground with him now. I really need Raffaello's help to create the ideal husband. She turned her back and said. Excuse me, I'll walk ahead. Suddenly, she realized his gaze was on her. Lord Raffaello? He was staring at his hand, where he had just touched her, deep in thought. She wondered, what is he thinking? Has something gone wrong? Raffaello gently took a breath, his hand lingering. The road is slippery. Let me escort you, Your Highness. She immediately rejected. No, I don't need it. I can go on my own. He frowned. No, I didn't mean it like that. He recalled her expression when he had offered to escort her earlier. You don't need to do this, Raffaello. He stood still, confused. Ever since earlier, the princess had refused his escort and deliberately distanced herself from him. No one knew about his dislike of contact, but he wondered, could it be that she's suddenly changed? Is this all an act? He thought, I know I'm overthinking this, but... The change in Kaina was so sudden and drastic that it made him suspicious. The Kaina of now seemed too calculating, too experienced, almost frighteningly so like someone who had lived many lives and could predict the future. Thinking about it, he realized how illogical that seemed. He said, I understand. Please, step carefully. Kaina lifted her dress, thinking, this cursed heel. I'll have to change it all. She stumbled as she walked, and of course, her unsteady movements didn't escape his notice. Raffaello approached and took her hand. Please excuse my impolite action, Your Highness. Kaina was quite surprised. Lord Kidray? He remained calm and said, let me help you out of this slippery spot. I will release you soon. I'll make sure no one else sees. Though it's not comfortable, please bear with me for a little while. Kaina hesitated slightly. It's not inconvenient for me, it's you, Lord Raffaello. Why? Yet, she allowed him to escort her. Please take me to the door. He nodded. Yes, Your Highness. Please be careful. Inside, the maids noticed them walking together and immediately began gossiping. Oh my, look, it's Lord Kidray and Princess Kaina. They just came back from their walk in the garden, but something seems off. The two quickly distanced themselves by several meters, making the maids even more confused. Why do they seem so awkward? Didn't the princess refuse to meet him about 5 times already? Seems like the rumors are true. Kaina smiled to herself and glanced at Raffaello. Well done. The rumors are spreading at just the right time. Now, let's let you go. She thought for a moment. It might seem a bit rude, but Lord Kidray doesn't really like tea anyway. She said. I was planning to invite you for tea after our walk, but... I can't keep you, can I? You're always so busy. Raffaello didn't respond. He looked down at her, wondering, is she really going to let me go so easily? I had prepared to be kept by her all day, but... He spoke to her. Your Highness, I'm fine. Kaina smiled brightly. Lord Kidray, you don't need to push yourself. I'll extend the invitation for you another time, when it's more convenient, to enjoy the tea leaves you sent me. Raffaello smiled lightly and replied. I understand. Next time, please prepare a tea party. Jeremy, overhearing him, was surprised. He thought to himself, as expected, my master seems quite confused by Kaina's change. He glanced at Raffaello, who was kneeling before her. This is the first time I've seen this side of my master. Kaina, noticing his odd behavior, was also quite puzzled. Why is he trying so hard, especially since he has a cleanliness obsession? Or maybe it's fine because he's wearing gloves. Kaina hesitated, placing her hand on his. She thought, he doesn't need to keep up this formality, does he? Raffaello took her hand gently. It's an honor, Your Highness. His eyelids lowered as he spoke. These were not empty words. In fact, he kissed the back of her hand. Her small, delicate hand, strangely enough, it didn't make him feel uncomfortable. He looked up at her, who was flustered. Is it because of Kaina? She's different from before, hasn't been pestering me. Maybe it's just that I'm growing more curious about her, a princess I can't quite read. He released her hand. So, she's this small. It's strange, I always saw her as regal, so I never thought of her as weak or delicate. He looked up at her again. The princess is a strong person, isn't she? Kaina, noticing his stare, asked. Lord Kaina, is something wrong? Raffaello realized his mistake and quickly responded. Ah, no, nothing at all. Raffaello stood up and gently bowed. I look forward to the next invitation from the princess. She smiled lightly. All right then. Please go carefully. I will have someone send the invitation soon. Suddenly, a voice called out. Sister. A pair of finely crafted shoes approached, and Rajef chuckled softly. I didn't see you, so I've been looking for you for quite some time. So, you're here? He walked slowly towards her, then asked nonchalantly. Duke Raffaello is also here? Rajef squinted, a dark smile forming on his lips. Raffaello, ever the gentleman, bowed and said. Raffaello Kidre greets His Highness, the Prince. Rajef casually replied. It's fine, you may rise. He then continued. I came because I wanted to enjoy afternoon tea with my sister. I didn't expect you to be here, though. Upon hearing his words, Kaina immediately realized, so, he intentionally came because he heard Raffaello was here. Rajef, very conscious of his lack of soldiers and military power, couldn't help but feel worried. On the other hand, Heinrich had repeatedly commanded the family's soldiers. This concerned Rajef, but it was understandable. However, no matter how these families tried to align, they couldn't compare to the Kidre family. For a long time, those in charge of the borders had been elite soldiers, and the Kidre family was the one that truly protected the kingdom. Rajef was currently leading the Marquis family, even, the largest grain supplier in the kingdom. While they lacked military power, their economic strength was substantial. If they allied with the Kidre family, it would resolve the military and grain issues with ease. It's no surprise that he kept an eye on Raffaello Kidre. Kaina raised her hand to cover her mouth, smiling with calculated intent. I can't let things stay like this, especially since Kidre is the key to helping me escape from here. Suddenly, Raffaello spoke just as he was about to leave. I was about to leave, but... Kaina responded. Oh, is that so? Such a shame. It would have been nice if we could have sat together. Duke Kidre, I'll invite you next time. Raffaello bowed. Yes, Your Highness. Please be careful going back inside. He raised his wine-red eyes to look at Kaina and Rajef, walking ahead. His gaze lingered on Rajef's hand on Kaina's waist. He remained silent, staring without saying a word. Scene change. Radia rushed to push open the door and shouted. Father! She anxiously asked. Has the prince forgiven me? Count Berman sighed. Yes, Jean Norn even has resolved everything. Radia happily grasped his arm. Thank goodness. When will the Even family support me in becoming the princess consort? He frowned and muttered. No way will he give up Zenon Even's sister and promote his own daughter to be the princess consort. If we act as Rajef's lackeys and flatter him, maybe. Count Berman sighed again. If you want to become the princess consort, you must present yourself well before the princess. How could you have made such a huge mistake? Radia didn't realize her error and argued. But I was burned on my hand back then. As she spoke, she became more frantic, her face twisting with anger and frustration. She had deliberately knocked over the cake and never mentioned how she had cooled it down or created competition. She had purposefully exposed her hand to elicit sympathy from Prince Rajef. Count Berman quickly grabbed Radia's shoulder. Radia, we're in the palace. Be careful with your words. Radia, unrepentant, continued. But those arrogant people always look down on me. After the cake incident, everyone avoided me. She suddenly became upset, tears welling in her eyes. Lately, the princess has been acting strange. She doesn't go out or attend social events as she used to. And the prince has also been very attentive to the princess, more than before. Count Berman suddenly froze. Still with the budget, but no social gatherings? Or maybe a coming-of-age ceremony is the right occasion. There have been many rumors about the princess changing lately. Perhaps they're not just empty rumors. What kind of conspiracy is this? He thought to himself, suddenly becoming more familiar with the prince. Could it be that she's aiming for the regency? He placed a hand on Radia's shoulder. No matter what, Princess Kaina is very suspicious. You must keep an eye on who she interacts with and who she avoids. He quickly gave orders. Have all the maidservants check the items coming into the palace. Scene change, now, at the Princess Kaina's palace. Kaina was focused on reading the document in her hand, her mind calculating. There's still quite a lot left in the budget. She placed the paper down. Since I haven't hosted any events, the maids have had little to do. That gives them more time to think about other matters. I did that on purpose. But if she wanted an incident to happen, it would take time. According to Vera, it seemed the maids had recently started searching for something. Just then, Kaina lifted her clear blue eyes when Vera spoke. The refreshments seemed to be delayed. Shall I go check on them, Your Highness? Kaina replied. No need. The cookies I made are still here. Vera immediately objected. Snacks alone might affect your health, Princess. I'll prepare something myself. At that moment, Innie entered with a bored expression, pushing the door open. Pardon me, Your Highness. The maids asked me to bring these cookies. Vera took the plates with a frown. Why are the maids having you deliver them? Innie bowed. They said since Miss Vera is here, it would be fine. If you'll excuse me now. As the young girl exited, Vera clicked her tongue. That maid's been showing up a lot lately. Her name's Innie, isn't it? Then, her gaze landed on the plate in her hands. Wait. She froze in alarm, and suddenly shouted in rage. Are they out of their minds? Nut cookies? Her body trembled with fury. The fact that Her Highness is allergic to all kinds of nuts is basic knowledge. And they serve this without even checking? Seeing Vera's state, Kaina turned to her. What's wrong, Vera? Vera spun around. Your Highness, please forgive me. There's a problem with the snacks. I'll personally prepare something else for you. But Kaina's lovely lips curled into a faint, cool smile. Oh, there's no need. Your elegant footsteps coming forward are already enough. Vera was shocked. But, these are nut cookies. Your Highness. Kaina reached out her slender, pale fingers and picked up a cookie. Yes, the very kind that would be dangerous to me if I ate them. These are the exact snacks they hoped I would consume. Vera's heart pounded wildly, as if it might burst out of her chest in sheer fear. Is the princess serious? Kaina looked at her and flashed a beautifully sinister smile. I must eat this, Vera. Vera was shocked. Even knowing what it is, you're still going to eat it? Kaina's sweet, melodic voice echoed in Vera's head. You can do this, can't you, Vera? Following Kaina's orders, Vera now had a new mission. Go serve the snacks to Prince Rajef. Her delicate feet turned and headed toward the prince's main residence. Just as Kaina had planned, this way, Vera wouldn't be able to know that the snack intended for her had nuts mixed in. And Kaina? She would collapse, without anyone realizing the cause, because she trusted her maids. That maid, Innie, would report it to the royal infirmary and the emperor. And naturally, to Rajef as well. Vera looked up straight at Rajef. Vera, the princess's closest lady-in-waiting, would act as if she knew nothing. Back in the princess's palace, the royal physician gently placed Kaina's delicate hand down. What were the maids doing, not noticing this? Letting out a sigh, the woman removed her dark glasses. Her Highness didn't eat much, she'll recover quickly. The physician looked at Kaina, lying unconscious on the bed. Even while fainted, her face remained stunningly beautiful. But since it's an allergic reaction to nuts, we must be extremely careful. A serious incident nearly occurred. Rajef stood beside the bed and issued a command. All right. Leave us. The physician bowed. Yes, Your Highness. Rajef stared down at her, the depth of his blue eyes turning icy cold. He turned to the others. You dare serve snacks to the princess without checking them first? His heavy boots echoed ominously on the floor. The maids, usually so confident, now turned pale with fear. His voice rang out again, sharp and accusing. Let's assume it was a mistake, that the nut cookies were mixed in by accident. But when she collapsed, not a single maid was by her side. He smirked. Why is no one answering? Silence. Rajef continued. How is it that no one was guarding the princess's chambers? Who gave you the right to abandon your posts? The smile on Rajef's lips widened, growing darker. Come to think of it, something similar once happened in the palace. Someone tried to use a nut allergy to commit murder. With a sudden movement, he drew his sword. The blade flashed with madness. The victim back then was the Empress. The princess's mother. The maid shrieked in terror. Please, spare us, Your Highness." A maid, trembling and panicked, suddenly confessed without needing to be struck. It was Rydia Berman. She said Her Highness the Princess was suspicious and ordered us to inspect the items. If not for that, we would have never abandoned our posts. She pointed a shaky finger at Rydia. She even threatened us, saying there'd be consequences if we didn't obey. Rydia stammered. "What are you saying? These people..." She clicked her tongue, her expression darkening. "These fools, always clinging to me, flattering me because of House Berman. I won't let them pin everything on me just like that." She shrieked in desperation. "I've been set up, Your Highness. Please don't believe them. This is clearly a conspiracy. Someone's planted spies to weaken your power." Rajeff's heavy boots struck the floor once more, his voice cold and biting. "Oh? Spies, is it?" He swung his sword lazily in the air. "Are you mocking me, or are you the spy?" Faced with Rajeff's spiraling rage, Rydia trembled uncontrollably. "No. I'm not, Your Highness. House Berman would never. Please, believe me. I did it all for the sake of Your Majesty." But Rajeff's piercing blue eyes widened in fury, his teeth clenched. "Didn't I warn you already, Rydia?" He hissed through his teeth. "You should know your place. To the royal family. You are nothing." Suddenly, another set of footsteps echoed through the hall, followed by a loud announcement. "His Majesty, the Emperor, has arrived." Everyone immediately dropped to their knees. "Long live His Majesty! Long live the Emperor!" Rajeff glanced sideways, then hurled his sword to the ground with a loud clang. He knelt without hesitation. "This subject greets Your Majesty." The Emperor remained silent, his eyes falling onto the discarded sword. He clicked his tongue, a mocking smile tugging at his lips. How pathetic. Rajeff froze. The Emperor turned and called out. "Rudin." "Yes, Your Majesty." Rudin bowed deeply. In a calm but commanding voice, the Emperor ordered. "Punish all the handmaidens here. Expel them from the palace. And bar them from ever entering the capital again." His gaze fell upon Vera. "That handmaiden did well. I hear she is the personal maid of Kaina. Reward her with jewelry. For now, she will oversee the princess's palace." Vera bowed deeply. "This subject obeys." "I will do my utmost, Your Majesty." The Emperor tapped his cane on the floor. "I shall personally select new palace maids. Let all be aware of this." Everyone answered in unison. "Yes, Your Majesty." He glanced toward Kaina, lying still in bed. Misfortunes have befallen Kaina one after another. First, poisoning. Then, burns. Now, an allergic collapse. His eyes narrowed. And yet she turned danger into opportunity. That's how she survived. His piercing gaze shifted to Rajeff, who stood dark and brooding beside him. The Emperor said coolly. "Did you truly think I remained silent because all I cared about was the nation?" He furrowed his brows and issued his judgment coldly. "Until Crown Prince Rajeff reflects on his mistakes. Confine him to his residence." Rajeff clenched his fists, grinding his teeth. "This subject obeys, Your Majesty." The Emperor turned to the others. "Everyone, leave. The princess needs rest." He then addressed Vera. "Tend to Kaina." Vera bowed low. "This subject will care for her with all my heart, Your Majesty." The door to the princess's chambers closed behind them. Vera walked over and drew the curtains, glancing outside. Once she was sure no one remained, she turned back. "Everyone's gone, Your Highness." Kaina, who had been lying unconscious, opened her eyes and smiled. You did well, Vera. Her voice rang out clearly. Vera immediately responded. Yes, Your Highness. Kaina sat neatly dressed, gazing down at Vera, who was bowing deeply before her. I know your family supports Rajef, she said. Following me doesn't mean you're betraying them, or Rajef. Vera flinched at her words. On the contrary, you're helping him. Kaina gently placed her feet on the ground. Because I want to make Rajef the emperor. She began walking slowly. Rajef lacks insight. No matter how hard you try, he'll never understand your family's standing. Not to mention, the procedures for appointing titles are complex, far more than he realizes. Suddenly, Kaina asked. But Vera, you want a noble title, don't you? Vera looked up in surprise. The more Kaina spoke, the more astonished she became. Your family tried to sell you off into marriage. You ran away because that shameless man was going to be your husband. And he even wanted to make your younger sisters his concubines. Kaina's hand clenched tightly. Your Highness, how do you know? Kaina tilted her head slightly, as if reading Vera's heart. You want a title so you can take your sisters and leave, right? I can give you that. Her voice softened. You don't have to worry anymore. That man who calls himself your father, who sees daughters as mere merchandise. Vera looked up, tears slipping silently down her cheeks. Only 25 years old. So young to bear the weight of her own life and her siblings' futures. Yet she'd thrown herself into the palace, just to protect them. Vera clenched her fists, tears dripping onto the floor. My sisters, and I. We're not tools to preserve a noble family. She was just like Kaina. Isolated, pushed around at the whim of others in this golden cage. Perhaps, in this palace, they were the only ones who could truly understand each other. Kaina made a silent vow. Then stand by my side. I'll protect you. She reached out and gently patted Vera's head. You've endured enough, Vera. Vera trembled, overcome with emotion. Princess. Your Highness. She choked out. I will always be yours. Kaina covered her mouth and laughed softly. Looks like I've finally got a reliable maid. It's time to start taking the next steps. She gave an order. Go and find me the most plain and ragged dress in my wardrobe. Scene shifts to the imperial palace. The hushed whispers of the palace maids echoed through the halls. This is awkward. I heard that the moment she woke up and heard that His Highness the Prince had been placed under house arrest, she ended up like this. More murmurs followed as they glanced at Kaina. That shabby, tattered dress, she doesn't look like a princess at all. She looks so small and fragile like this. This is too much. What if she faints again? What are we supposed to do? Inside the Emperor's chamber. He restlessly tapped his fingers on the armrest. How long has it been now? Rudin bowed and replied. 3 hours, Your Majesty. According to the royal physician, if this continues, it could become dangerous. The Emperor narrowed his eyes and let out a low grunt. Just then, a nervous maid reported. Your Majesty, the nobles supporting Prince Rajef are requesting an audience. The Emperor clicked his tongue. TCH, just waiting for an opportunity to pounce, aren't they? Let them in. As the doors opened, Xenon led the group of nobles inside and stepped forward. Your Majesty, please show mercy to Her Highness the Princess. The Emperor snapped. And what right do you have to say that? Do you even know how much the princess has suffered to be saying such things? Xenon immediately responded. It was clearly Prince Rajef's failure to properly oversee his maids that led to this. Still, this punishment is a bit excessive, isn't it? The Emperor clenched his fist tightly. The nobles raised their voices. Please reconsider, Your Majesty. The Emperor furrowed his brows. One powerful family after another came forward, all trying to pressure him. Even as the Emperor, he couldn't simply ignore the voices of the nobles, because the foundation of imperial power came from their support. He clicked his tongue again. Even so. Have I gone too far? It seems they're no longer afraid of me. Outside the door. The sound of knocking echoed, knock knock. A servant whispered something to Rudin outside. Shortly after, Rudin turned back with a worried expression and reported. Your Majesty, I have urgent news. Her Highness the Princess has fainted and is currently being taken to the royal infirmary. The nobles stirred at once. The princess fainted? This is our chance. We must put more pressure on the emperor. Xenon furrowed his brows. Princess Kaina. The nobles chuckled among themselves, saying. She's really helping us out, huh? Who would have thought the princess would aid our cause like this? The indefinite house arrest order for the prince was already giving us a headache. This is a blessing. Xenon adjusted his glasses. Are they really doing all this for the prince? He wondered. Because of this incident, all of the maids in the princess's palace had been dismissed. And all of the prince's close allies had been reassigned. The prince's influence was clearly being weakened. And now he alone was bearing the emperor's wrath. Only Kaina remained untouched by the fallout. Suspicion clouded Xenon's mind. No matter how he looked at it, it felt like they had all walked right into Kaina's trap. He couldn't help but question, did she even eat the hazelnut cookies in the first place? Xenon clenched his fist tightly. Still, this opportunity to make an appeal had been delivered by Kaina herself. Even if he didn't understand what she was planning, he raised his voice. Your Majesty, please, for the princess's sake, reconsider. He thought to himself, let's just make use of this while we can. The nobles erupted again in loud protest. Your Majesty, we beg you, please reconsider. The emperor scowled and rubbed his forehead, frustrated. How annoying, when you all put on a performance like this in perfect harmony. After a pause, he finally gave in to the nobles' pressure and declared. In honor of the princess's sincerity, I will reduce the prince's indefinite house arrest to 10 days. Inside the princess's palace, Vera's voice echoed. Are you truly all right, Your Highness? Kaina calmly looked at Vera while pouring tea. I'm fine. I just got a cramp from kneeling too long. Thanks to everyone mistaking it for me fainting, things ended up going more smoothly. Suddenly, she said. Thank you, Vera. Vera looked puzzled. Pardon? Kaina brushed her golden hair back and smiled faintly. Thanks to you, I've passed the Emperor's test. Startled by those words, Vera quickly looked up and asked. A test? Didn't His Majesty change his mind? At that innocent question, Kaina replied in a soft voice. The so-called indefinite trial was simply a way to transfer power to the successor. With Father's personality, if he truly wanted to remove Rajaf, he wouldn't have used a test, he would have directly dethroned him. Then, Kaina took a calm sip of her tea and continued. Perhaps from the very beginning, Father had intended the trial to last only 10 days. With those words, she let out a sarcastic, mocking smile. So this was just a test bestowed by the Emperor. His Majesty has been observing how I would handle this situation. And now, it's time to see the results of that test. After taking in a great deal of information, Vera asked in confusion. So, what's the result? At that very moment, a knock suddenly sounded from outside the room. Hearing it, Kaina glanced toward the door. They're here. As the door opened, a pair of feet stepped inside. The newcomer was none other than Rudin, the Emperor's close aide. In his hands, he held a golden key placed on a tray lined with red velvet. He spoke. Your Highness Kaina, I bring the Emperor's decree. While Kaina remained calm, Vera beside her was visibly shocked. Without hesitation, Kaina knelt in respect as the solemn voice of Rudin rang out in her ears. First Princess of Eldam, Kaina Hill, received the imperial order. Looking down at the two kneeling figures, Rudin raised his voice. Due to recent events, First Prince Rajaf Hill has admitted that he is unable to properly manage the affairs of the inner court. A responsibility that falls upon the royal successor as part of the trial. Therefore, all authority over the inner palace shall now be entrusted to First Princess Kaina Hill. Bathed in sunlight streaming through the window, Kaina's figure glowed like a radiant golden crystal. After Rudin finished reading the imperial decree, she slowly opened her eyes and said calmly, "I accept the imperial order." Having completed his task, Rudin bowed. "Then I shall take my leave, Your Highness." Kaina nodded politely. "Thank you, Rudin." As soon as he exited, Vera turned to her with eyes full of admiration and exclaimed, "Your Highness, you are amazing. The Emperor officially acknowledged your ability to oversee the inner palace. He entrusted you with such a great responsibility. What an honor." But Kaina didn't respond to Vera's praise. Her gaze remained fixed on the key in her hand. "Though it's only temporary, this is the first true authority I've ever been granted as a princess. This key, symbol of command over the inner court, once belonged to the Empress." The more she thought about it, the heavier her emotions became. Did my mother, the former Empress, once hold the same key too? With that thought, Kaina tightened her grip around it. From being nothing but a puppet princess, manipulated by others, to now holding this key. How much time had to pass for me to get this far? After sorting out her thoughts, a powerful aura radiated from Kaina. She made a silent vow to herself. This is only the beginning. I, Kaina Hill, won't be satisfied with just this. With newfound determination, she turned to Vera and said, "Is this really something to celebrate? There are far more shocking plans ahead." Vera, curious now, asked eagerly, "What's the next plan, Your Highness?" Kaina suddenly stood up, her hand lightly brushing against the edge of the table. "There's much to be done," she said, her face growing cold and serious. "First, we must have His Majesty's decree officially announced." At that moment, the image of Olivia appeared in her mind. Kaina made a firm decision. "I will formally select Olivia Grace as my lady-in-waiting." The Grace family had rejected Rajeff's proposal, unwilling to support him as the successor. Kaina didn't want to appear aligned with any faction backing the crown prince. As she wrote a letter with focused precision, she thought. However, in this kingdom, an imperial decree from the emperor is absolute. It cannot be resisted. But unlike others, it grants freedom when it comes to supporting a successor. For the sake of the Grace family's future, Olivia will enter the princess's palace. She is both the central figure of this world and the strongest card in Kaina's hand. A tragic heroine with no protection from anyone. If I want to protect Olivia from Rajeff and Heinrich, then I must first make her mine. After hearing Kaina's plan, Vera nodded in agreement. As expected. If it's Lady Olivia, then she's someone we can trust to take the role of lady-in-waiting at the princess's palace. But then, a thought struck Vera, and she asked. "However, Your Highness, the Crown Prince's trial is only 10 days long. Do you already have something planned for that time?" Kaina didn't explain. Instead, she offered a mysterious smile. "Of course. I'll play the kind of games that suit me." Then, she began walking forward, her posture shifting to exude the aura of a classic villainess. To act the part of a villain, whether it's through bloodshed or dirty tricks, even if I'm looked down upon, as long as it brings results, it's worth it. Her eyes slid sideways toward the person beside her. It's all about sowing discord. Later, at the entrance to the palace, Kaina encountered Xenon. Seeing her, he bowed respectfully. "Greetings, Your Highness." Feigning a fragile expression, Kaina spoke softly. "I was worried about my younger brother, so I came here. Is it impossible for me to see Rajeff?" The knights guarding the door hesitated and stammered. "I'm sorry, Princess, but it's not permitted." Kaina didn't give up and asked again. Even a sister visiting her younger brother is denied entry? But her request was firmly rejected again. "There's no helping it, Your Highness. These are His Majesty's orders." Whispers began to spread around them. "Poor thing, Tisk, is it really that hard to visit one's own family?" Seeing the situation unfold, Xenon sighed helplessly, rubbing his temples. "These idiots, Not a single one of them is normal. Stepping forward, he addressed Kaina. Your Highness. If this continues, it may put His Highness Rajef in a difficult position. Seeing him approach, Kaina's eyes widened in surprise. Ah, Sir Zenon. After regaining her composure, she asked gently. Is Rajef all right? I'm worried about my younger brother, but there's nothing I can do. Zenon tried to remain calm and replied. His Highness the Prince is fine. But I ask for your understanding, Princess, I cannot go against the orders of His Majesty the Emperor. Outwardly, he sounded composed. But inwardly, Zenon sneered. Humph. As if. Clenching his fists tightly, he thought to himself. There's no way I can allow Kaina and Rajef to meet. This isn't a coincidence. She must have planned all this just to gain control over the Internal Affairs Bureau. His expression began to distort with his growing resentment. His lips were tightly pressed, veins bulging on his face. And yet she has the audacity to come here pretending to be concerned for her brother? How shameless. With his fury rising, Zenon suddenly raised his voice. His Highness the Prince cannot be seen. Please return to your palace, Princess. Knowing she wouldn't be able to convince him, Kaina played her part with elegance. I see. My thoughts were too rash. I didn't mean to put you all in such a difficult position. One of the knights standing beside Zenon panicked and blurted out. No. That's not it, Your Highness. As his voice echoed, murmurs began to stir in the crowd. What's wrong with him? Can he be more tactful? Seriously, is it so hard to speak kindly? The criticisms flew like arrows straight at Zenon. But it didn't stop there. Other knights began to scold him as well. Why are you being so harsh toward Her Highness? If you are a proper noble, you should be doing your best to please the princess. While everyone was still crowding in to criticize him, Kaina suddenly raised her voice. In that case, Sir Zenon, she said with a mischievous smile, I'd like to hear more about Rajef on the way back. May I ask you to escort me to the palace? Zenon was caught off guard by her sudden request. Huh? Me? The crowd around them immediately began whispering again, shooting him judgmental looks. Wait, is he really going to refuse the princess's escort request? No way. Zenon should at least know the basics of etiquette, right? Hearing those murmurs, Zenon became visibly uneasy. If I refuse, it'll make the princess lose face. And considering I'm Rajef's closest aide, it could create quite a scandal. With that in mind, he stepped forward and offered his arm politely. It would be my honor, Your Highness. Seeing his decision, Kaina smiled brightly, eyes curved into crescent moons. Then, shall we go, Sir Zenon? In the royal garden, the two of them walked side by side, her arm lightly resting on his. Their conversation flowed as they strolled. Sir Zenon, Kaina asked softly, are you not at all worried about Rajef's health? Zenon replied with calm composure. Of course not. His Highness is in excellent condition. But inwardly, he winced. Excellent is an understatement. He's been so hyperactive that he's already changed rooms 10 times in 10 days. Hearing his answer, Kaina placed a hand over her heart, tilting her head slightly as her large, sparkling eyes met his. You must have had a hard time. If I had been more cautious, perhaps the maids wouldn't have been dismissed. Receiving such a sincere and flattering remark, Zenon quickly plastered on his best polite smile. Thank you for your concern, Your Highness. His Highness has been quite exhausted from having to interview new maids every day. Although Zenon spoke calmly on the surface, his expression betrayed him, he was clearly just putting on an act. Ha, as if I wouldn't know. What scheme are you weaving now, Your Highness? Let me guess, you plan to fill the gap left by Rajef's people with your own, don't you? Just then, Kaina withdrew her arm and smiled sweetly. That's right. In fact, I was just about to bring that up. I'm thinking of hiring a lady-in-waiting I can trust, someone I could treat like family. She turned to him with a knowing look and added. How about your younger sister, Julia? At the mention of his sister, Xenon's eyes widened in shock. She wants to replace Rajeff's people with members of my family? His fists clenched unconsciously. No. This isn't a bad idea. In fact, it's the perfect opportunity. My family has long desired to elevate Julia to the position of Empress. If she becomes Kaina's lady-in-waiting, she'll have regular access to the prince. Everything could become much easier. But even as that thought flickered in his mind, Xenon stared down at Kaina's graceful profile with suspicion. Still, what exactly is she planning? Why would she hand me such a convenient chance? Noticing his silence, Kaina lifted a hand to her lips and asked playfully. Now that I think about it. Sir Xenon, you're still unmarried, aren't you? She strolled a few steps ahead, her voice as sweet as honey but cold beneath the surface. A nobleman from House Event, the family that owns the largest granary in the country, and yet you have no fiancé? Even among all the young ladies from noble houses, none have satisfied your preferences? She turned her back to him, her voice cool and sharp. Or perhaps, you've been searching not for love, but for something more useful? Xenon immediately responded, almost too quickly. Your Highness, I've already passed the age for romance and daydreams. I no longer see the necessity in chasing after things I don't truly desire. Hearing his answer, Kaina laughed heartily. Is that so? She said, her eyes glinting as she turned toward him once more. Then let me ask you this. Her voice lowered, dripping with mischief and challenge. If the position of Crown Prince Consort were available, would that be desirable enough to awaken your ambition? Upon hearing Kaina's proposal, Xenon froze for a moment, his thoughts instantly spiraling. Did she just suggest the position of Prince Consort? Is she messing with me? He stood there, stunned. I've never once considered the naive little princess as a candidate for marriage, but the Kaina before me now is different. Her strategies are precise, calculated, she's no longer the girl from the past. If I were to stand beside her, I'd no longer have to cautiously tiptoe in Rajeff's shadow. With a flash of resolve, he strode toward Kaina. Interesting. That provocation. I'll accept it. Xenon dropped to one knee before her, kissed the back of her hand, and smiled. A challenge of that scale is well worth taking on. Silently, he made a vow, in this game, I will be the one who wins. Later, back at the palace, Kaina sat with a steaming cup of tea in hand. The gentle aroma curled into the air as she pondered in silence. It's never easy to manipulate an arrogant man with nothing but one's own charm and wit. That kind of arrogance always brings trouble. Xenon Event, you'll be no exception. Waiting for the tea to cool, she finally brought it to her lips. If I bring Julia Event into the palace as a lady-in-waiting, along with Olivia and Vera, that'll make 3 in total. To justify giving special privileges to my attendants, I need a solid structure. In the internal affairs of a princess's palace, there are typically 4 ranks of service: punishment, surveillance, authority, and dignity. She paused, a mental image of Vera forming in her mind. Vera is the right choice for overseeing punishments and discipline. That role requires prudence and strength, and she has both. Then her thoughts turned to Olivia. Olivia will take charge of upper-class relations, hosting gatherings, managing formal receptions. She's perfectly suited for the social battlefield. Upon hearing that, Vera asked. So, including Lady Olivia and me, there will only be 2 of us? What about the other 2 positions? At that moment, the images of 2 other individuals slowly surfaced in Kaina's mind. One maid will be in charge of food, she'll manage the princess's daily meals and medication. The other will oversee assets, taking care of clothing and personal belongings. After explaining, Kaina briefly closed her eyes and said calmly, I've already chosen the right people for those 2 roles. She then opened her eyes, her expression firm yet cheerful, and declared, Julia Even and Susan Lepon. Vera was visibly shocked. Why them, Your Highness? Seeing her surprised reaction, Kaina asked in a composed tone. Why not? Caught off guard by her mistress's question, Vera hesitated slightly. She replied, "Well, if we look at their backgrounds, both are indeed outstanding. But," resting her chin on her hand, she continued with concern, "Julia is famously the only daughter of the Even family, a noble heiress. It's hard to imagine someone like her performing the duties of a maid properly." Then she added, "And Susan, her personality is quite..." But before Vera could finish, Kaina already understood what she was implying. A snake with a knife hidden behind her smile, right? Understanding her maid's doubts, Kaina gave a mysterious smile and said, "Even so, I must have Susan." Vera recalled the sight of Susan standing closely beside Olivia. She thought to herself, in the original story, Susan and Olivia became friends, one of the rare duos in this world with an unshakable bond. Seeing how resolute Kaina was, Vera could only sigh and say, "If your highness says she's needed, then she must be needed." Hearing that, Kaina smiled brightly. "Haha, it's good to have your trust." Then she gave another order. "Oh right, Vera, could you bring me some letter paper?" Upon hearing the request, Vera replied, "Yes, your highness, right away." After bringing the paper, Vera asked, "Will this letter be for Lady Olivia again?" Taking the paper, Kaina shook her head and said, "No. Someone else." As she held the sheet in her hands, she murmured softly, "Someone I've missed dearly." At that moment, an image surfaced in her mind. A warm memory from childhood, of a gentle woman stroking her brilliant golden hair. With a soft, affectionate expression, Kaina whispered, "Clarence Elevant, my beloved Nanny." Then, she began writing a letter to the woman she considered a friend. "My dearest Madame Elevant." She opened with a simple inquiry. "How have you been all this time?" Every word was filled with longing. "It's already been 10 years since we parted." As the memories came flooding back, they warmed her heart. "Every year around this time, I find myself thinking of those childhood days spent with you. Baking together in the kitchen, making such a mess. Or those times I got into trouble, like burning the cookies, setting the stove on fire. And even the time I ruined your dress. I also remember how gently you wiped my face, how you looked at me with concern and asked, 'Princess, were you scared?' The kindness and love in her voice and actions that day were unforgettable. It's a relief you weren't hurt. Surely the late Empress must be watching over you." Kaina remembered every one of Elevant's gestures so clearly. That day, Madame hadn't scolded her, she had loved her, protected her. It was because of those memories that she had recently stepped into the kitchen again, hoping to relive those moments. "Lately, I've been making a few light dishes," she wrote. "I've even received compliments that they were quite delicious." Gratitude spilled naturally from her words. "It's all thanks to your teachings, Madam." Kaina continued writing, now expressing her hopes. "Madam Oliva, on my upcoming birthday, I'll officially become an adult. Although your punishment has been lifted. If you do not wish to return to the palace, that's perfectly all right too." As she poured her affection into the letter, a gentle smile formed on her lips. "Even though I miss you deeply, I respect your decision." At the end of the letter, she wrote down a small, heartfelt wish. "Even just once in a while. If I could cook beside you again like we used to when I was little. It would bring me so much joy." And as she finished the letter, Kaina sealed it with all the emotion she held inside, and with a kiss. "I miss you, the last mother I ever had." Her eyes were filled with longing and boundless love. As she slipped the letter into the envelope, she whispered to herself, "How long has it been since I've missed someone like this? I hope my heart reaches Madame Elevant." Then she turned to Vera and said, "I've finished writing. Now, there's just one last thing I need to do." Vera asked, "Where would you like to go, Your Highness?" A soft smile curved Kaina's lips. She stood tall and declared, "To the place that will become an important guiding light for the path I must take. At the princess's grand and magnificent castle." Vera looked helpless as she muttered, "This, important guiding light. I don't understand what Her Highness is thinking anymore. Completely bewildered, she asked. You mean, sitting in the royal library reading imperial travel journals? Kaina responded with absolute calm. Of course. Realizing there was no convincing her mistress to leave, Vera could only try in vain to reason with her. Honestly, every day now is as precious as gold. You barely have enough time to meet nobles and build your influence, let alone. But Kaina gently reassured her. There's no need to rush, Vera. Vera's anxiety was written all over her face. But still. Meanwhile, Kaina remained as composed as ever. She replied. According to what you just said, what matters now is appointing a lady-in-waiting. Then she explained why she had to act this way. The upper class is watching my every move. Kaina mimicked the snide tone of the nobles and their suspicious questions. What is the princess up to, heading to the royal library like that? Is she scheming something related to the appointment of a court lady? As her fingers flipped through the pages of a book, she continued calmly. And yet here I am, browsing travel guides, wondering where I might go for a vacation. She once again imitated the nobles' voices, this time feigning their relief. Ah, the princess is still the same as ever, we were overthinking it again. With a gentle yet cunning tone in her voice, Kaina said. I need to divert their attention away from me. A cold scoff followed, reflecting the disdain she felt toward the nobility. The more they think I'm shallow, the easier everything becomes. Upon understanding Kaina's true plan, Vera looked at her in admiration. Ah, I see now. You're amazing, Your Highness. Kaina, slightly proud upon hearing the compliment, replied with a hint of smugness. This is the best way to lower their guard. However, everything she had just said was merely the surface. Beneath it lay deeper intentions, reasons only she knew. Her fingers slowly moved across the map until it rested on a specific location. The real reason, she thought to herself, is that I need to find a place to live after I leave the palace. Thoughts began to form in her mind. I need to reorganize the lands I inherited while the emperor is still alive. She tapped her finger on one spot, thinking. Most of the land I've been granted lies in the eastern part of the empire. And that's a bit problematic. The Even family is based in the east, so that's not ideal. The west is no better. If I go there, Raffaello might find it troublesome too. She was searching for a place that would suit her after leaving the palace. Somewhere far from the capital. Beyond the reach of powerful noble families. Her hand turned page after page in the travel book, calculating her future step by step. If I'm to find a fake husband and go through with a political marriage, she mused, then the place must be somewhere I hold absolute authority over. Kaina imagined it clearly, a solid, clean estate nestled in a quiet corner of the empire. A small garden, just enough to grow herbs and a few vegetables. Somewhere where, with just a few steps, one could reach the sea or a serene lake. Peaceful. Warm. A place that felt like home. That was the kind of place she considered most suitable for herself. Her head lowered slightly as she hugged the book tightly against her chest. A fierce longing flaring up inside her. I want to leave this prison-like palace as soon as possible. Just then, a sudden rustling outside the library doors caught her attention. Whispers. Servants murmuring and peeking in, thinking they were being discreet. Did you hear? The princess actually came to the library. No way. Is she really as beautiful as the rumors say? I want to see her too, move aside. Hearing them, Kaina didn't know whether to laugh or sigh. She commented dryly. I did expect this might happen, but it's even more effective than I thought. Then she added calmly. Let's borrow a few books and head back. Vera immediately nodded. Yes, Your Highness. Later, in the picturesque royal garden, Kaina strolled leisurely, her voice soft with appreciation. The weather today is truly beautiful. Vera, equally cheerful, replied. Indeed, Your Highness. The sky looks stunning. With a gentle smile, Kaina added. If only the palace could be this peaceful every day. A breeze swept through the leaves, carrying the scent of spring and the quiet rustle of tranquility. In that fleeting moment, she held a tiny hope in her heart. If Madame Elephant could return and live together with me like the old days. She closed her eyes, soaking in every bit of the serenity around her. And just for a moment, she thought, maybe staying in this place a little longer wouldn't be so bad. A soft breeze stirred the air, gently lifting her hair as it danced in the sunlight. Kaina let out a quiet sigh, a rare moment of peace blooming in her chest. So, my life can feel this calm, too, she whispered, almost in disbelief. But that fleeting serenity shattered in an instant. Princess Kaina, a voice called out. She froze. An uneasy chill ran down her spine. It felt like someone was whispering right into her soul. Footsteps, slow, deliberate, echoed through the corridor, growing louder with each passing second. It's been a while, Your Highness. That voice. Fear surged through her like a wave. No matter how much she wanted to keep calm, her body instinctively moved backward. The closer he came, the more she recoiled. Even though his words were laced with politeness. How have you been all this time? They felt like sharp thorns veiled in velvet. In her mind, she saw them again. Blood-soaked petals, a cruel symbol of her fear. Kaina's eyes widened in panic. She wanted to run. Henverton. His vile smile crept into view as he stepped closer. Do you know how much I've missed you, he said, his voice low and mocking. The sight of him struck her like lightning. The man who once claimed to be her husband. Who had abused her, and in the end, killed her. Henverton Gillian. His blood-stained hands trembled in the shadows of her memories. How could she forget? The bruises she had desperately tried to hide beneath layers of clothing. The high-neck dresses and long sleeves, meant to cover up the evidence of her suffering. And the cruel silence from Rajef. All those letters. Pleas for help. Sent to Rajef Hill. Only to be met with cold indifference. He had abandoned her. All of it, the abuse, the isolation, the silence, had pushed her to the edge. To avoid Henverton's eyes, she had hidden in the darkest corners of the castle. She still remembered that moment. She had no one left to turn to. In her desperation, she wrote to Rajef once more. But fate had one final cruelty in store. That letter ended up in Henverton's hands. Stupid, Kaina, she cursed herself. That day, he had cornered her. His tone menacing. Still clinging to that man, are you? And then, with that same despicable smirk, he declared shamelessly, Rajef isn't coming to save you. And just like that, her nightmare began again. His eyes, in that moment, were filled with murderous rage. Someone like you dares. Then he exploded, shouting at her, his voice thundering through her panic and tears. You dare leave me? That outburst, it was what had ultimately led to her tragic death. Her escape had been discovered, and Gillian had gone mad. Mad enough to kill her. Snapping back to the present, Kaina felt the cold grip of fear tightening around her. She clutched at her dress, trying to steady herself. It's okay. Stay calm, she told herself. This hasn't happened yet. This Henverton couldn't imprison her now, couldn't stab her with a knife. Not yet. She forced herself to breathe, to act like nothing was wrong. She had to appear calm. Unshaken. But when she opened her mouth to speak, her voice still trembled. Sir, she began. Her gaze, however, had grown steadier. A glint of resolve flashing in her ocean-colored eyes as she faced the man who had once ended her life. With quiet courage, she asked. Henverton Gillian, you danced with me at the previous banquet, didn't you? Her calm, clear stare met his, masking the storm beneath. After all, hiding her true emotions, that was something she'd long since mastered. Henverton, trying to maintain his polite facade, bowed respectfully. Yes, Your Highness. I'm glad you remember. It seems fate paired us well. But inwardly, Kaina felt a flicker of uncertainty. What should I even say in a situation like this? I only remembered his face because he killed me. She hesitated for a second, then casually offered an excuse. There's no need to flatter me, she said with a faint smile. Remembering someone's face is just basic manners. Her words struck him harder than she'd expected. For a moment, he faltered. Like her simple comment had knocked the air out of him. Then his expression darkened. His voice low and sharp, he muttered. Manners, princess? No, no. You didn't just remember me. You danced with me, twice. He stalked toward her, his voice rising with a crazed intensity. That dress you wore that night, it was stunning. You kept gliding past me, over and over, was that not on purpose? As if that weren't enough, Henverton let out a twisted giggle, intoxicated by his own delusions. You even made gloves that looked just like mine, didn't you? He whispered, voice thick with obsession. He reached out with those repulsive hands, inching closer to Kaina. And the way you shyly accepted my invitation, how adorable you looked then. Like a beast pouncing on its prey, he lunged at her. His sudden closeness, his intent. It sent a jolt of terror through her entire body. Her breath caught. Panic surged. But he was still lost in his own madness, grinning as he leaned in. To you. I'm special too, right, princess? His voice was tender, but soaked in delusion. His words weren't love, they were poison. The sheer horror of his touch, his presence, made her knees buckle. Her eyes widened in dread, her heartbeat pounding out of control. I have to run. I have to get away. Just then, a hand, firm and steady, grasped Henverton's, halting him mid-movement. Raffaello. He pulled Kaina into his arms, shielding her without hesitation. Are you all right? He asked, voice low but tight with concern. And suddenly, her heart no longer raced from fear, but from the overwhelming warmth of the man holding her. She hesitated and called out, Raffaello. He didn't respond to her call but looked at her with such intense affection that her innocent heart raced with every beat. Suddenly, her body trembled. Raffaello froze as he realized this. He thought to himself, what's happening? Why is the princess trembling like this? Understanding who might be the cause of it, he turned to Henverton and questioned him, still holding Kaina in his arms. How dare you behave so disrespectfully? Henverton, aware of his lower status compared to Raffaello, shrugged, smiling foolishly, and tried to appear unfazed. It's a misunderstanding, he said. I just wanted to escort the princess back. He even tried to justify himself, adding, I caught the princess when she almost fell. There was a shamelessness in his words, as he dared to question Kaina in return. His actions made her grind her teeth in anger. Isn't that right, Your Highness? She thought, looking at the man's blatantly shameless face while considering how to handle the situation. If she made it a big deal, it would only escalate things. Maybe I should just play along with him. So, she muttered reluctantly, Jillian's right. I must be a little weak, so I got dizzy. Henverton, realizing that not only had he not been reprimanded but was also being defended by her, smiled smugly. He bowed down to her, expressing his respect. Henverton is very pleased to assist the princess. His smile was accompanied by a look that was anything but pleasant. Despite not being able to escort her, he casually remarked, I'll make sure to do it next time, before walking away, calling out as he left. As Henverton distanced himself, Raffaello, still holding Kaina in his arms, spoke, Kaina, princess, and when he saw the man had gone far enough, Kaina sighed in relief, thanking Raffaello. Thank you for helping me, she said. Kaina hesitated before continuing, Kid Ray, I always seem to owe you something. But then, she realized she was still holding him intimately, and quickly pulled away, feeling embarrassed. Her sudden action left Raffaello feeling a bit confused, as he had been holding her this whole time. Kaina, trying to compose herself, still felt a little awkward as she spoke up, I'm sorry, but may I ask why you're here? Raffaello didn't answer immediately. Instead, he simply stared at her. After a moment, he spoke, "I have some business at the Royal Academy, near the library." He added, "I also heard rumors that the princess was here, so I thought I might be able to see you." The reason he wanted to meet her was to confront her about something. "You've refused my greetings over 10 times, he said. Faced with this accusation, she could only turn her gaze elsewhere, avoiding the question. But Raffaello didn't stop there. He began listing all the strange excuses Kaina had used to avoid meeting him. "When you rejected me in the palace, so many things happened. Dried fruits, the inner courtiers." He bluntly exposed her excuses, leaving her at a loss for words, unsure of how to respond. She could only think to herself that she had intended to meet him again in due time, if the rumors about the broken engagement with the Lan family were true. But then so many things had happened. After thinking it over carefully, she calmed herself and replied, "It seems like you're very curious about me. Would you like to ask anything? I'll answer right away." However, Raffaello didn't ask any more questions. Instead, he bowed deeply and said, "Though I have countless things I'd like to ask, it's not for today." He suddenly fell silent, his gaze holding something unreadable. Before he spoke again, "Princess, you should rest now." His words left her a bit confused. What she didn't know was that, in his heart, Raffaello was still thinking about the image of her earlier, her small hands trembling with fear, her pale face full of anxiety. Remembering that moment, he wondered if he wanted to comfort her. Then, he suddenly spoke again, "So, Princess, I promise to meet with you next time. I will invite you." At that moment, the feeling of happiness warmed him, making him feel comfortable and content. Kaina, astonished, asked, "Raffaello Kidre, are you asking me to personally invite you?" He answered calmly, "Yes, Your Highness." Raffaello Kidre added, "I've been rejected many times, isn't that enough yet?" His words felt like an arrow piercing through her heart, making her feel a little guilty. Just as she was processing this, he continued, "Nevertheless," and politely bowed. "I will wait for the invitation from you, Princess." Raffaello Kidre then added, almost shyly, "Also." She looked up at him, trying to gauge his intentions. He glanced away and said, "The tea recipe that Your Highness taught me, I've tried making it many times, but it never tastes right. Could I ask for your help again next time?" Seeing him like this, she couldn't help but laugh. "Ha, of course. Anytime." Kaina smiled warmly at him, adding, "It'll become my favorite time for enjoying tea." She looked at him with a playful smile. "I'll make sure you get it just right next time, Lord Kidre." Time slipped by quietly. The sun had begun to set over the Raffaello ducal estate, casting warm amber hues across the study. Raffaello Kidre sat still, his gaze fixed intently on his hands. He stared, puzzled, silently questioning himself. "Why, doesn't it feel uncomfortable?" His fingertips tingled faintly, but not from pain, rather, confusion. Has this happened before? No, it wasn't the first time. And just that realization alone was enough to unsettle him. Even though the one I touched was a princess. He slowly lowered his hands, a strange sense of anticipation curling in his chest. Will it be easier, from now on? Breaking the silence, he called out, "Baston." The young man, hearing his name, quickly approached and responded, "Why yes, my lord. Is there something you need?" But what came next stunned him. "Take my hand," Raffaello said. Baston froze like a broken machine, his mind failing to process what he'd just heard. Inside the study, there were only the two of them, 2 men, and a single, strange command. His heartbeat thundered in his ears. Nervously, confused, he reached out and touched his master's hand. The moment their skin met, Raffaello recoiled. Goosebumps rose instantly, and he slapped Baston's hand away with a scowl. "Disgusting," he muttered coldly. "Take your hand away." Holding the back of his rejected hand, Baston looked hurt. What was that?" "You're being cruel." Raffaello let out a sigh, rubbing his face in frustration. "Ha!" Outside the room, Baston stood sulking with Jeremy, still clutching his arm and mumbling under his breath. But Raffaello Kidray ignored him completely. He was too deep in thought. The princess, she was cautious. She acted like someone who avoids physical contact. It was strange, like we shared the same affliction. He rested his chin on his hand, the gears of his mind turning. That's what felt off. He recalled the moment Kaina Hill had interacted with Rajef Hill. By all accounts, she hadn't shied away from his presence. She'd even accepted Rajef's escort without resistance. There must have been contact between them then. It hadn't been a dire moment, yet still, I had wanted to hold her, and she had instantly pulled away, brushing past me like nothing had happened. A bold, unsettling thought surfaced. Could it be? Kaina Hill knows? Her demeanor, it almost felt like she was being considerate. As if she was aware of my condition. But the moment he thought it, he brushed it off. No. I'm overthinking this. There's no way she could know. Even my own guards, the ones who've been by my side since childhood, have never learned the truth. While Raffaello Kidray was momentarily distracted, the two bumbling fools, Jeremy and Baston, were busy whispering behind his back, gossiping about their master. Jeremy leaned in, curiosity gleaming in his eyes. Hey, Baston, did something happen between His Grace and Her Highness the Princess? I heard rumors he personally escorted her. Baston's eyes lit up with amusement. Oh ho! Don't tell me, is this the love curse of scented affection? Both of them burst into muffled laughter, then immediately turned to glance nervously at Raffaello Kidray. His expression, cold as ice and radiating murderous intent, made them both stiffen. But in truth, Raffaello was simply lost in thought, his gaze sharp but far away. Still, Jeremy trembled at the sight. Hey! Baston, he whispered. You sure this isn't just him falling in love? That face. I swear I've only seen it in tragic romances. Baston hesitated, whispering back, it does kinda look that way. Just then, Raffaello's voice cut through the air. Jeremy. The man jumped like a startled cat. Why yes, sir. Even Baston, standing beside him, clutched his chest in fright. Raffaello's tone was calm, but edged with intensity. Tell me, everything you know about Henverton Gillian. Hearing the question, Jeremy blinked and asked in return. You mean the young heir of Viscount Joa's family? Or, are you referring to the broken engagement he had not long ago? Raffaello's eyes narrowed, surprise flickering in his voice. He called off the engagement? Jeremy tilted his head thoughtfully. Yes, I believe that happened about 2 months ago. Remember that ball? He rubbed his chin, then added. Right after he danced with Her Highness Princess Kaina Hill at the banquet, not long after, there were rumors that Henverton had fallen for the princess. His tone shifted slightly, now laced with annoyance. Humph. Even though he's technically a subordinate to our house, something about that family just rubs me the wrong way. From behind Jeremy, Baston suddenly chimed in. Well, considering the Viscount himself shamelessly has at least 5 mistresses, it's no surprise his son, Henverton, turned out to be no better. Listening to this, Raffaello Kidray leaned his chin on one hand, thoughts turning quietly. Strange. Could the princess have some reason for interacting with Henverton? With that in mind, he gave a crisp order, his voice calm but resolute. Gather more information on the heir of the Joa family. Being a vassal doesn't make one harmless. Jeremy and Baston straightened immediately and responded in unison. Yes, sir. In his mind, the image of Kaina Hill resurfaced, her trembling body, pale face stricken with fear, and those delicate hands quivering helplessly. He vividly recalled the moment when her frightened expression slowly shifted, when she realized it was him, into one of calm composure. A breeze passed by, gently brushing the strands of hair across his forehead. Lifting his head, Raffaello murmured to himself. Perhaps, this is a scene I'll never be able to forget. Meanwhile, at the royal palace, night had fallen. Kaina Hill gently dipped her hand into the basin of water, her thoughts heavy. In this life, I have no intention of getting involved with Henverton. She thought, her gaze clouded. But what should I do then? Should I eliminate him? She lowered her head, droplets of water falling from her face into the basin with soft plinks. Deep down, she hesitated. But if she were to remove him, the only ones who'd benefit would be Rajef and House Gillian. Henverton is a subordinate of House Kidray, and if he dies, it would greatly disrupt their warhorse industry. If she truly wanted to build a cooperative relationship with Raffaello, targeting House Gillian would be unwise. Her eyes turned cold, sharp with resolve. She stared into the mirror, brows furrowed with unease. I don't want him to hate me. Her hand clenched tightly on the edge of the sink. Still, the moment I saw Raffaello, I felt relieved. Safe. I've never felt that before, not even once. As the thought lingered, her expression softened. She picked up a cloth, gently patting her face dry, musing quietly. Maybe, it was simply the feeling of peace. Of being understood. Of being thankful he agreed to work with me. I don't want to trouble Raffaello with anything more than that, our partnership is enough. Letting out a soft sigh, Kaina Hill thought to herself. I'm just a woman who wants to escape the palace, and live the rest of her days peacefully in the countryside. Just as she settled on that thought, she suddenly turned around, her voice steady. Stop hiding and come out. I know you're there. A breeze rustled the curtains. Her gaze narrowed. Rajef, she called. And from behind the curtain, Rajef Hill stepped forward, his back straight, his eyes cold and sharp, fixed intently on her. Kaina Hill looked at her younger brother, her gaze firm as she made a silent vow. She had to escape him, no matter what it took. Meanwhile, Rajef was lost in thought, his mind replaying everything that had happened. The Emperor's punishment. The 2 handwritten letters. The image of the crown. And then, the golden key that seemed to tie it all together. It all felt too perfectly planned. The replacement of the maids. The quiet reshuffling of the inner court. As if every piece had been moved in preparation for a future without her. Fury surged within him as his eyes narrowed. His position, his power. They were slipping away. No, it wasn't just slipping. It was being handed over to Kaina. He could see her now, her back turned, walking away through a space he couldn't reach. Once, she would have complained about the tiresome duties of managing the inner court and thrown them into his lap without a second thought. But now, she held on to that power. She wasn't letting go. And there was no reason at all, for her to do that. He clenched his fists, jaw tight. He told himself he could endure it. He had to. Because Kaina was his. That radiant smile of hers, the way it warmed him like sunlight. He remembered it clearly. It wasn't a lie. That warmth wasn't fake. But now, surrounded by a suffocating loneliness, trapped in darkness. Rajef lowered his head and gripped his hands tight. If only she would stay by his side, just like this, then he could endure it all. He suddenly remembered the scent of Kaina. And his thoughts continued, from Xenon's hands, his power had slipped away, like grains of sand. He'd heard that she had met Raffaello in the library. And then, her words echoed again in his mind. Let me marry the man I want. He thought to himself. From the very beginning, you planned this, didn't you? To make me drop my guard, just to stab me in the back? Raffaello, huh? Kaina. If you marry him, then you'll leave me, won't you? He truly welcomed forming an alliance with Raffaello. But taking what was his, that was a different matter entirely. With arms folded coldly, Rajef said. Sister, do you really dare to think about leaving me? Kaina remained silent, gazing at him. She stepped closer and said gently. Rajef, there's no such thing. Rajef replied. You don't even know what I heard, and yet you say that. But he furrowed his brows and cut her off angrily. So what you truly want is to get married, huh? That's why you met Raffaello today. She replied dismissively. It was just a coincidence. Rajef burst out, shouting as he stepped forward. Ha! Of course, just a coincidence, right? Why don't you say it's all part of some plan too? Furious, he grabbed her by the shoulders and shouted. Just like how you cleared out all my people from the palace? She looked at him with a cold expression, memories surfacing. Countless letters begging for help, sent to him. And what she received in return. But that was all in the past. And the past no longer mattered. Rajef shouted in fury. You wouldn't like it if you challenged my authority. Kaina recalled their childhood, when the two of them leaned on each other. We've suffered so much, simply because we couldn't do anything. Rajef lunged at her, screaming. I won't leave a single threat behind. But she was lost in thought. If we weren't the wicked siblings doomed to a tragic end in the original story. His hand reached for her neck. Yet Kaina did not resist. She simply stared back at him. She thought. If we were just two slightly mean-spirited kids, would things have been okay then? Rajef gripped her neck with both hands and said coldly. If I wanted to, I could make you disappear at any moment, because I am the next emperor. Kaina looked at him calmly, whispered his name in her heart. Rajef. Then she curved her lips into a soft, audible smile. There's still a chance we could be saved. She smiled brightly and said. All right then, go ahead and kill me. Rajef froze in shock. What? Her lovely lips continued. I've always known. If you wanted, you could kill me any time. It's okay if you do. Suddenly, she reached out and held his hand. Rajef's eyes widened in disbelief, and he jerked her hand away, shouting. Are you insane? Are you even in your right mind, Kaina? He gasped for air, panting heavily, then asked in disbelief. How did it come to this? Kaina closed her eyes, placed a hand on her reddened neck, and responded calmly. Seems like you're finally ready to talk to me now. She gently touched her slender neck, now flushed red, and said softly. Betrayal, huh? Then she stepped slowly toward Rajef and continued. A prince can't hold on to the inner palace forever. Now that there's a vacancy in your power, you'll have to fill it with something else. She spoke firmly. Truthfully, the inner palace isn't a fitting authority for a crown prince. The emperor was merely toying with you, refusing to give you real power. You know that, don't you? Rajef stood silently for a long time, his fists clenched tight. He furrowed his brows, voice filled with anger. So, now is the chance, huh? You're saying I should take it? Kaina smiled gently and replied. This is the best opportunity you'll ever have. She reached out her hand. I told you already. I'll make you the emperor. That hand softly brushed against Rajef's face, startling him. His eyes widened in shock as he looked at her. She continued, her voice calm. If you truly want new power, I'll help you get it. Rajef stared at her, disbelief all over his face. What do you mean? How? She chuckled softly, eyes unwavering. First, once your confinement ends, go to His Majesty and beg for forgiveness. After all, the new power must still be granted by the Emperor, so you'll have to lower your head. She took a step closer, her tone composed and guiding. Once His Majesty calms down, say this. Kaina leaned in and whispered into his ear. Catherine Lindbergh. She recalled clearly the woman who had made the Emperor hand over succession rights to a hedonistic scoundrel like Heinrich. Catherine, the Emperor's beloved mistress. Kaina's voice turned firm and strategic. Tell him you'll make her the adopted daughter of Count Harmel, our maternal family. Tell him you'll protect her, from Heinrich, and from any other factions that threaten her. Decades ago, before the Emperor fell ill and became bedridden, he had gone on a royal hunting trip. It was there that he encountered Catherine Lindbergh, by pure chance. She had been radiant, stunning, her eyes wide in awe as she looked up at the young emperor on horseback. And he, gazing down at her, was instantly captivated. He fell in love at first sight. But tragedy followed. Catherine's father, the head of House Lindbergh, was assassinated under a scheme orchestrated by Grand Duke Heinrich. The murder was disguised as a hunting accident. Kaina still remembered that haunting image. Heinrich holding Catherine in his arms, a smug grin on his face. Her family, usurped. Their estate swallowed whole by his greed. Now, Catherine lived on the edge of danger. She could be stripped of her nobility and reduced to a commoner at any moment. With the Emperor's health deteriorating, Kaina understood well. His dying wish was to protect Catherine at all costs. Rejeff's eyes widened, disbelief seeping in. You mean, you want to help Catherine? Make her the adopted daughter of Count Harmel's house? His fists clenched tighter, rage swelling in his chest. Let the Emperor's young mistress be part of the Empress Dowager's maternal lineage? There's no way they'd accept such a disgrace. Kaina simply smiled, her tone unwavering. They will. She knew very well. Losing Rejeff's favor, and thereby the black market, would be far more devastating than accepting Catherine. Besides, Catherine could be used, as a leash for the Emperor, or a shield against rival factions. Rejeff still protested, shouting. But she and the Emperor have a child. A son. He could become a rival to the throne, we'd be helping our enemy. Kaina stepped forward, her voice gentle yet precise. Catherine treasures her son's peace over power. She despises the very world of politics, ambition, and envy that surrounds her. She has no desire for her child to ascend the throne. And more importantly, that child is only 10. Far too young to build a faction, and backed by no real family power. No faction would bet on a child like that. Kaina shrugged, indifferent. As for Heinrich? He hates competition for the crown. He might just eliminate the boy himself. Rejeff remained silent, bowing his head as he pondered, his lips pressed together without replying. Kaina moved closer, her voice soft. You know it too, Rejeff. The child that Father Emperor cherishes and loves so dearly. She gently touched his face, her gaze tender yet resolute. It's not you, not me, but Catherine's son. Kaina lowered her hand, her voice light but sharp as a knife. Truly a love engraved in the heart. Say that you will protect that child, and give up the inheritance to Heinrich. Of course, in the end, the one who holds the power will still be us. Her beautiful lips continued to speak words as though they had been thought out long ago. One must know how to use the cards available, that's the way to survive. Not only will we build power by protecting Catherine and gaining Father's recognition, but we will also turn that child into a hostage in your hands. Rejeff was horrified, unable to believe what he had just heard. Cold sweat poured down the back of his neck, a feeling of unease engulfing him. Is this something Kaina could come up with on the spot? Impossible. She doesn't even have any sources, no strategy ready. This insight, as though she already knew every move in the game. He thought, this must be the ability of a born tactician. Suddenly, she took his hand, her voice like an invitation. Well then. Rejeff stood stunned, barely able to whisper. Ah. Kaina gently said. Rejeff, is our argument over? She then pulled him along without waiting for an answer. The small hand holding his, was the hand of the Kaina he knew, gentle as always, the one he had always seen as his one true safe haven. He sighed deeply, bowing his head in helplessness, pressing his lips together as he reflected. Although all misunderstandings have been cleared up, this feeling of unease, this anger, it can't vanish just like that. Kaina's wisdom, there's something dangerously sharp about it. The next day, outside the castle, Olivia looked up, silently thinking to herself. The feeling of being overwhelmed, this was the palace where she would live from now on. They had turned down everything else, but this was the Emperor's command, and there was no way around it. She smiled bitterly as she remembered her parents. The imperial decree had indeed arrived, just as stated in the letter. She had arrived earlier than expected, wanting to quickly enter the palace and assess the situation, but the palace was massive beyond belief. Suddenly, a voice called her attention. Miss Olivia Grace, is that you? I've been waiting for you. Vera stepped forward and introduced herself. I'm the palace maidservant to Princess Kaina. You may call me Vera. She gave a proper greeting, and Olivia thought to herself that she had heard all the other maidservants had been dismissed, leaving only this one high-ranking maid. She quickly lowered her head to return the greeting, saying she hoped to receive Vera's assistance in the future. Olivia knew this woman worked for Princess Kaina. Vera led her and explained. You may use the second floor, which is reserved for the maidservants. There are 4 of us in total, including you and me. Olivia hurriedly asked. Only 4? Vera nodded and replied. Because there are many privileges to be secured, the tasks assigned to us are very important. For example, I'm in charge of overseeing the ladies-in-waiting. You, Miss Olivia, will be responsible for receiving guests. You'll also handle matters like planning banquets and organizing ceremonial procedures. The words made Olivia pause for a moment. She quietly worried, thinking, isn't this position too high for someone from a humble family like mine? It seems to be the highest position after Vera's, so why would they give such a good position to me? Vera turned around enthusiastically and pointed to a door. We're here. Her Highness is waiting for you inside. Olivia asked. Is there anything I should be mindful of? Vera smiled gently and replied. Your Lady Olivia. I'm sure you already know what to do. The door opened. Olivia took a deep breath. A soft, elegant fragrance filled the air, easing her nerves, while sunlight streamed into the room. The space before her looked like a breathtaking painting, so dazzling and beautiful that it felt almost unreal. Her eyes widened in awe. And the most surreal thing of all, was the figure sitting there like a spirit from a fairy tale. Kaina so stunning it was hard to believe she was real. She sat reading a book, then lifted her head and spoke. So you've arrived? It was in that moment that Olivia realized, this was the woman whose beauty left her speechless. The glittering light shining through the windows made the whole room sparkle. Feeling nervous, Olivia clasped her hands together tightly and took a deep breath, telling herself, stay calm. Be as respectful and proper as possible. With a graceful bow, she said. This servant, Olivia Grace, humbly greets your Highness, the princess. Kaina set her book down on the table and remarked. You arrived at the palace a day earlier than expected, didn't you? Olivia replied. Yes, your Highness. I heard there wouldn't be any handmaids to assist, so I wanted to arrive as early as I could. Kaina stepped closer and said. A clever answer. I'm very pleased. Choosing you was indeed the right decision. Welcome to the princess's palace, Lady Olivia Grace. Stunned by the brilliance radiating from the young woman before her, Olivia could only widen her eyes. Quickly, she lowered her head in a deep bow and said. I thank you deeply for choosing me, your Highness. Though I still have many shortcomings, I vow to devote myself entirely to protecting you, so that you'll never have any reason for regret. Kaina smiled in satisfaction, but in the depths of her eyes, a more complex thought stirred. Olivia Grace, she mused inwardly. That smooth, wheat-colored hair, those sharp, lively blue eyes full of energy. The graceful composure etched into every movement of hers, the clever, precise way she speaks, the quick mind. This calm and intelligent girl, she's the true protagonist of this world. A subtle smile played on Kaina's lips as she thought, with someone like her, how could my choice possibly be a mistake? She softly murmured to herself, regret? Then, stepping closer to Olivia, Kaina spoke gently. Lady Olivia, you don't need to worry. I've decided. I won't make any more choices that I'll come to regret. Those words made Olivia, who was still bowing, look up in quiet surprise. Kaina continued. Naturally, my choosing you is the same. Inwardly, she thought, this foolish regret, it has lingered long enough. Then, with a gentle smile, Kaina added. I imagine it must have come as a surprise to be appointed as a lady-in-waiting in the princess's palace. She chuckled softly. I hope you'll forget anything I may have done in the past that caused you sorrow. Startled, Olivia tensed up and quickly replied. Caused me sorrow? Not at all, your Highness. Gripping the teacup in her hand, she added anxiously. It is truly an honor, your Highness. In her heart, she thought, the princess seems so different from the image I had of her before. Kaina's smile brightened. I'm glad you think so. To Olivia, every gesture, every word the princess spoke carried an effortless grace and authority. Suddenly, Kaina asked. Now that I think about it, you're 20 this year, aren't you? You must have recently celebrated your coming of age. Though I don't recall hearing anything about it. How careless of me. Olivia answered. Ah. That's because there wasn't much to hear, Your Highness. In my family, equality wasn't something we had much of. With so many sisters, my coming-of-age ceremony was never held. Kaina replied with cheerful ease. Is that so? Then that's perfect. You can experience it with me during my coming-of-age celebration. Those words startled Olivia so much, she nearly spat out her tea. She coughed repeatedly, flustered, trying to dab at her mouth with her handkerchief. How could I possibly? Your Highness, surely that's going too far. Kaina chuckled softly. Is it? If I can't even give that much care to someone who belongs to me, what right do I have to call myself a princess? Olivia looked hesitant. But, Your Highness. Kaina gently lifted her teacup and said with quiet firmness. I told you, didn't I? Don't worry. Then she lowered her gaze, her voice calm and resolute. The honor of those who stand beside me is my honor as well. More than claiming someone as mine, ensuring they never feel lacking or ashamed, that is a master's duty. Straightening her back with serene dignity, Kaina said. So, Lady Olivia, do it for your master's honor. Don't refuse me again. At that moment, Olivia's face turned a deep shade of red, overwhelmed. Such presence, such command, she thought, heart-pounding. This wasn't the authority born of cruelty or fear, but the strength of compassion and benevolent rule. Clasping her hands tightly, she said, Thank you, Your Highness. And in her heart, she thought with trembling certainty. Princess Kaina, truly is my new master. A true royal, in every sense of the word. Suddenly, footsteps could be heard approaching. Vera entered the room and said, Your Highness, Lord Kidray, whom you invited, has arrived. Both Olivia and Kaina turned their heads toward the voice. He arrived earlier than I expected, didn't he? The princess murmured, tilting her head thoughtfully, resting her chin on her hand, and silently looking at Olivia across from her. Olivia tilted her head in confusion, unsure of what the princess was thinking. He showed up just as Olivia entered the palace, Kaina thought to herself. Not ideal to have the two of them meeting alone right away. Rising to her feet, she placed a hand on the armrest and thought, it's a shame, but I'll have to save their meeting for another time. There will be plenty of opportunities to see Lord Kidray in the future. Let him know I'll be there shortly, she said calmly. Meanwhile, in another room filled with the soft scent of pastries and warm sunlight streaming through the windows, an elegantly arranged table awaited. Rows of delicate and beautifully crafted desserts were already prepared. The Duke sat upright, waiting patiently. Just as he lifted his teacup to take a sip, he froze upon hearing footsteps approaching. The door creaked open. Kaina stepped inside, radiant as ever. You arrived quite early, didn't you? She said with a warm, familiar smile. I haven't kept you waiting long, have I, Lord Kidray? Kidray immediately stood up and replied. Not at all, Your Highness. With respectful formality, he bowed and gently took her hand. I, Raffaello Kidray, humbly greet Your Highness. He closed his eyes for a moment, then opened them, sharp and focused. His hand still holding hers, he said seriously. A few days ago, Your Highness said you would answer all my questions. Kaina stepped closer with calm composure. Of course. I'm sure you have plenty to ask. She gently pulled out an ornate chair beside her and smiled. There's no need to rush. We still have plenty of time, don't we? You've come a long way, why not enjoy some tea first? Kaina let out a light laugh after speaking, then added cheerfully. I heard Lord Kidray would be visiting today, so I personally brewed the tea myself. Raffaello Kidre quietly stared at the cup in front of him. Seeing this, Kaina asked gently. I prepared the milk tea you like. I wonder if it suits your taste. He reached out and touched the cup. The liquid inside was smooth, glossy, and gave off a soft warmth that seeped into his fingers. As he brought the cup to his lips, a pleasant aroma lingered around his nose, and he couldn't help but be surprised. Strange. I used the same tea leaves, the same recipe, so why does this taste so different? The Duke recalled the times he'd tried making this tea in his study. He remembered touching the cold porcelain cup. No matter what he did, it never carried this same warmth or scent. Raffaello Kidre grew thoughtful. I had my suspicions. Seeing him so quiet, Kaina rested her chin on her hand and asked playfully. What's wrong? Don't you like it? Her beauty, her gentle expression, all of it captivated his gaze. Maybe, it's because of you, he answered silently in his heart. Sunlight streamed through the window, glinting off the crystal lamp and making it sparkle even more. He looked down at the tea again and replied. Not at all. I like it very much. Even though I tried following Innie's exact recipe, I could never replicate this feeling, or this flavor. His voice gradually softened. As expected, tea brewed by your highness tastes truly different. Kaina chuckled. Oh my, really? But I used the exact same recipe. Haha. Then she thought to herself, honestly, the way he said that could easily be misunderstood. With a calm smile, she added. I didn't expect you to be the type to say such charming things. Her sea green eyes glimmered as if hiding something unspoken. She hesitated for a moment, then said. Well then, shall we get to the main topic? Her slender fingers tapped lightly on the table. In a calm, steady voice, she said. You seem to have many questions, Sir Raffaello Kidre. Kaina tapped her fingers again, this time mentioning. For example, your marriage. Have you looked into your potential partners? Raffaello Kidre remained seated, composed as ever, and answered. Yes, just as your highness suspected. His gaze lowered, seemingly to avoid Kaina's eyes. I've done some discreet research. The house of Count Ivan is on the brink of bankruptcy due to debt. It seems they're about to fall into the hands of Grand Duke Heinrich. As he spoke, Kaina recalled the image of a blonde lady crying helplessly over her doomed fate. And there's also Lady Rita, daughter of Viscount Brynn, he continued. Her entire family is well aware of her mental instability. I imagine a noblewoman unable to control her own emotions, despite her elegance. His teacup was nearly empty. He absent-mindedly turned it in his hands, then asked. But how exactly did you find all this out? That was what I originally intended to ask. He stared at the flower vase before him, then added slowly. But the more I looked, the more rumors I heard. The incident where your highness fainted due to an allergic reaction caused an uproar in the palace. You dismissed all the maids. Raffaello Kidre went on. Now, on top of everything else, your highness is temporarily overseeing the duties of the inner court as well. He fiddled with the teacup again, as if trying to calm himself, then said. Therefore, I think we should set aside the matter of my marriage for now. There was a pause. Then, with a hint of hesitation, he asked. I'm very curious. Your highness, what exactly are you planning? His thoughts echoed silently in his mind. Yes. I'm truly curious. He met her eyes and repeated aloud. What is it that you're really trying to do? Kaina remained unnervingly calm. Though she only smiled faintly, Raffaello found himself silently asking. What kind of future does the woman I'm pursuing envision? Her delicate lips parted as she spoke softly. I'm sorry, but that's not something I can tell you right now. Her words caught him off guard. His eyes widened, and his face stiffened. What? But. Kaina placed both hands flat on the table. The soft sound echoed faintly in the room. She answered firmly. If you're willing to stand on the same side as me, Sir Raffaello, then I will tell you everything. He was stunned into silence for a few seconds. Kaina turned her gaze toward the sunny courtyard outside. The garden was bright and alive, sunlight dancing over the wind-swept roses. She said quietly. But if you're afraid, it's all right. You may refuse me, right here, right now. The roses outside bloomed brilliantly, as vivid as Raffaello's red eyes. Kaina warned him softly. Because once you know everything, there will be no turning back. After speaking, she stepped closer. Even from the outside, the distance between them seemed intimate. Even if it's something you can't obtain, she said, I, Kaina Hill, swear on my name and honor that I will do everything in my power to help you. She looked at him, a confident gleam in her eyes, and added. So in return, help me get what I desire, Sir Raffaello Kidray. She extended her slender hand toward him. Well? Will you become my ally? That confident, radiant demeanor was almost irresistible. Then, with calm composure, Kaina added. I may have stumbled in the past, but this is no deal that will leave you at a disadvantage. Her gaze lifted toward the tree outside the window, and for a moment, it seemed as if she could see the future. Raffaello's pupils widened slightly. He couldn't find words, only thoughts. This confidence, this certainty. She won't regret this decision. A beautiful, warm image bloomed quietly in his heart, and he couldn't help but think. The title of princess must have been made for someone like her. Then, suddenly, Raffaello paused. He noticed a slight tremble in Kaina's frame. But, she's also just a fragile girl. Someone who might collapse at any moment. His gaze softened. What was I thinking, when I held that delicate body in my arms? His hand gently brushed a lock of her golden hair. And that's when it hit him. Ah. Yes. In that vast space between them, filled with unspoken words, he finally answered, slowly. I, Raffaello Kidray. He didn't finish his sentence. His thoughts lingered on the image of a Kaina who was both strong and deeply vulnerable. Instead, he dropped to one knee. Then, in that moment, right there, his voice echoed clearly within his own mind. I want this. But what he said aloud was different. He took her hand in his and said, I swear to devote myself fully to the princess. With those words, he leaned forward and gently kissed her hand. And deep in his heart, he reminded himself. I want to protect this girl. Hearing his pledge, she blinked, surprised, then slowly smiled. Placing a hand gently over her chest, she bowed her head slightly and replied. I'll be counting on you, my comrade. Please rise, Kaina added softly. He stood, murmuring. Thank you. Your Highness. She looked him in the eye and said. Perhaps trusting me was a difficult decision for you. But thank you for accepting my offer, Sir Kidray. The two stood face to face, each filled with emotion, though not the same kind. Then, unexpectedly, he asked. A difficult decision? Kidray answered frankly. Up to this point, Your Highness has shown me many things. You've gone to great lengths just to earn my trust. He paused for a moment, his gaze dropping. That's why. I believe the princess will not make a wrong decision. His words made her freeze, her hand clenched tightly, betraying the effort it took to keep her composure. No. I haven't always been right. The scene from the past flashed before her eyes again, a small hand gently stroking hers, a voice whispering in her ear. Everything served as a reminder. She, too, had made mistakes. And regretted them. Steadying her thoughts, Kaina spoke in a quiet voice. But. She stopped mid-sentence. The image of Henriton Gillian, that beast of a man whose very gaze seemed to devour her, flared in her mind. Because I lived through that, that's why I'm who I am now. With renewed clarity, Kaina declared firmly. I won't do anything that I'll regret again. She shifted her step, almost as if it were a turning point, and continued. All right then, Sir Kidray. Outside the window, sunlight danced through green leaves, connected, just like her and him. Kaina gently warned. I won't tell you everything. Even though we're cooperating, it doesn't mean we have to share every single thing. She walked ahead, while he followed. Kaina went on. If you know all the cards I hold, it'll put both of us in danger. Kid Ray listened closely, unwavering. And while I've asked you to be my ally, the truth is, I'm not exactly a great one, she said calmly. Her golden hair fluttered in the breeze. From your perspective, I might even seem suspicious. Then, as if suddenly moved by something, she turned around to face him. Can you truly trust me, Sir Kid Ray? There was a brief silence. She gave a faint, slightly awkward smile and added. Of course, it's not that I don't trust you. He cut in gently. I can. Kaina blinked, surprised. His stance shifted, his boots firmly pointed toward her, full of resolve. His voice rang with quiet loyalty. I don't know why either, but I have this strange, unshakable trust in you. Their eyes met. And more than that, he continued, I want to trust you, Your Highness. Those words made something stir within Kaina. What did you just say? He tightened his grip on her hand and answered. You asked if I would regret it, didn't you? A shadow passed across his eyes, memories flooding in. Dark hands, too many of them, grabbing at him. Their touch was cold, unpleasant. The warmth he should have felt wasn't there. Only revulsion. Like insects crawling over his skin. Fear. He couldn't control himself. His hands trembled as he remembered the twisting pain in his stomach, the coldness in his limbs, the nausea that never left. Even after the medicine, even after all his efforts, nothing ever worked. But now, as he held her hand. Why does it feel warm? Why does it feel like the sun is finally shining inside me? He closed his eyes and said softly. Your Highness. I think. His voice faltered. Before he could continue, Kaina gently spoke up. When I stand before you like this, I know I will never regret choosing you. Her words surprised him. He hadn't expected that. Just moments ago, he thought all those feelings had melted away like snow. Then, as if guided by impulse, he leaned in and placed a light kiss on the back of her hand. Kaina was taken aback. Her heart was pounding so loudly she could feel every beat. Flustered, she quickly pulled her hand away and said. You trust me this much. I'm truly honored. She turned her face to the side, scolding herself silently. Oh no. I ended up saying too much again without thinking. Moments like these, she thought, called for a confident smile. Trying to change the subject, she asked lightly. Ah, right, we were talking about your annulled engagement, weren't we? I heard the other noble families have already acknowledged it. He nodded quietly. With a gentle hand covering her mouth, she continued in a softer tone. I'll arrange for you to meet Lady Olivia soon. She entered the palace today, but I didn't summon her, now wasn't the right time. Kaina smiled warmly. Next time, I'll make sure you two are introduced. Just a brief meeting to say hello. She's a very intelligent and gentle lady. She paused, then added with certainty. I'm sure you'll like Lady Olivia. Her words made him stop. Something stirred in his mind. Yes. I've been wondering about this too. He turned to her and asked. Your Highness. Yes, she replied. With his hand clenching tightly, Kid Ray asked. Why do you keep bringing up Lady Olivia to me? He recalled, back when they discussed the engagement in the garden, she had spoken of no one else. Why only her? Why just one candidate? He remembered it clearly now. She had said. She's a decisive and beautiful young lady, flawless in every way. The two of you would make a perfect match. That thought kept haunting him. The scene wasn't unfamiliar, no, it was so familiar it felt suffocating. He recalled the endless lists handed to him, accompanied by that haunting voice. These are your potential marriage candidates. His hand clenched tighter at the memory. Isn't this just the same thing, her trying to pair me with Lady Olivia? He spoke up. Your Highness. But at the same time, he found himself wondering. What's wrong with me? Kaina looked at him, surprised. Huh? His eyes were filled with unease. Why was he feeling like this? Kidray looked at her and asked. Every time we talk, why do you always bring up Lady Olivia? His pupils seemed to dilate slightly. Kaina replied gently. If it makes you uncomfortable, then. I'm sorry. Those words made him freeze. Uncomfortable? He repeated in his mind, stunned. He turned away abruptly. Forgive me, Your Highness. I just remembered something urgent. I'll be taking my leave. He walked away quickly. Lord Kidray, she called out after him, but his steps didn't falter. Uncomfortable. He kept repeating the word to himself. Is that what this feeling is? Is this what it means to feel upset? He walked faster, almost as if trying to outrun the thought. His face was heating up, and he instinctively raised a hand to hide it. Why am I feeling like this? He wondered. Meanwhile, Kaina stood frozen, as if abandoned, completely confused about what had just happened. Time passed. The sky was clear, and within the elegant estate of Kaina, Vera opened the door and called out. Your Highness. That voice made Kaina pause mid-step, unmoving for a few seconds. Vera hesitated, then said. There's another letter. From Lord Raffaello. Kaina sighed. Just how many letters has it been now? Vera glanced at the overflowing stack of envelopes on the table. Seeing the weariness on Kaina's face, she couldn't bring herself to say anything else. Instead, she stepped closer and said cautiously. Your Highness, what if Lord Kidray actually has feelings for you? Kaina was caught off guard. What are you talking about? That's impossible, Vera. But Vera looked at the letters, big and small, stacked high on the desk. Still, ever since his last visit, he's been sending letter after letter. She added softly. If word got out about this, the entire noble circle would be in an uproar. Kaina sighed, covering her face, and muttered. I don't know how things turned out this way. She was deep in thought when suddenly, the image of him running away flashed in her mind. She recalled how Kidray had abruptly walked off, and she sighed again. This is the first time I've seen Kidray with such an expression. Though he continuously apologized through letters, her thoughts were interrupted as the scene shifted to Kidray's home, where two people were gossiping, Jeremy and Baston, discussing Kidray's dark demeanor. Jeremy asked. What's wrong with the master? Baston whispered. He's been strange ever since a few days ago. Back at Kaina's palace, she reflected. I didn't realize he would hate hearing about Olivia like that. I just wanted the two of them to be together. Kaina imagined the two of them hand in hand, and thought about how in the original story, they were inseparable. Her eyes carried deep emotions as she chastised herself. Why do I feel like I'm getting in between them? The thought startled Kaina, and she asked herself. What am I thinking? Just then, Vera's voice called out. Your Highness. Kaina startled and slapped her own face. The sound of it even made Vera gasp. Her cheeks were still red from the slap, but she forced a laugh. Heh, it's nothing. Kaina, without thinking, grabbed the hem of her dress, realizing how easily she had been distracted by Vera's words. Focus, Kaina, you still have a lot to do. Vera hesitated, then called. Your Highness. Later, as they walked down the corridor, Vera thought. Even though the princess says she's fine, she's been looking drained lately. They continued walking, Vera reminding. The kitchen must prepare nourishing meals for the princess. Innie, walking alongside her, asked. Do we really need to go straight to the kitchen, ma'am? Vera replied seriously. Of course. We need to make sure the food for the princess is properly prepared. We, as the closest maids to her, must ensure everything is perfect. The two exchanged glances. Vera briefly explained. Your Highness once fainted from an allergy to nuts, so we must be extra careful. Innie listened intently, and Vera continued. She can't eat anything too fishy either. When serving seafood, we must be extra cautious. She added. If there's another issue with the food, both of us will be punished. Innie nodded nervously. Understood, ma'am. As Innie muttered to herself, recalling everything she had learned, Vera quietly added. And we'll also need to keep an eye on a few people. She thought about the head chef and Madame Helia. Vera knew how the head chef always seemed to oppose her visits to the main kitchen, and how Madame Helia, the head maid, was always scheming in the palace. Vera's suspicion grew. She thought, if they weren't hiding anything, why would they behave like this? Just as she was deep in thought, a voice called out sharply. Oh, my! What are you doing here? The sound of high heels clicking on the floor grew closer. The voice continued. Are you inspecting the palace? Where are you headed? Vera's expression tightened as the person approached. Of course, here they come, she thought, trying to stay calm. I'm heading to the kitchen to check on the meals being prepared for the princess, she replied smoothly. The woman raised an eyebrow. What are people like you doing in the kitchen? She scowled, then shouted. The kitchen is sacred and highly regulated. You've been entering without permission far too often. The kitchen staff have been complaining about you. Vera frowned, thinking. She's blaming me without reason. Her hand clenched tightly, and she reminded herself. I'm the head maid of the princess's palace. I cannot let the princess's name be tarnished by this dispute. Vera retorted, Madam, are you saying that I overstepped my authority? I'm merely a maid, inspecting the food is only natural. She continued bluntly, up until now, the maids have not been doing their proper duties. Don't you, madam, realize there's nothing wrong with my work? Vera's words startled her. Observing her reaction, Vera noticed that she was deep in thought. Suddenly, she realized, this scrutinizing attitude is very suspicious. Vera looked directly at her and stated, since the management of internal affairs falls under Princess Kaina's authority, does that mean you intend to obstruct the princess? She silently concluded, they are all opponents of the princess. I had anticipated this, but I didn't expect them to act so hastily. Calmly, she continued, not long ago, Princess Kaina fell seriously ill due to a nut allergy. Those words gradually changed her expression. A slight smirk appeared at the corner of her mouth. Vera then said, for now, I will inspect the dishes presented to the princess. Unyielding, the other retorted, are you implying that the head chef prepared the food without knowing what he was doing? With her arms crossed in a cold, fearless gaze, she declared, the allergy incident was caused by a maid who mistakenly brought a cake with nuts. On closer examination, it wasn't the kitchen's fault but rather that the palace maid should be held accountable, don't you agree? After speaking, she smiled maliciously and mocked, the princess only selects 4 maids, I always thought they must be exceptionally skilled. It turns out that Her Highness only chooses ordinary ones, doesn't she? Furious, Vera's face flushed red. Overcome with indignation, she slammed her hand on the table, thinking, how can Princess Kaina remain so calm every time she is insulted? Even now, I cannot hold back. Bowing her head onto her arm as if to steady herself, Vera whispered, if I'm not more alert and strong, I'll always be looked down upon. She recalled the scene outside the palace and reminded herself, living in the palace, one must have value to survive. Otherwise, you'll be easily discarded. The image of Princess Kaina with her golden hair and graceful demeanor flashed through Vera's mind. She thought, my only salvation is to become indispensable to Her Highness. Tensing as she calculated, Vera mused, the head chef and Madame Helia act as an iron shield protecting the main kitchen. There must be something suspicious there, I need to investigate. Tapping her fingers lightly on the table, she considered, but it's hard to do this alone. I need someone to help me. Suddenly, her gaze fixed on the door as it opened. Olivia stepped in and said, oh, I didn't know anyone was here. Vera observed Olivia and thought to herself, a wise, quick, competent, and composed person. Not hearing any answer, Olivia asked, what's wrong? Vera fell into a pensive silence, thinking, someone like that. Then she whispered to Olivia, so, if she asks what I would do, then. Upon hearing this, Olivia's eyes widened in shock. She was at a loss for words before suddenly exclaiming, "Huh!" The two quickly changed into another set of maid uniforms. Olivia smiled lightly and asked, "Hey Vera, are you all right?" Vera replied confidently, "I'm fine, Lady Olivia. I just need to catch the head chef's attention." Olivia nodded. "That's all thanks to you." With a stern look, Vera said, "Surely, the storeroom of the main kitchen is hiding something. No matter how expensive the ingredients are, it is unreasonable for him to keep checking them over and over. Moreover, whenever another maid visits the kitchen, the head chef always angrily shouts and kicks them out, which makes Vera even more suspicious." Olivia stammered. "So, what do you think?" Vera decisively declared. "Exactly. Clearly, the head chef is embezzling and pocketing the funds." At that moment, a sigh echoed through the kitchen. "Ha!" The head chef, holding a spending list, mumbled, "Gee, we earned so little this month, didn't we?" Then he grumbled, "Ha! Although earning a little is better than being exposed, that Madame Helia. Even if I bribe her to keep quiet, I just can't trust her." He murmured, "Next time, I should order a bit more." Suddenly, a voice called out, "Excuse me, may I ask you something?" Olivia replied cheerfully, "I need to go to the princess's palace, but I got lost." "I'm sorry, could you please show me the way?" She appeared a bit shy and rather endearing. The head chef thought to himself, "Is she a new maid at the princess's palace?" He paused. Perhaps she's not the type of meddlesome maid like the one before. He had been nervously puffed up all this time, fearing that the records of his embezzlement would be exposed. But at that moment, he paid no attention to Vera, who was secretly standing behind him, making a mocking face. Suddenly, he stroked his chin and thought, "Hold on. She looks so well behaved, definitely not like that previous maid." He scanned her, evaluating. Beautiful face, graceful figure, and polite speech. She must be a lady from a noble family. Then his expression suddenly turned menacing. "Let's see, if I speak sweetly and coax her." He burst into loud laughter. "Ha ha! Ah, that's right, this route is indeed rather complicated, isn't it? Where do you plan to go? What's your name?" While he was busy chatting with Olivia, Vera managed to find what she needed. "Excellent," she thought to herself. Softly, she mentally whispered, "Thank you, Lady Olivia." Suddenly, she froze when she saw the head chef clinging to Olivia's shoulder. In a raised voice, he asked, "How is your work going? Are you having any difficulties? If you please me, you may dine and reside here." Olivia stood motionless, startled. A little panic trembled in her voice as she stammered, I'm fine." The head chef sneered and continued, "Don't you also want to be regarded as a noble lady, rather than just a maid doing trivial work? If you become the head chef's wife in this palace, wherever you go, you will be recognized as a lady." He looked at Olivia with an appraising gaze and added, "You're quite beautiful, which is why I hold you in special regard." Vera saw the scene before her and immediately became furious, shouting, "Lady Olivia!" She sprang to her feet and yelled loudly, "What do you think you're doing?" The head chef flinched upon seeing Vera. He stammered, "No, no. As you can see, I was just..." But then he stopped abruptly, as if realizing something. His eyes darkened as he stared at Vera. She's the maid from the princess's palace that I kicked out before." Seeing that he recognized her, Vera was momentarily startled. The head chef suddenly burst into loud laughter. What a rare coincidence. He stepped closer, pointing a finger in Vera's face and shouting, "This one comes into the kitchen more often than her own home. And now she's rummaging through the storage room too. Do you think this place is under the princess's jurisdiction?" Vera frowned, sensing that the situation was becoming chaotic. Her hands clenched tightly around her dress, trembling. But she couldn't just let this go. Because of her, Lady Olivia had been humiliated. Vera bit her lip, her thoughts racing. I've already searched through the storage room anyway. Maybe this is a good thing. Perhaps. Her Highness the Princess has placed her trust in me. I must repay that trust. If I want to do that, I have to be useful to the princess. Suddenly, murmurs spread through the area. A few curious onlookers began gathering. The head chef, now furious, shouted. So, the two of you sneaked into the storage room on purpose, didn't you? He took a threatening step forward. Do you even know where you are? Is this how the princess trains her maids? A bystander quickly tried to calm him down. Chef, please, calm down. The head chef shoved the person aside with a huff. Get off me. He swallowed hard, fear creeping into his heart. If I let them off too easily now, they might sneak in again. These wenches must know something. That's why they're doing this. His eyes narrowed in calculation. I have to intimidate them so they won't dare return. If my embezzlement of ingredients is exposed, I'm done for. With that thought, he raised his hand, ready to strike the two girls. But at that moment, a strong hand suddenly stopped him. The head chef's eyes widened in shock. Kaina smirked coldly, her gaze razor-sharp. For some reason, I had a strange feeling, she said. Vera opened her eyes in surprise, while Olivia was still trembling, clutching tightly onto her shoulder. Kaina Hill straightened her back, her voice steady and firm. That's why I hurried here. She smiled slightly, locking eyes with the chef. It seems I was right to do so, wasn't I? She spoke slowly. Because my people were about to be harmed. The head chef paled, exclaiming in panic, damn it. Why is the princess suddenly here? Standing beside her, Vera hesitated before asking, Your Highness, how did you even know about this place? Kaina maintained her smile, her gaze unwavering. Vera, what are the foods I cannot eat? She suddenly asked. Vera blinked at the unexpected question but quickly answered. Why do you ask that all of a sudden? Let me think. You cannot eat anything made from peanuts or tree nuts, as well as any seafood with a strong smell, raw fish. Hearing her answer, Kaina nodded in satisfaction. As expected, Vera knows me very well. She paused briefly before continuing. But, how strange. The maids who served me today only brought me dishes made of fish. A few hours earlier, at the princess's palace. There was a sharp knock on the door. Kaina Hill turned her head to see two people approaching. She furrowed her brows, her cold gaze sweeping over them. I've never seen you in the princess's palace before. The two of them chuckled as they spoke. Oh, Your Highness. The princess's palace was short on staff, so we were assigned here to ensure you were well taken care of. The head lady specifically entrusted us with your service. As they spoke, they grinned broadly. Kaina Hill remained expressionless, but a cold glint flickered in her eyes. Humph. Those self-important women really look down on me, don't they? It seems they only answer to Rajaf. And here they are, already trying to establish dominance over me. Not a hint of fear in their eyes. One of the two spoke up. Today, the main kitchen received fresh fish, so they prepared a grilled dish. The look of disdain and scorn deep within their eyes made Kaina Hill feel as if they saw this princess as nothing more than a fool. She calmly closed her book and coldly said, If you're done, leave now. The two maids sneered. Oh dear, but we were ordered to assist her high. Before they could finish their sentence, a loud crash echoed through the room. Kaina's eyes widened as she sternly declared. So, you dare disrespect me and ignore the words of the princess? I told you to get out. Did you not hear me? Only then did the two maids panic, scrambling to leave in a flurry. Princess, we apologize. At that moment, another maid cautiously peeked into the room and whispered. Your Highness, at the main kitchen right now. Lady Olivia and Lady Vera. Kaina pondered. The palace's main kitchen? Could it be because of that? It's happening faster than I expected, but that's fine. It's time for me to step in. She stood up and commanded. take me to the main kitchen. At the main kitchen, Kaina spoke icily. I wondered who was behind the repeated attempts to serve me food containing nuts, seafood, and other things I cannot eat. So, I had Vera personally keep watch over the kitchen. But I hear you kept driving her out. Tell me, did you knowingly prepare seafood, something I cannot consume, and have it sent to the princess's palace? Was this all you're doing? The head chef, flustered at the accusation, hurriedly explained. Your Highness, that's simply not true. This must be a misunderstanding. I was merely concerned for your maid's safety. The kitchen is filled with smoke, fire, and sharp knives, so I acted out of concern. Please understand, I was only trying to prevent accidents from happening. Moreover, the ones who delivered the food to your palace today were maids under Madame Hell's command. The distribution of food is not my responsibility, it falls under Madame Hell's authority. Kaina Hill listened and then asked. So, you're saying you knew nothing about this? Ah, yes. That's right, Your Highness. I'm already overwhelmed with managing just the kitchen. Even working all day isn't enough, because the most strictly regulated place in the entire royal palace is right here, the main kitchen. The head chef puffed up his chest with pride. I have been the head chef of the royal palace for many years. Kaina Hill scoffed. Is that so? You speak with such confidence that I find myself even more curious. Vera, go and summon Madame Helia. Vera whispered to her, Your Highness, I apologize. I believe they're hiding something, but I haven't been able to uncover it yet. Kaina Hill replied in a hushed tone, It's fine. Leaning in closer, she whispered into Vera's ear, I already knew. Just trust me. Hearing this, Vera nodded and respectfully bowed. Then, please excuse me, Your Highness. Before leaving, Vera glanced at Her Highness and thought to herself. Has Her Highness always known about what's happening in the kitchen? The matter is still under suspicion, so I haven't reported it to the princess yet. But she doesn't seem interested in investigating it either. How did she find out, after all? Kaina Hill smiled and said, While waiting for Vera and Lady Helia to arrive, may I take a look around? Didn't you say the kitchen is a model example for all the other departments? The head chef immediately put on a servile smile and responded, Yes, of course. Your Highness, please feel free to inspect as you wish. He thought to himself, it seems this princess has gained some internal authority, making her quite bold. What a useless princess. No matter how much she looks around, what could she possibly uncover? Kaina Hill walked leisurely, observing her surroundings. The head chef quickly introduced, This way leads to the ingredients prepared for tonight's dinner. Kaina Hill seemed to notice something and chuckled, Aha! As expected of the main royal kitchen. Even the freshness of the ingredients is managed down to the smallest detail. The head chef hastily responded, Thank you for your praise, Your Highness. She reached out her hand, but he quickly stepped forward to stop her. Your Highness, is something the matter? Kaina Hill thought, they've already cleaned up the evidence this thoroughly? That won't do. I need to catch them red-handed, with concrete proof at the scene. But, there's no need to rush. This is only the beginning. She smiled gently. Oh, it's nothing. The ingredients look so fresh that I just wanted a closer look. For tonight's dinner, I suppose I should place my trust and expectations in your kitchen, shouldn't I? The head chef immediately replied, Phew, what a relief, Your Highness. I won't allow any mistakes to happen again. Please trust me and leave it to me. I will ensure to demonstrate my full capabilities. He thought to himself, I was worried about being exposed. Turns out I was just being paranoid. Why are they inspecting so thoroughly and making people nervous? But wait, what if there's a sudden inspection? I've been reporting large quantities of food in the kitchen and receiving an enormous budget. In reality, the food crates only have a layer of ingredients on top, while the bottom is filled with rocks. Lady Helia was in charge of inspections and supervision. Thanks to her help, he could continue siphoning off the budget. After all, the royal family only ate expensive dishes and never cared about the kitchen's affairs. And as for food waste? he could simply justify it as necessary to ensure freshness. The head chef looked at the man in front of him with suspicion. "Why are you showing me this method?" The man tapped his fingers on the table and slowly replied, "Because we share the same interests. As the head chef of the royal palace, you must be well aware of everything, aren't you? Don't you want enough wealth to stop envying the nobility? All you have to do is report simple things to me, what Princess Kaina does, where she goes, what she eats, and what she can't eat. That's all." The head chef hesitated before asking, "If that's all, then it's not difficult. But what exactly are you planning, Lord Heinrich?" Heinrich smirked wickedly. "The more of my people I have in the palace, the better. Information is power and strength." The head chef frowned, scratched his head, and grumbled, "But do I have to cooperate with Lady Helia? That woman is difficult to deal with." Heinrich scoffed. "Do you think the palace only has 1 or 2 maids? If you want to avoid the eyes of countless attendants, you need to join hands with the head lady-in-waiting. Besides, isn't she Prince Rajeff's confidant? She is the most suitable person to oversee things on his behalf." Before leaving, Heinrich placed something on the table and pushed it toward the head chef. "Take this." He laughed slyly. "It will be quite useful to you." Back in the present, the head chef remained nervous and trembling. Damn it, at least I removed the rocks in time. The royal family has never cared about this kitchen before. Suddenly, a servant rushed over, bowed, and reported, "Head chef, the food supplier has arrived." "Should I send them away?" The head chef jolted in shock, immediately thinking of the new shipment. The crate still had rocks at the bottom, just like before. No! If the princess inspects these crates, there will be a disaster. Damn it, why now? He spun around and shouted, "How could you allow lowly merchants to appear before the princess? Tell them to leave immediately, hurry!" But Kaina simply smiled and said, "It's all right. We cannot turn away those who have traveled such a long way to deliver goods. Let them in. I would like to personally thank them for their hard work." The sound of hooves clattered as the supply carts approached. The merchant driving the cart found it strange. Why is the royal kitchen so noisy today? Normally, only the head chef is allowed unrestricted access. Why is it so crowded? He thought to himself, I need to deliver quickly and leave to make my next stop. Suddenly, a clear voice rang out. "Oh, the merchants have arrived?" Kaina beamed, speaking softly. "So you are the supplier responsible for delivering ingredients to the royal kitchen." Upon seeing her, the merchant was stunned. "A goddess?" Someone beside him whispered urgently, "Quickly bow to Her Highness." Snapping out of his daze, he hurriedly bowed, his voice trembling. "This humble servant greets Your Highness." Kaina spoke gently, "Rise. Though these ingredients are for our meals, I have never paid attention to the effort behind them. I want to express my gratitude for your hard work in bringing them here. So, let me see the ingredients." The merchant smiled happily and replied, "Yes, Your Highness. Of course." He stepped forward eagerly to open the crate, but then hesitated. "Oh no! Right, the crates contain rocks." He shot a nervous glance at the head chef. According to the head chef, the princess was ignorant. Was she asking to inspect out of suspicion, or was this just a whim? Suddenly, Kaina spoke again. "Wait. Show me the purchase invoice." The merchant hesitated and glanced at the head chef, who immediately grabbed him and pulled him aside. The merchant whispered anxiously, "What do we do? We don't have anything like an invoice." The head chef scowled and muttered under his breath, "Don't you know how to lie? Just say you forgot to bring it." Taking his cue, the merchant quickly turned back and bowed to the princess. "I was in a hurry today and forgot to bring the invoice, Your Highness. In fact, we have been supplying the palace for a long time, and this is our usual practice." The head chef quickly chimed in with a laugh. "Ah, Your Highness, merchants often do business this way. They gather invoices over multiple transactions and submit them all at once. It builds mutual trust." In his mind, he sneered, "What would this paper princess even know? Regardless, as soon as the evidence surfaced, he had erased all traces. Later, even if someone wanted to verify it, the documents had already been destroyed. A few simple invoices, so long as they matched the records, would never be discovered. Suddenly, Kaina burst into laughter. Her laughter echoed through the hall, stirring whispers and murmurs among the onlookers. Why is the princess laughing like that? But just as quickly, her smile turned cold. Trusting invoices as proof? Just how much do they think they can underestimate me? Did those fools truly believe they could deceive her with mere flattery? They even carried themselves with such confidence, showing not the slightest concern that their lies might be exposed. Bam! The teacup slammed forcefully onto the table. Kaina's presence flared, her voice ringing sharp and commanding. It seems I've been far too lenient with you all. The grand hall fell into utter silence. From the time she had been the crown prince's consort to her rise as empress, she had learned to adapt, step by step. This position was not something a naive princess could simply toy with. A nearby maid curled her lip in disdain, whispering mockingly. I heard the princess only picked 3 young maids who know nothing. How stupid can she be? Another chimed in. Do those maids really know nothing, though? Lady Helia then spoke slowly, her voice calm yet laced with meaning. If His Highness the Prince returns, everything will return to the way it was. Vera stood before Lady Helia, her tone icy. Lady Helia, Her Highness the Princess is looking for you. Helia scoffed in disdain. The princess's tone truly needs some proper schooling. Causing trouble for the kitchen with such willfulness, if only she could be more like His Highness. Vera chuckled coldly. Oh? From what I see, the princess is quite sharp and intelligent, Lady Helia. Moreover, even if temporarily, she is still the head of the inner palace. Is she not the one overseeing the affairs within and outside the palace? Hearing this, Helia sneered inwardly, ha! Just because she holds a single key, she thinks she's important? Once Prince Rajef returns, he'll take it all back. But why is she suddenly calling for me? Why the kitchen of all places? Damn it, has that idiot head chef been exposed? If the secret's out, I'll just feign ignorance and cut ties with the kitchen. I won't let myself be dragged down by those fools. Her hand clenched unconsciously. But just as she was about to take a step, she froze, her mouth falling open. Her eyes widened in shock. What? What is this? Lady Helia stood dumbfounded, her voice rising in panic as she saw all of her people captured. What is the meaning of this? She turned to Kaina, demanding. Your Highness. What is going on here? My goodness, why is the kitchen in such chaos? Kaina cast her a leisurely glance, speaking in an indifferent tone. Ah, you're here, Helia. Perfect timing, we're in the middle of inspecting the delivery wagons. The head chef collapsed to his knees, shouting. Your Highness. You have no right to treat me this way. I was personally chosen by Prince Rajef. Kaina stepped forward and struck him hard across the face. A head chef daring to lay hands on the royal treasury? She withdrew her hand and stated coldly. Do you now even dare to look down on the royal family itself? Kaina turned to the guards and commanded. Guards! Arrest everyone involved and throw them into the dungeon. Lady Helia gritted her teeth, contemplating, she's acting so arrogant just because she temporarily obtained the title of inner consort? I must take this opportunity to put her in her place. She stepped forward and asked. Your Highness, why are you conducting an inspection without prior notice? Doesn't this imply that you distrust your loyal subjects? Kaina smirked. Oh ho, is that so? What you're saying makes sense. You, my dear Chamberlain, are truly a model of virtue, pointing out things I hadn't considered. Lady Helia lowered her head in a show of loyalty. Of course, Your Highness. All of us have sworn unwavering loyalty to the royal family. I can only be grateful that you understand my devotion. Yet inside, she sneered coldly. Humph. I still have the ability to turn the tables on her. The fact that she ransacked the kitchen was unexpected. But in a way, It's good. Those who don't know when to stop will eventually be caught. Straightening her back, she wore a benevolent smile while firming her resolve. I cannot let my honor be tarnished just because of an association with the head chef. I am the shining example of the royal court, as I have always been. Kaina chuckled behind her hand. My dear Chamberlain, you certainly have a good eye. Helia stiffened, her eyes widening in shock. What do you mean by that? Kaina stepped closer, speaking slowly. Her gaze swept over the jewelry adorning Lady Helia. If that's not the case, then your taste is quite peculiar, isn't it? Where did all these pieces come from? Proudly, Helia boasted. These are gifts I received, all with official certificates. Kaina cast a sidelong glance, inwardly scoffing at her stupidity before speaking. Do you even know where these jewels originated from? That brooch belongs to House Liam, the family that betrayed the royal family and was purged. Those jade earrings? From the Marina Royal House, destroyed years ago for waging an invasion. And that ruby ring? A relic of House P, the ones who once plotted to assassinate the royal family. My, how interesting. The Chamberlain, of all people, is adorned with the jewelry of traitors? Helia stood frozen in shock. What? Kaina flicked her hair back, speaking nonchalantly. It seems the seeds of rebellion are spreading throughout the royal capital. She gave a slight nod, issuing her command. Arrest this traitor immediately. Helia collapsed to her knees, her voice trembling. Why, you're calling me a traitor? No. Your Highness, I have served the royal court with unwavering loyalty for years. Kaina leaned down, her voice eerily calm. Indeed, Helia. I know you have devoted yourself to the palace. If your loyalty is being questioned, you must be feeling terribly wronged. She let a necklace slip through her fingers, her tone gentle yet filled with authority. Here's what I'll do, I shall conduct a thorough investigation to clear your name. Then she ordered. Search the entire H household, including her maiden family. Do not overlook a single trace of treason. This is a royal decree. In another chamber, anxious voices rang out. Please punish us, Your Highness. Two maids knelt, their voices filled with remorse. Due to our ignorance, we implicated Your Highness and Lady Olivia. It was our own reckless actions, please punish us as well. Kaina lifted her teacup, taking a sip before replying. While your attentiveness and observational skills are remarkable, today you were too rash. You should have informed me first. She fixed them with a serious gaze. Confronting fools head-on can lead to bigger problems. I don't want anything to happen to you too. Walking closer, her voice softened but carried deep meaning. But hasn't the outcome proven you were right? Those people are criminals, they committed a grave offense, daring to meddle with the royal treasury. She bent down and embraced the two maids, her voice both gentle and full of implication. Well done. Vera sniffled, her body trembling. Startled, Kaina asked. Why are you crying? Then, with a change of tone, she inquired. Vera, what's the situation with the Emperor? What did you report to him? Vera recalled the scene earlier, the figure lying in bed who had said, take care of the princess. She relayed this to Kaina. He has been informed of everything. His Majesty ordered me to check on Your Highness, assuming you would be quite busy. Kaina smiled. Thanks to her efforts in rectifying the treasury and safeguarding royal assets, the Emperor supported her actions. This meant she no longer had to worry about backlash from the noble factions. As she walked through the palace corridors, she fell into deep thought. She needed to consider what kind of reward she should request. At the same time, she had to anticipate Rajef's reaction. Another troubling matter, those so-called official certificates that Helia had were actually forgeries, fabricated by the black market. An ordinary person wouldn't be able to distinguish jewelry from traitorous families. Clearly, someone had planned to eliminate Helia from the start. And there was only one person capable of orchestrating something like this, Grand Duke Heinrich. Heinrich controlled the entire black market underworld. The head chamberlain and even the head chef were just a fraction of the pawns he had placed within the palace. His network of spies was vast. Kaina felt exhausted. The enemies she had to deal with kept multiplying. Heinrich was a formidable foe. Without a doubt, he would be a headache to handle. At Kidray Manor, evening. A cloaked figure silently walked along the stone-paved path and stopped in front of a door. After looking around cautiously, Innie quickly pulled a hidden cord on the wall. A secret door opened, revealing a dark passageway. The figure stepped inside, holding a torch, and removed their hood. Innie knelt and reported. "There is urgent news from the palace, young Master Kidray." Raffaello ordered. "Rise. Sit down." Bowing respectfully, Innie replied. "Thank you, young master." Raffaello rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought. Initially, he had only planted spies in the princess's palace as a precaution. However, at some point, information from there had started flooding in like emergency reports. He asked, "What's the matter? Speak." Even though she had been striving to live differently, restraining her emotions and acting with more rationality, if there was one thing that remained unchanged, it was the villainess's instinct within her. Innie responded. "Yes, young master. It's about the royal kitchen." Raffaello tapped his fingers on the table. "A royal decree?" He pondered. The matter of Grey entering the palace, the confiscation and investigation of the head maid's assets due to her involvement in the head chef's embezzlement. The emperor actually approved Kaina's actions in this. One question kept swirling in his mind: how could the princess have access to such information? For her, disrupting his plans must be trivial. He continued. "Besides that, is there anything else of significance?" Innie thought for a moment and then said. "Recently, the princess has been reading travel guides of various regions. She mentioned that she was looking into summer resorts." Raffaello was startled. "It seems you've received far more rewards than I was aware of." Travel guides? He recalled the time he saw Kaina in the library. Was she searching for travel books back then? He pressed further. "And what about the former royal nanny?" Innie replied. "There has been no response yet." Raffaello leaned back in his chair, crossing his legs as he contemplated. If Baroness Elon were to return to the palace, she could take over as the new head maid. It seemed he would have to place spies in that position as well to gather intelligence. Innie spoke again. One more thing. Last night, the prince went to the princess's residence." Raffaello narrowed his eyes. "The prince is still under house arrest, isn't he?" Innie nodded. "Yes. It appears there is a secret tunnel in the prince's chamber. There was a loud noise coming from inside last night." Raffaello clenched his teeth. What could have caused such a commotion? No, something was off. The prince clearly loathed Kaina. Why would he seek her out? But strangely, there were no rumors about it spreading. The prince had also remained silent. "Even though I don't know what happened, it seems Kaina has managed to persuade him." Raffaello leaned back in his chair, feeling exhausted. The number of matters requiring his attention just kept increasing. His eyes gleamed sharply. "Princess Kaina, every action of yours shakes the world." Noticing Innie's hesitant expression, he asked. "Why do you look like that? If you have something to say, then say it." Innie closed his eyes and hesitantly replied. "Why yes. I overheard something. The princess hopes that you and Lady Grey will become a couple." Raffaello trembled with anger, his hand shaking as his voice turned chilling. "Bastin." Bastin flinched, responding nervously. "Why yes, young master." Raffaello's eyes burned with murderous intent as he demanded. "What's the most natural way for me to meet the princess?" Bastin was horrified, thinking to himself, "Why are you asking me that?" Meanwhile, at the castle, a voice rang out. "Prince Rajef, please reconsider." He asked. "What is it?" Reno replied. "Are you planning to recruit Catherine Lindbergh? Catherine is extremely dangerous." Rajef nonchalantly said. Is that all? I'm merely registering her as the adopted daughter of Count Hamel. This trip wasn't as unpleasant as I thought. Renan countered. You are creating a new competitor. Do you think power remains static? Rajef slammed the book on the table and shouted. Your words make it sound as if all the power I have built over the years will crumble because of Catherine's son. Renan's tone turned grave. When Catherine becomes queen, her son will be the rightful heir, more legitimate than anyone else. Your Highness relies on the conservative nobles, and you know full well how dangerous this is. Rajef's face twisted in rage. He hurled the book straight at Renan's face. That beggar's child? Legitimate? No matter how much the Lindberghs meddle, I will ascend the throne before long. He glared at Renan and roared. Get out of my sight immediately. Renan stormed out, cursing under his breath. That bastard. Rajef reopened his book, lost in thought. What exactly is my sister's wish? Freedom? He suddenly spoke. Jamil, are you there? A masked figure dropped from the ceiling. Yes, Your Highness. Rajef ordered. Spread Princess Kaina's portraits across the empire. Display them on every street and harbor. Let even the most remote lands know her face. Jamil bowed. As you command. Rajef sneered. Then the only thing left is marriage. He whispered. Sister Kaina, I have never permitted you to escape from me. His voice echoed in the dimly lit chamber. Once the portraits were revealed, Kaina's ability to flee would be greatly restricted. Marriage would be the only path left. Jamil knelt and reported. Your Highness, I have urgent news. Rajef asked. What is it? Jamil replied. The princess. Her Highness is punishing the entire Internal Affairs Department. Rajef stiffened. What did you say? Jamil continued. Not only the head chef and head maid, who are linked to your faction, but many others in the palace are being penalized. If this continues. Rajef instantly grasped the situation. His voice darkened. She's undermining my influence, isn't she? He furrowed his brows, deep in thought. It seems she's recalling Clarence Elan. With the head maid position vacant, Elan will undoubtedly take it. Rajef ground his teeth. That wretched woman. Always interfering, preventing Kaina and me from being together. I had her falsely accused and exiled. And now she dares return. He pressed a finger to his lips, his eyes cold. She will surely use underhanded tactics to drive a wedge between me and Kaina once more. Rajef ordered Jamil. Jamil, take care of this discreetly. Clarence Elan must never set foot in the capital. A blade gleamed in the dim light. Jamil bowed. As you command. At the castle, amidst the chaos. The palace was bustling with activity, servants hurrying back and forth. A voice rang out. Oh my, what is going on here? Julia looked around before whispering. The palace seems quite chaotic, doesn't it? Susan replied stiffly. Something must have happened. Julia glanced at Susan, a thought flickering in her mind. Scary. That stern face, that rigid tone. She's beautiful, but nowhere near as stunning as me. I am the top beauty of the East. Recalling the moment she was chosen as the princess's lady-in-waiting, Julia still felt elated. She had clung to the steward's hand, repeatedly asking, Is this real? Really? When she received confirmation, she had abandoned everything, leaving behind the ugly men of the East, to rush toward the dazzling capital. Ah, the tea parties, the elegant balls, the extravagant gowns. Thinking of it all, she felt overwhelmed with joy. Now, she too would experience the splendid life of the capital's nobility. A voice cut through the thoughts. Miss Susan Lepon, Miss Julia Even. Julia turned towards the source of the voice. A girl bowed deeply. I am Vera Rayon, the princess's maid. You will both work with me from now on. Julia thought for a moment, is this Vera Rayon? Vera continued. Please follow me, I will guide you. Julia recalled that Vera was the only maid who had been recognized for her abilities and the only one who stayed by the princess's side. Despite her cold expression and lack of a smile, she carried an undeniable aura of authority. Julia felt a pang of sadness. Do I really have to work with someone like this? Vera continued. Miss Susan's room is this way. Miss Julia, your room is next door. That room is for Miss Olivia, who just arrived yesterday. Julia was surprised. Miss Olivia just arrived? She thought to herself, she doesn't come from a powerful family, so is she trying to make an impression with her looks? According to secret investigations, this is the first time I've heard of that noble family. I've heard rumors that she comes from a poor, powerless noble family and will marry Duke Kidray in the future. Julia smiled faintly. Let's forget about that. I've heard Duke Kidray is quite the handsome man. A voice interrupted. You two will be meeting the princess now. Vera turned and instructed. Once you're ready, please call for me. I hope you won't keep everyone waiting too long, the princess is very busy. The two replied. Yes, we understand. Julia lay on the bed, complaining. I thought we would be treated warmly with just 4 maids. What is this? The maid beside her comforted her. Well, miss, at least the room is decent, with sunlight streaming in. Hearing that, Julia sat up, cheerfully saying. That's true, it's different. Our castle is splendid, but it was built according to my mother's taste, so I don't care much for it. The maid arranged the items, thinking, Miss is really so innocent. Julia confidently said. In the East, I am the most beautiful. Perhaps here in the capital, I will be the same. I thought the palace would be full of stunning beauties, but it's not like that. She asked the maid. Why do palace maids have such a reputation for being capable and beautiful? The maid replied. Because they are skilled in court etiquette, have an elegant fashion sense, and are talented and educated. All of these factors set a relatively high standard. Julia looked confidently in the mirror. Well, it suits me, so I like it. She asked the maid. So, should I take my time now? The maid sighed and said wearily. I've tried to coax you as much as I could, but you've been lounging around for over an hour. Julia opened the door, and a voice called out. Are you coming out now? Susan looked at Julia and continued. You really prepared quickly. I thought you were getting ready for a ball. Julia was angry, but the maid quickly stopped her from speaking, laughing awkwardly. Haha. Sorry. Did you wait for us, miss? Vera asked. Is everyone ready? Susan and Julia were displeased and avoided looking at each other. Vera sighed inwardly, it's like day and night. I already foresee a difficult future ahead. Vera said. The palace is very busy right now, so I don't have the strength to supervise you two. The princess is also very busy. Julia curiously asked. Is something happening? Vera turned around and replied. The princess is reorganizing the entire inner court, so she's very busy. Things will settle down soon. At that time, you two will need to focus on learning your duties. A voice called out. What kind of work are you talking about? I've heard the princess barely has anything to do. People say maids only need to follow the princess with an umbrella and coat. What is this? It's not at all like the rumors. Julia thought to herself, I'll have to ask the princess when I meet her. Vera reported. Your Highness, I seek permission to enter. Her bright golden hair appeared, and Kaina smiled, responding, Finally, you've arrived. Julia's eyes lit up as she saw Kaina in her radiant attire. She cheerfully said. It's a pleasure to meet everyone. Welcome to the princess's palace. In her mind, Julia thought, compared to this girl, I'm just a country bumpkin. Susan and Julia bowed, greeting, Your Highness, the princess. Kaina happily said, Thank you for agreeing to become maids in the princess's palace during the busiest time for the Marquis' household. Julia responded, The palace is a place I've long admired. I'm very happy to be here. My work is handled by my brothers, so I'm not busy at all, no worries. Kaina nodded, that's fortunate. She then turned to Susan and asked, how is your father, General Lepau? If he can attend my coming-of-age ceremony, I would be very happy. Susan replied coldly, yes, I'll send a letter to him. Vera stood to the side, thinking, Miss Julia's problem is that she overlooks the difference in status, while Miss Susan is too cold. It's like night and day compared to Miss Olivia. Among the maids, only Olivia is from the capital, so she is much more skilled in court etiquette. Kaina softly said, Vera, please guide them through the work in the inner court for me. Vera immediately responded, I will obey, Your Highness. Kaina unexpectedly thought, such a quick recovery. Vera cleared her throat and continued. The duties of the inner court are to assist the emperor and the royal family. You two will serve directly under the princess as senior maids of the princess's palace. Kaina smiled. Today is your first day, so you may rest and familiarize yourselves with the palace. The junior maids will explain your specific duties. Both replied in unison, we understand, Your Highness. Julia stepped out the door, feeling a sense of confusion. What is going on? She silently cried, thinking of the dreams she once had of life at the palace. I imagined a life full of luxury, wearing beautiful dresses, carrying an umbrella to shield from the sun, and attending tea parties. Now, even my dream of becoming the most beautiful woman in the capital feels so distant. Julia muttered in frustration, what is this internal court service? Why do I have to do this job when there are already lower-ranked maids handling these things? Suddenly, a voice interrupted her thoughts. Excuse me, are you Lady Julia? Julia startled and turned around, seeing a young girl smiling politely. I'm Annie, a lower-ranked maid. I heard the rumors, but you truly are as beautiful and stunning as they say. Julia thought, what is this? Why are so many people appearing all of a sudden? She replied quietly, hello. Annie continued, you must not have heard about your duties yet, right? Lady Julia's responsibility will be to manage the princess's prescriptions, food, and tea time. Julia froze, what? I don't know how to cook, and I have no knowledge of medicine. How can I do this job? What about the other maids? Annie gently explained, Lady Vera takes care of all administrative and educational duties. Lady Susan manages items such as furniture, clothing, and jewelry. Lady Olivia handles the tea parties and guest receptions. Julia's eyes lit up immediately. Tea parties? Isn't that the heart of the high society in the capital? I want to do that job. But she soon became disappointed as she realized that the work she was given wasn't what she had hoped for. Julia thought to herself, external affairs require someone as beautiful as me. Olivia came from the Grace family, which held no significant power, so she should not be tied to this position. She sighed and asked, can this assignment be changed? Annie's expression darkened as she firmly replied, absolutely not, as Her Highness the Princess personally appointed you. She added that if Julia wanted to change jobs, she would have to speak directly with the princess. Annie reassured Julia that she would have time to learn gradually and shouldn't worry too much. Julia felt disheartened and unwilling to listen. Even that girl named Susan had a lighter workload than she did. The princess had deliberately assigned her the most difficult and tedious tasks. She sighed. She truly doesn't understand how important this job is, Julia thought. It seems she doesn't value practical and objective things but only cares about appearances and showing off to others. Annie wondered, why would Her Highness the Princess choose a girl like her as a senior lady-in-waiting? A voice called out, Miss Julia, you're in charge of food, drinks, and medicine? The servants were surprised. Is the young lady of the Even family really taking on such a heavy responsibility? Julia felt frustrated. Do they think I came to the royal palace to cook? She snapped. This is truly heartbreaking. Looking into the mirror, she said, I deserve to be the perfect bride. From my family background to my beauty, everything is ideal. I thought that becoming the princess's lady-in-waiting would allow me to meet my dream man and have a wonderful romance. Especially, I wanted to have the chance to date Sir Kidray. The maid said, "If that's the case, His Highness the Prince is right here." Julia scoffed, "I'm not interested in someone younger than me." The maid argued, "He's only a year younger. What's the big deal? Besides, he's a prince." Julia thought for a moment. If he was Princess Kaina's younger brother. "Miss Julia, have you come to your senses yet? Your beauty is guaranteed." Julia snapped back to reality and muttered, "No, impossible. I still dislike younger men." She shouted to herself, "Only Sir Raphael is for me." But the prince had already found out. As time passed after the ladies-in-waiting entered the palace, life continued as usual. Due to an incident in the kitchen, honest officials who had once been overlooked due to corruption were rediscovered. Kaina immediately reinstated them, rewarding and granting them appropriate rights. Praise for the princess started circulating in the palace, especially while Rajef was under house arrest for 5 days. Kaina pondered. Rajef was unusually silent. She had complete control over the palace affairs. A voice called out, "Princess, please have some water before continuing your work." She cheerfully replied, "Ah, thank you, Vera." She then teased, "Do you always enjoy working this much?" Vera responded, "Of course. Didn't your highness recognize my abilities?" Vera held out her hand, presenting a letter. "A letter from the Royal Academy, your highness." Kaina asked, "HM? Why would they send me a letter?" After reading it, she scoffed. "Insane. Building an entire structure just to ask me on a date? What is this guy thinking?" Meanwhile, in another part of the palace, a letter was being read. "My dearest Olivia, it's unfortunate that your engagement with the Kidray family fell through. You must be heartbroken." However, Olivia laughed upon reading it. "Father, I never cared about this engagement in the first place, ha. Besides, I really enjoy palace life now." Suddenly, a knock came at the door. "Lady Olivia, may we speak for a moment?" She responded, "Lady Vera, please come in." Vera entered, glowing yet exhausted, with dark circles under her eyes. She sighed, "It's been a long time, hasn't it? I'm here on behalf of the princess with an important matter." Olivia watched as Vera drank water eagerly. She thought, she must be so busy that she looks even more exhausted than before. Even so, Vera's eyes still sparkled with vitality. Indeed, a person is most beautiful when they pour their heart into doing what they love. Olivia wondered, will I ever meet someone who recognizes my abilities like Vera has? She clenched her teacup tightly. Maybe Princess Kaina will be the first to discover my potential. Vera then spoke, "This might be a bit sudden, but a distinguished guest of the princess will be visiting soon. She has decided that you must quickly learn proper etiquette and social skills, Miss Olivia." Olivia was shocked. Me? She couldn't understand why they would choose someone as insignificant as her for such an important lesson. It felt as though they were determined that she be the one to welcome this guest. Who exactly is this guest? Then Vera delivered a shocking announcement that made Olivia choke on her drink. Lord Raffaello will be visiting regarding matters of the Royal Academy. Olivia felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. I have to welcome Lord Kidray? Her mind raced back to her father's letter. She also remembered something Kaina had once told her. "I believe in you, Miss Olivia." She had just thought that after hearing the news that the engagement had been called off, the princess had issued this order to dispel any awkwardness. Clenching her fists, she worried that this might lead to trouble later, making it impossible for her to avoid the situation. Then, Olivia said, "This is Her Highness's order, so I will comply. But before that, I need to meet the princess." Meanwhile, Kaina had commanded the investigation team to visit the merchants today and eliminate the thugs who had assaulted the people. Those receiving the orders immediately responded, "We obey, Your Highness." She then noticed someone approaching. It was Olivia. "It seems you've heard everything from Vera and have come to see me because of it." Olivia bowed respectfully and said, "I apologize for requesting an audience when you are so busy, Your Highness." Kaina replied, "But with my poor social skills, I fear there may be issues when hosting you. Kaina smiled. How could that be? Someone as intelligent as you wouldn't let that happen. Even so, Olivia clenched her fists. She said, perhaps the princess already knows, but my engagement with Sir Kir has been annulled. Kaina broke into a slight sweat. Olivia was truly straightforward. She stood up, thinking that this situation was nothing less than a love battle, making it unpredictable. But this wasn't something that could be brushed aside so easily. All right, let's settle this once and for all, she said. The moment you became my lady-in-waiting, that engagement was bound to be cancelled. And you don't regret it, do you? Olivia nodded. Kaina stepped closer and spoke gently. I know what you're worried about, Olivia. It was because I was momentarily infatuated with young Lord Kidray, blinded by jealousy, that I made you suffer. Hearing this, Olivia was slightly taken aback. The princess continued, I should have apologized for my rudeness sooner. Then, to Olivia's shock, the princess lowered her head in apology. I'm sorry, Olivia. Olivia was stunned. Your Highness. She quickly grasped Kaina's hands and said, please don't do this. This apology is too much for me. I truly don't hold any resentment. Kaina chuckled. Of course, that's exactly what you would say. Before her rebirth, since Olivia was the heroine and supported by the Kidray family, Kaina had been extremely jealous. Every time they met, she had bullied Olivia. In the end, her own foolishness led her into Rajef's trap, causing her to commit the terrible crime of secretly poisoning Olivia. But Olivia had been revived through magic. When she learned that she had simply been a pawn in Rajef's scheme, she did not resent Kaina but pitted her instead. You will never know these things, Olivia. That is why you deserve to be the heroine of this novel. Suddenly, Kaina beamed radiantly and declared, I will marry someone even more outstanding. So, let's put the matter of Sir Kidray to rest here. Olivia was startled. Huh. She was surprised that the princess intended to marry someone else. But then, Olivia burst into laughter. Kaina continued, now, can you confidently entertain the guest for me? Olivia chuckled, I will receive him properly and ensure that your Highness is not embarrassed. She felt relieved. You were just joking, weren't you? Another man? Oh, your Highness, you're too much. The next day, Olivia still didn't know much about the man she was about to meet. At first glance, he was a nobleman with jet black hair and red eyes. He was the heir of the family that had once helped hers, and he was also the man who had annulled their engagement that very day. Olivia thought to herself, according to her Highness, this man likes strong black tea. In the garden, as the tea was served, Olivia asked, does the tea suit your taste, sir? Raffaello took a sip and nodded. Yes, it's very good. This is the strong black tea made from the leaves I ordered previously. He pondered, there's no way Lady Olivia would have known my preference for this tea. Clearly, the princess told her. Golden brown hair, gentle green eyes, the familiar face he had only seen in portraits when discussing the engagement. For Olivia to personally greet him, this was undoubtedly Kaina's idea. Were the words you spoke to me sincere? He recalled Kaina once saying, I hope you and Lady Olivia will end up together. It seemed she wanted to treat him well, yet at the same time, she acted as if she didn't care. I can never guess what you're thinking, Princess Kaina. Olivia then said, Her Highness will be slightly delayed, so I ask for your patience. Raffaello responded, I understand. She added, due to overseeing the interrogation of criminals related to the inner palace, the princess has been very busy. Raffaello decisively responded, is that so? Olivia continued, I heard that you donated a new building to the Royal Academy. Back then, I also received help from the Duke's family. Time flies so fast. Raffaello simply replied, that's right. Although Olivia tried to keep the conversation going, Raffaello only responded with brief sentences, making the tea party atmosphere rather quiet. She thought, if a gentleman's standard is to avoid unnecessary talk with women, then this man is the perfect gentleman. However, rumors of his courteous nature were widespread. Looking at him now, Olivia thought coldly, if this is the standard of a gentleman, then it's truly pathetic. His curt responses were unbearable. She suddenly slammed her hand on the table. It seems that you don't enjoy being in the company of someone who was almost your fiancé, do you? At the same time, Olivia added, if you find my presence inconvenient, I can call another attendant to serve you. It was only then that Raffaello seemed to realize something. He quickly responded, that's not the case. I was being impolite. But from the start, he had been silent. I already knew this man didn't have a favorable impression of me. It wasn't that he was overly arrogant, but Olivia still felt uneasy. She sighed. Why did Her Highness make me meet such a cold man? Just then, someone announced, the princess has arrived. Kaina entered, dressed elegantly in a luxurious gown with a noble rose-colored hue. She smiled and said, I'm late, aren't I? Olivia respectfully bowed. Your Highness has arrived, she said with relief. Kaina folded her arms and glanced around, noticing the food that had already been served. The moment Raffaello saw her, he immediately stood up, obedient as a puppy, almost as if he had been waiting for her. Kaina said, you have indeed prepared everything meticulously. It must have been hard work. Lady Olivia made the right decision in entrusting this to you. Olivia replied. Thank you, Your Highness. She liked the thought that even the professors at the academy had never praised her like this before. Then, Olivia bowed slightly and stepped back to let Raffaello step forward. Raffaello said, you have arrived, Your Highness. Kaina looked at him and remarked, Sir Kidray, you seem a bit different today. This made him feel a little self-conscious because he had changed his hairstyle. Bastin excitedly chimed in. Oh! Are you pleased? I struggled with our master since early this morning. You should try letting your bangs down, it'll make you look younger. He asked again. Are you saying I look old? As memories flooded back, Bastin gently replied. You need to look brighter to Maham the princess. Raffaello hesitated for a moment before asking. Does it not suit me? Kaina smiled. Not at all. In fact, it suits you very well. I prefer it this way. He then knelt down and lightly touched her hand, softly saying, Thank you, Princess Kaina. Kaina suddenly realized. Oh no! I was so busy that I forgot to wear my gloves. She quickly advised him. Wait. Sir Kidray, you're barehanded. However, Raffaello didn't seem to mind. His gaze lingered on her hand before he gently kissed it. It's fine, he said. That left Kaina stunned, her cheeks flushing red. Meanwhile, Bastin was thrilled. This is the first time I've ever seen my master willingly kiss a lady's hand. What a perfect couple. Kaina also felt her heart skip a beat. Was this the same feeling she had last time? And now, today as well? Why was this happening all of a sudden? Was she misunderstanding something? Did he unknowingly reveal a weakness in front of her? If not, then, what had she done to affect Raffaello like this without even realizing it? Olivia bowed and said, I will wait outside, Your Highness. Kaina responded. No need for that. However, Raffaello interrupted. See you later, Lady Grace. Their interaction suddenly turned cold, almost like rivals. The atmosphere felt strange to Kaina. She hooked her arm around his and thought. I used to believe that as long as they were together, everything would naturally work out. But, was I wrong? Then she spoke up. To be honest, I was really surprised when the academy suddenly decided to name their new building after me. Raffaello, lost in thought for a moment, recalled something. A few weeks ago, I was considering how to meet Your Highness. What about an early birthday present? Feeling a bit shy, he hesitated before saying. I wasn't sure what to give for your coming-of-age ceremony. It might not be the best gift, but I hope Your Highness will like it. Hearing those words, Kaina couldn't help but feel touched. Raffaello was the first man to give her a gift of honor rather than dresses or jewelry. If I were still my old self, I probably wouldn't have received such a prestigious gift, she thought. This gift felt like Raffaello's way of acknowledging her efforts, proof that she had done well. After a moment of reflection, Kaina chuckled, her expression brightening. I was a bit flustered by this unexpected gift, but, thank you. Seizing the moment, Raffaello said. Should I build another one? A cinema or a shopping center named after your highness? That left Kaina utterly dumbfounded. What? She blinked in confusion. Raffaello repeated. I said, should I build another one? Kaina was still processing when he continued. A cinema or a shopping center, named after you, your highness. She was so stunned that she almost choked. Waving her hands frantically, she said. No, no. That's not necessary. Sir Raffaello, this is already more than enough. He paused, contemplating for a moment before speaking again. If a building is too much, then how about a sacred relic? A sacred relic from the ancient kingdom? Kaina nearly choked again. She thought to herself. What's wrong with this guy? Shaking her head, she said firmly. Seriously, that won't be necessary. Just the thought behind it is enough. I'm already very happy. Raffaello placed his hand over his chest and smiled. Is that so? Then I'm relieved, your highness. Kaina's face turned red in an instant. She rested her hand on her chin and thought to herself. Even if he's the male lead, does he really have to be this handsome? She stared at Raffaello, lost in thought. This is new. But he truly is an absolutely stunning man. Placing a hand over her chest, she felt something bloom inside her like a rose unfolding in full bloom. Her heart had been moved. At that moment, Raffaello spoke. The purpose of the new building will be entirely up to your highness to decide. Kaina quickly reminded herself. Snap out of it, Kaina. Stay focused. She took a deep breath and asked. So, let's forget about the building for now. Why exactly are you looking for me? Raffaello stepped forward, then suddenly knelt on one knee, gently taking Kaina's hand in his. I wish to see your highness. Bastin, who was sitting nearby, choked on his tea and sprayed it everywhere. Seeing this, Raffaello turned to him and asked. Bastin, are you all right? Bastin wiped his mouth and coughed. I just choked, that's all, your highness. But deep down, Bastin thought. If you want to confess your feelings, at least follow some proper steps, master. Kaina glanced at Bastin and noted. It's not Jeremy today, but another aide? Bastin quickly introduced himself. I am Bastin Dev Voda, your highness. Frowning slightly, he muttered under his breath. Sure, being direct has its merits, but still. He looked at Raffaello and sighed internally. There's no need to charge in like a raging bull, you know. At this moment, Kaina looked at Raffaello and smiled. It seems like you have something to ask me? Bastin, standing nearby, thought to himself. Ah, she's pretending not to hear it. Raffaello gazed at her, deep in thought. So that's how it is. He let go of Kaina's hand, realizing that she had never even considered the possibility of anything romantic developing between them. Maybe I should test the waters first, he mused. After a brief pause, he spoke. My engagement has been completely annulled, just as you commanded. I'm here to hear about your next plan. Kaina raised an eyebrow and chuckled. My next plan? She narrowed her eyes playfully and gestured for the others to step aside. Once they were alone, she leaned back in her seat, crossing her arms. Honestly, my goal is very simple. She met his gaze directly. And to achieve it, I need your help. You must create my husband. The moment those words left her lips, Raffaello froze. Create a husband? His thoughts spun wildly. Wait, maybe she misspoke? Did she mean to say, create a child instead? His body swayed slightly as his mind tried to process the implications. No, no way. The princess wouldn't say something so suggestive. She's not asking me to act as her husband, nor is she asking me to introduce someone to her. Still in shock, he slowly sat down and muttered. You want me to create a husband? Kaina replied. Yes, my husband. Her gaze lowered slightly before she continued. A fictional man, one who doesn't actually exist. Only the person is fake, but the rights and wealth will be real. I will marry this man. Raffaello immediately responded. Your Highness, do you have no feelings for me at all? He turned to look at her, his expression unreadable. Kaina, caught off guard, was momentarily stunned. Everyone in the world knows that Raffaello has been the princess's first love and unrequited love for years. But why is he asking this now, after I've just asked him to create a husband for me? The weight of past emotions pressed against her, but to her, it was nothing more than an old love story from decades ago. Silence filled the air. After a long pause, Raffaello finally spoke again. Did I ask something too difficult for you to answer? Of course you did, Kaina thought to herself. But how could she say that out loud? After all, the one who had shamelessly spread the news of her feelings for him all those years ago, was none other than herself. Kaina exhaled and finally said. That's quite a complicated question. It makes me a little uneasy. She continued. Although I've told you before, I'll say it again, I have completely erased any lingering emotions I had for you. My promise not to bother you anymore was sincere. Please believe in my sincerity, Raffaello. Raffaello fell silent. That vow. Does it mean she will never like me again? Yes, that was what he had wished for. At first, he had longed for the princess to stop clinging to him. Every time she got too close, he had felt nothing but discomfort and unsettling chill that crept down his spine. He had despised the way her eyes were always fixed on him, following him wherever he went. But now, he didn't feel that way anymore. Princess Kaina. A faint flush crept up Raffaello's face as he thought to himself. If the one standing beside me is her, no matter how close she gets, I think I'd be okay with it. Raffaello kept thinking. Even when he stood close to escort her, even when his lips brushed against her hand, his heart remained calm and content. It felt like an addiction. Even the smallest gestures stirred something within him, a lingering warmth wrapped in quiet affection. His gaze slowly lifted, settling on Kaina's face. The sweet scent that clung to her lingered at the tip of his nose, making his thoughts waver. That's right. Raffaello placed a hand over his chest and spoke. There's no need for vows, Your Highness. I will trust your words. But deep down, another thought surfaced. I just want to stay by her side a little longer. Kaina's smile brightened. Oh? That's a relief. I was worried my request might have been too shameless. Raffaello quickly responded, No, not at all. It's just that your proposal to create a husband, it caught me off guard. He paused for a moment before continuing, May I ask, why do you want to marry someone who doesn't exist? Kaina lowered her head, lost in thought. After a moment of silence, she finally spoke, because someone who isn't real can never be poisoned to death. Her voice was calm but resolute. This is the only way to escape her, Jeff. A perfect trick to leave the capital safely and completely. She thought to herself. I never planned to get married anyway. Who knows if I'd end up with some lunatic. If I don't do this, any real husband I take will likely be killed by Rajef before me. He would eliminate them all, and continue to use me as his pawn. In truth, Rajef had already planned to throw me to Heinrich. A princess adrift in the darkness, nothing more than a puppet of the prince. Kaina clenched her fists as she thought to herself, I want to cut the strings that bind my fate. She looked at Raffaello and spoke firmly, That's why I need your help, Sir Raffaello. This plan can only succeed if the Kidray family takes charge. Raffaello hesitated for a moment before answering in a low voice, You needn't worry, Your Highness. He continued, By the time all this is settled, the divorce lawsuit of the Kidray Count and Countess will have reached its final stage. The Duke who was once their son-in-law will return to his own family. Compared to the disgrace of tearing a household apart with his immoral, incestuous conduct, this is actually quite a lenient outcome. Kaina stared intently at Raffaello, thinking to herself, the novel doesn't go into detail about this incestuous affair, so I don't know exactly what happened. But I've heard rumors that when Raffaello was young, he was quite the womanizer. I don't understand why I'm so preoccupied with using Raffaello's family situation for my own gain. Noticing Kaina's gaze, Raffaello asked, "Why are you looking at me like that, Your Highness?" Startled, Kaina immediately responded, I was just thinking you really suit light colors." Inwardly, she thought, this compliment is genuine, though. Raffaello smiled and placed a hand on his chest, replying, "Really? You think so?" Kaina, feeling a bit flustered, could hear her heart pounding. She sighed inwardly and thought, oh no, he's doing that thing again, making it sound like something else. How come he's so quick with his responses these days? She quickly stood up, placed her hands on the table, and said, "I have something I need to take care of today, so I'll have to excuse myself. I apologize for leaving so abruptly." Raffaello replied, "Your Highness, I will escort you." Kaina responded, "Oh, no need for that." As soon as she finished speaking, he stood directly in front of her. Kaina hesitated, saying, "Why you, Raffaello?" Raffaello asked, "Is it hard for you to be with me, Your Highness?" Kaina nervously replied, "No, of course not." Raffaello reached out and gently touched Kaina's hair. He asked, "Then why do you always avoid me?" Kaina, feeling embarrassed, turned her head away. She thought to herself, this is too close. He's clearly touching others like this too, strange. After a moment, Kaina stammered, "It's because I'm afraid of making you uncomfortable." Raffaello fell silent for a moment, then stepped closer to her and said, "Your Highness, you don't make me uncomfortable. Quite the opposite." He hugged Kaina gently, adding, "It's when you avoid me that it makes me uncomfortable." He held her hand and said, "Let's go then. I will escort you." Kaina replied, all right," as they began walking. She stole a glance at Raffaello, thinking, this is so strange. Could it be that his friends are better? Raffaello looked at Kaina and asked, "Your Highness, is there anywhere you're feeling unwell?" She smiled and responded, "No, I'm fine. It's just..." She quietly reassured herself, "I'm okay, I'm really okay." Kaina muttered softly, "I don't know why, but it feels a bit warm in the house." At the Duke Kidri's residence, the estate had been greatly reduced due to the encroachment of the MJ tribe, who had been fighting over the border with neighboring countries. The MJ tribes had not only taken over the western border but had also begun moving their troops elsewhere. Although Raffaello was the second son, he managed to defeat the enemy forces completely with meticulous planning. The western border was soon restored to order. Baston thought to himself, after becoming a mercenary, I somehow ended up serving this duke's household. To be honest, I think this young master is rather unlucky. He then remembered the cold and disinterested tone of Raffaello's voice and thought, if he weren't the master, I'd probably be dead at the hands of those Manji by now. At this moment, Raffaello called out, "Baston." Baston snapped out of his thoughts and quickly turned around, saying, I'm coming, sorry." Raffaello had just finished his bath and was straightening out. Baston quietly thought, it seems like the master doesn't really care about things like wounds. Raffaello, surrounded by countless dead bodies of the Manji tribe, showed no mercy to anyone. He was ruthless enough that he didn't sympathize with the suffering of others. Raffaello stood amidst the battlefield strewn with corpses, calm as if it were the most natural thing in the world. He was simply doing what he had to do. He was a man who never hesitated before a blade. Baston stood beside him, glancing over. Since childhood, Raffaello had been a remarkably intelligent child, capable of achieving anything with ease. He was always absorbed in books, yet spoke little and rarely showed emotion. Baston clenched his fists, imagining. He thought to himself, and yet this cold-hearted man. He pictured Raffaello holding hands affectionately with a princess. Spring has come. Raffaello shot him a glare. What's wrong with you? Can't breathe or something? Baston coughed, replying. Pardon me, I have rhinitis. Raffaello opened a red, intricately decorated box. Inside was a green ring adorned with a sparkling crystal. He thought to himself, it looks just like Kaina's eye color. At that moment, there was a knock at the door. A voice called from outside. "Master, it's Jeremy." Raffaello turned and answered. "Come in." Jeremy placed a stack of papers on the desk. He said, "This is the report on Henverton Gillian, sir." Raffaello picked up the documents and replied, "You've done well, Jeremy." Jeremy, curious, asked, "How long has it been since you last took an interest in someone like this?" "I thought since childhood, you were the type who didn't care about anything." Long ago, the Kidray ducal house was a cruel and sinister place. The Duchess raised Raffaello to be the heir, subjecting him to intense pressure and harsh discipline. His father, at some point, became disillusioned for reasons unknown. He drowned himself in alcohol and frequently resorted to violence. Their young master was only 10 years old at the time. Jeremy then asked, "That box, what is it?" Raffaello replied, "Today's my father's birthday, so I used my allowance to buy him a gift." A loud smack. The box was thrown at his head, blood trickling down Raffaello's face. "You disgusting red-eyed, black-haired freak. Filthy, low-born blood, get out of my sight." The cruel curses and hateful gaze seemed more like one meant for an enemy than for a child. Such fury and violence were inflicted not out of correction, but of loathing. "I'm sorry, father." And that child resigned himself to the abuse, accepting it in silence. Jeremy, horrified, cried out, "Master! You're bleeding." Raffaello murmured, "So, he truly despised how I looked." That was when it all began. The perfect heir, Raffaello Kidray, developed a chronic illness. His body weakened without explanation, and he would often vomit. The physicians all said there was nothing physically wrong with him. The Duchess, enraged that her perfect son had fallen ill with a strange disease, replaced and dismissed countless doctors. And she dyed the family red with the blood of the servants. One day, when her rage reached its peak, the young master said, "I'm fine now. It seems my body just suddenly became sensitive. Sorry for making everyone worry." Some people were suspicious because Raffaello's condition suddenly returned to normal. But those in the family were already too exhausted from the suffocating atmosphere and simply felt relieved and thankful. Jeremy thought to himself, "But sometimes, the master still looks pale, clearly he's still." Suddenly, Raffaello called out, "Jeremy." Jeremy quickly replied, "Ah. My apologies, I'll give the report now. We had suspected Henverton Gillian was secretly involved in dirty dealings, but it's worse than we thought. In the past 5 years, the nobles who associate with Henverton Gillian have all been of poor character. They've formed a so-called gentleman's club of their own." Raffaello said, "Illegal opium trading in the capital?" Jeremy added, "With such large quantities, and still no information about a possible import source." Raffaello replied, "Then it seems the opium is being produced somewhere within the country. Human trafficking, illegal gambling dens, underground arenas, murder. Though the Viscount Gillian family is under our control, it's difficult for us to act due to their warhorse business." Jeremy agreed. "Exactly. The Kidray family's military strength lies heavily in cavalry. Oh, and there's one more thing. Lately, he's been eyeing the princess." Raffaello was visibly startled. Jeremy continued, "Hoping to become the prince consort, he's been cozying up to both heirs to the throne. Both the prince and Heinrich are interested in the Gillian cavalry." Raffaello furrowed his brow. "Jeremy, Baston, should we eliminate that trash first?" Jeremy and Baston panicked. "Sir?" Raffaello continued. "Get rid of him." Jeremy frowned. "Master, you can't deal with a noble like that so easily." Raffaello replied calmly, "Isn't it just secretly killing him?" Jeremy cried out in alarm. "Master! How can we secretly assassinate the heir of a vassal house?" Raffaello responded. I was just saying. Jeremy muttered. You're lying. Raffaello added. Anyway, keep a constant watch on Henverton. Jeremy thought to himself, how strange. He seems a little meaner than usual today. Normally he's so cold and composed, but today he's totally different. Jeremy's eyes widened. Could it be that this strange behavior is because of something related to Princess Kaina? Breeding season. Oops, no, the warm season had arrived. Grass sprouted, flowers bloomed, and fruits ripened. It was also the season when the imperial roses were in full bloom. And it happened to be the time of Princess Kaina's birthday. Kaina said excitedly. The invitations for the coming-of-age ceremony have arrived? Vera replied. Yes, Your Highness. Here's the sample invitation. The royal palace artist decorated it by hand. They're truly beautiful, Princess. Kaina picked up a perfectly adorned invitation card and said. The roses are so vibrant. I suppose it's fine, right? Vera replied. Of course. Your birthday marks the opening of the social season. From the list of ingredients and banquet menu to the assignments of servants and the orchestra, everything has to be absolutely perfect. Kaina said with a smile. Ha, thank you. Thanks to everyone, I feel quite at ease. But in her mind, Kaina was plotting. If the party is a success, then the competition for the position of prince consort will intensify. I need to stir things up. When everyone's distracted by attacking each other, I'll slip away with my fake husband. She glanced at something on the table. This is the letter I was writing to Raffaello, but it's still blank. Kaina hesitated. How should I address him? Should I keep it simple? Or just write something formal? If I make it too distant, will that be suspicious? He did tell me to stop avoiding him. If I write it like the previous letters. Thinking of her past letters, she paused again. Maybe I shouldn't. After a moment of silence, Kaina scribbled something on the paper. This isn't bad. She sighed and finally wrote. I'm planning to visit the academy to review the building that's registered under my name. Since I've never studied at the academy nor had experience interacting with students, I'm worried I may not handle it well. I hope the building can be of use to the Empire's talented individuals. May I ask for your advice on this matter? I await your response. Kaina stopped writing, folded the letter, and slipped it into an envelope. It's just a normal, polite letter, she thought. Then she called out. Olivia, could you deliver this letter for me? Olivia replied. Yes, Your Highness. Where shall I send it? Kaina answered. Send it to Lord Raffaello. Since you've finished your work for the day, there's no need to rush. Hearing that, Olivia's expression darkened. She responded. I will complete the task quickly and return, Your Highness. Bowing low, she added. I'll be on my way now, Princess. Kaina frowned and said. Good heavens. Olivia, look at yourself. Even though you're wearing such a lovely dress. Then, in a softer voice, almost a whisper. Are you planning to deliver a letter from the princess looking like that? From outside, the maids began to murmur. Did she say that out loud for everyone to hear? Shoo, pretend you didn't hear anything. Kaina reached out and touched the hat Olivia was wearing. Olivia looked puzzled. Your Highness. Kaina picked up the hat adorned with a sparkling golden butterfly pin and smiled. This gold pin goes beautifully with your green hat. Eyes widening, Olivia replied. Thank you, Your Highness. At the Kidray family estate. Olivia looked around the grand residence and thought to herself. A cold man like him, lives in such a bright and elegant place? Creak. The door opened. Raffaello stepped out and said. Welcome, Lady Olivia. Olivia bowed and responded politely. Thank you for receiving me, despite the sudden visit, Lord Kidray. She thought to herself. I should have greeted him properly first. Then, handing over the letter, she said. This letter is written personally by Her Highness, the Princess, addressed to you. Raffaello took the letter, his expression surprised. He thought. Kaina used to send me love letters, didn't she? I hated them at the time, but now, why does this make me so happy? Seeing his face, Olivia thought. No matter how you look at it, that smile looks a bit stupid. Olivia spoke up. The princess said she'll arrange the meeting according to your available time. Just then, Jeremy interjected. Ah, my master's schedule. But before Jeremy could finish, Raffaello interrupted. 2 days from now. I'll meet the princess then. Jeremy gasped. That's the day we're supposed to visit the monastery. Raffaello replied firmly. It's decided. The princess and I will dine together. I'll make a reservation. Hearing that, Jeremy looked even more shocked. A reservation? My master? Olivia replied. I'll inform the princess accordingly. Raffaello clasped his hands together, a bit anxious. Would you mind waiting for a moment while I write a reply to the princess? Olivia smiled brightly. Oh dear, of course not. Meanwhile, Jeremy stood there confused. Who is this man? I thought Baston was exaggerating, but looking at him now. In Raffaello's reply. Dearest Princess Kaina. What a coincidence that I happened to be at the estate. It was truly a pleasure to receive your letter in person. I'm currently overseeing the construction of a new building. And it is a great honor to be of service to your highness. I look forward to our meeting in 2 days' time. Sincerely. Raffaello Kidre. It was a simple letter, no hidden meanings, just a polite, straightforward thank you. So very typical of the man who had written it. Kaina thought to herself. That's just like Raffaello, and yet. Lying in bed, she suddenly sat upright, startled by her own thoughts. That's the real issue. Raffaello actually wrote back to me? Sure, I've changed, and naturally, the way people treat me has changed too. But, something about this feels awkward. If it were the old me who sent that letter, he would have loathed it. Without a doubt. She whispered under her breath. Raffaello. You did read my letter, didn't you? And in his usual cool, detached tone, he had answered. Yes, I read it. That's as far as I remember. Still, the fact that he replied at all. She picked up the letter again, let out a quiet sigh, and murmured. Maybe we've grown just a little closer. Kaina gently patted her cheeks, as if to shake off her thoughts. Focus, Kaina. There's still so much to do. Rajeff's confinement ends tomorrow. I need to have everything settled before then. She reminded herself she had to act fast. She must petition her father, the emperor, for a reward for her successful handling of the internal palace affairs. At the same time, she would request that Raffaello be appointed governor of the western region. It was a power typically reserved for a duke. But Raffaello's parents were currently in the middle of a public divorce. With that scandal hanging over his name, the other nobles would never allow him to inherit the title, not unless he was married. That's why, if the emperor himself were to grant him the governorship, then even her father's advisors would have no choice but to acknowledge Raffaello's authority. Bang! Renan slammed his hand against the door, the loud noise echoing through the room. He growled inwardly. Everywhere I go, it's Kaina this, Kaina that. She pretends to be harmless, but quietly she's been eliminating Rajeff's allies. And now she's even dragged that little brat into it. The boy has no influence. But if Duke Kidre, who's still officially neutral, gets involved, it'll be a real problem. Suddenly, a servant appeared and reported. Lord Event, Henverton Gillian is requesting to speak with you. Renan responded with annoyance. Henverton? I told you to refuse him. But then he paused. His eyes glinted sharply. Wait a minute. The princess acted oddly around Henverton. If I play this right, I might be able to get rid of both of them. Elsewhere, a deep voice spoke up. You're offering me a share in the cavalry business? Now that is a tempting proposal. Renan replied. The house of Viscount Gillian could become a major force backing Prince Rajef. Henverton chuckled and waved him off. Sorry, but I have no interest in royal affairs. Nor do I care for the title of Prince Consort. This is Eldam's royal mess, clean it up yourselves. The only thing I want is Princess Kaina. Her and no one else. His eyes gleamed as he went on. You see, I'm a collector. I'm obsessed with beautiful things. Jewels, statues, paintings, ornaments, anything that captures the eye. And the most beautiful thing I've ever laid eyes on is Kaina, that princess. He burst out laughing. From the very first moment I saw her, this obsessive desire to possess her just ignited inside me. Her beauty surpasses anything I've ever collected. Renan smiled coldly. Then you're in luck. Tomorrow, the princess will be visiting the Royal Academy. And beneath his composed words, a curse burned in Renan's mind, you lunatic. He continued smoothly. I heard she's meeting with Lord Raffaello in private. At that, Henverton froze. You said. Raffaello? Renan's expression darkened. You mean Raffaello Kidray, yes? Henverton hissed through clenched teeth. The bastard who got between me and Kaina at the library. He even had the audacity to hold her in his arms. Even tearing him limb from limb wouldn't be enough. I should have killed him back then. Renan tilted his head slightly, his voice low. Lord Henverton, have you heard of the monastery? It's not widely known, but there's a secluded area within it. Anyone who donates beyond a certain amount is granted access. Without the monastery's approval, no outsider can enter. Even if a criminal were hiding inside. He smiled, voice dropping to a whisper. It's the only completely isolated space in the entire empire. Henverton curled his lips in curiosity. Renan continued, his tone laced with hidden meaning. Even the royal family isn't allowed to come and go as they please. At the emperor's residence, Rudin entered the chamber and announced, Your Majesty, the princess requests an audience. Suddenly, he saw the emperor cough up blood. Alarmed, Rudin exclaimed, Your Majesty. Are you all right? Flustered, he added quickly, Shall I postpone the audience? But the emperor waved a hand. No need. I'm fine. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with his hand and added firmly, Though I am old and frail, I am still the emperor of this empire. Let Kaina in. The sound of a finely crafted shoe tapped softly against the marble floor, each step graceful and composed. Kaina approached the emperor, gently lifted the hem of her dress, and gave a respectful curtsy. I seek your audience, father. The two handmaidens behind her also bowed deeply, showing their utmost reverence for the son of the empire. The emperor leaned back against the cushion on his bed, his gaze softening as he watched his daughter gracefully pull out a chair and sit beside him. He smiled. You're so busy there's no need to come visit me. A flicker of hesitation crossed Kaina's face. How could I not? I can't ignore your health. The emperor's deep eyes gleamed with scrutiny, as though trying to read her heart. Stroking his beard, he nodded in approval. Very well. Thank you. That's commendable. He turned and gestured to a servant. Laden, bring it here. A middle-aged man stepped in, carrying an ornate box with great care. He gently opened the lid. The emperor spoke calmly. This is the official decree granting you authority over the Western Military District, as you requested. Kaina bowed deeply, reaching out with both hands to receive it. She didn't forget to say, I'm deeply grateful that you approved such a foolish request of mine. After taking the document, they continued their conversation. The emperor spoke first, it was a necessary step. I trust you'll put it to good use. He paused briefly, then added, Laden told me of your recent work. You've managed the inner palace affairs remarkably well in such a short time. In response, Kaina smiled like the morning sun. Since you entrusted it to me, of course I must give it my all. Their exchange might have seemed like a typical conversation between father and daughter, but it overflowed with mutual trust and warmth. The emperor laughed heartily. Haha, I knew you'd do well, that's why I gave you the job. And you truly have done well. Kaina's whole body tensed at those words from the father she had always approached with caution. She looked at the man with silver hair whose sharp eyes still held a trace of tenderness as they warmed her. The emperor spoke softly, almost like a benediction, "You've worked hard, my child." The conversation ended. Kaina gently turned and closed the door to the room. The smile on her face slowly faded, replaced by a deep, thoughtful expression. The words her father had just said echoed in her mind, making her unable to stop thinking. Could he really say such things? The vast, luxurious corridor was left with only the silhouette of a girl walking silently, her eyes filled with countless emotions. A moment later, Kaina calmly stepped down from the carriage, under the adoring gazes of the knights. She gently adjusted her clothes, glanced around, and said, "We arrived earlier than the scheduled time, didn't we?" Olivia, walking behind her, hastily looked around. Suddenly, a loud shout rang out, startling everyone. "This insolent fool!" Kaina had already noticed, so she asked quietly, "What's going on?" The two knights, looking like two shy teenagers in love, awkwardly looked at her and blushed. Upon hearing her question, they immediately became very serious. "We'll check right away." Before Kaina could even reply, "All right," they had already disappeared, leaving Kaina with a puzzled expression. She turned to Olivia and asked, "Why are they in such a hurry?" Olivia covered her mouth and laughed lightly. "It's because you're a distinguished guest of the academy, so they want to show their best." After a pause, she explained further, "It seems that some students are arguing. When I was at the academy, this kind of thing used to happen a lot." When the two of them arrived at the scene, they coincidentally witnessed a boy being grabbed by the collar, with another student shouting loudly at him, "You dare to fight in such a prestigious academy?" The boy was no pushover and immediately retorted, "What are you doing? I've always been left alone, so why are you interfering now?" Kaina's gaze landed on the boy, which surprised her. He furrowed his brow, his face showing displeasure, brushing off dust from his uniform while muttering, "Ah, my uniform is all wrinkled." Looking at the boy in front of her, Kaina instantly recognized him: shiny silver hair, sharp blue eyes, and a guarded attitude. He was Catherine Edo Lindbergh's son. His gaze never left Edel for a second. She stroked her chin, slowly thinking, "Right. Because Rajef didn't like him, I never met this boy before I came back. But, this Inni looks just like the Emperor's clone, with golden hair and blue eyes. He could be my little brother." Kaina suddenly recalled a plot point from the novel. Elder had been backed by the Duke Kidder's family to eliminate Rajef and take the throne. She remembered hearing that, because the king was bedridden, the boy had struggled greatly. She never imagined witnessing this boy's difficult childhood firsthand. It seemed he had been subjected to collective violence more than once. Perhaps Kaina's gaze had been too focused, causing Edel to notice. He growled and spoke, brimming with hostility, "What are you looking at? Thought you were sightseeing?" This caused those standing behind them to feel uneasy. "How rude," someone whispered. However, contrary to expectations, instead of getting angry, Kaina flashed a dazzling smile. She slowly approached Elder, causing him to step back in surprise. What is this? Who are you?" She curtsied, gently lifting her skirt to sit down in front of him, and politely introduced herself. "Hello, Elder. I'm Kaina Hill." He looked down at the girl sitting before him, utterly astonished. Her face still held a rare look of urgency. Is she a princess, he thought? Why has this person suddenly appeared here? Though filled with questions, Elder still bowed cautiously. "Greetings, Your Highness." Kaina didn't really care for such formalities, lightly dismissing them. "You don't need to bow." She quickly got straight to the point. "It seems like your relationship with your peers isn't very good. If you are a descendant of noble families, being close to them will benefit you in the future." Upon hearing this, Elder immediately showed his discomfort. He scowled and turned away. "What friends? What does that have to do with you?" Kaina maintained her calm tone, as if nothing had happened. Because I'm your sister. On Elder's face, a shadow suddenly passed. He let out a mocking laugh. He was fully aware of how miserable his situation had become, completely isolated by the forces of Heinrich and Prince Rajef. His father lay bedridden, and even the descendants of noble families treated him with contempt, finding ways to provoke him every day. Unable to endure any longer, he had beaten up some of those bastards. His mother said nothing, but it was clear that the family had suffered great losses because of it. It had been 3 years, and his mother still hadn't been able to buy a new dress. Thinking of his mother, Elder clenched his jaw, his face filled with resentment. Ever since he learned the truth, he could only grit his teeth and endure the blows. The forces that once rejected him now call themselves his sister, huh? Perhaps lost in his thoughts, Elder didn't notice Kaina's hand reaching towards him. Elder, wait a minute. She gently stroked the spot on his lips where he had bitten earlier, showing concern. You don't look well. Does it hurt a lot? Startled by the sudden touch, Elder flinched, but by the time he regained his composure, she had already withdrawn her hand. Her words of concern only made Elder more agitated. He trembled with anger, momentarily losing control of his emotions, and raised his hand towards Kaina. To her astonishment, he shouted, "What are you doing here, pretending like this? What will that change?" In the rush of standing up too quickly, Kaina's headpiece fell to the ground with a thud. Elder scowled, coldly glaring at the young woman in front of him, and flatly said, "I don't need sympathy from the royal family." Just then, the headmaster hurried over, panting heavily. "How dare you speak so disrespectfully to Her Royal Highness, Princess?" Before he could finish, Kaina coldly interrupted, "Headmaster, this time I wish to personally teach this student." Her words made the headmaster freeze in place, as the chilling expression on her face took him by surprise. Standing tall, arms crossed, she coldly fixed her gaze on Elder and clearly stated her intentions. Elder, in fear, stepped back. What? What do you mean?" Henverton Julian, worried, wiped his forehead with a handkerchief. "I've heard that the relationship between the royal family and the Lindbergh family is already strained, but..." Kaina Hill spoke sternly, "In any case, you still need to be tutored, Elder. I didn't expect it to be this bad." At that moment, the news of their conversation spread throughout the academy. All the students started gossiping. "I heard the princess came to the academy again. Why has she been coming here so often lately?" The bright sunlight streamed through the window, casting rays of light that filled the room. Elder sat quietly by himself, his gaze distant, and he sighed softly, "What is this? Claiming to be my sister and saying all these nonsense things. Anyway, isn't she still a member of the royal family?" Thinking this, Elder glanced at her. She was rummaging through a bookshelf in search of a book. "No matter who she is, she will hate me and my mother anyway." Suddenly, as though sensing something, she looked up and glanced at Elder. "Student Elder, are you ready to be scolded?" Elder flinched, his hands trembling in fear. The sound of footsteps approached. She came closer. Elder blushed, closed his eyes, and his heart raced with dread. "Guess I was right." Suddenly, she took a bandage and gently placed it on his wound. Elder widened his eyes and screamed loudly, causing a commotion throughout the academy. He shrank into the corner of the room, terrified. Seeing Elder shaking like a leaf, Kaina couldn't help but laugh. "Oh dear. Elder, you're making this pain seem worse than I thought." Elder touched the wound on his cheek, tears welling up in his eyes. "What are you doing? You clearly were about to punish me earlier." She replied, her tone gentle, "Oh, about that? Of course, you have to accept your punishment, right?" She cheerfully continued, "The punishment is called, accept help from a member of the royal family." Elder looked at her in surprise. She continued, "I know you probably think this is absurd. Someone you've hardly ever met, living as a stranger for so many years, suddenly calling you little brother and showing concern for you. Of course, you'd be suspicious." She leaned in closer, whispering, "You're probably wondering if I want something from you. But Elder, what I want to tell you is, Then she extended her hand, her gaze resolute. When we don't have power, we should make use of those who do. Elder looked at her, stunned. But she kept going. Even if you don't have power yourself, you still want to protect your mother, right? If you want to protect her, then you should accept help from others, and wait until you can develop strength of your own. She explained further, slowly but clearly. For your own goals, no matter how much you hate them, you should exploit them fully. Then, she suddenly remembered her painful past with Rajef Hill. She had to lower her pride, endure hardships, and relentlessly train her strength just to survive, just like she does now. She spoke softly. You can do it too, even more. Upon hearing this, Elder began to feel uneasy. She spoke again, her gaze gentle but firm. When someone extends their hand to help, knowing how to take it, is also a way to survive. After a while of offering advice, Kaina kindly asked. All right, okay. Do you feel any discomfort? Elder looked down at the wound on his hand, which had been bandaged. She smiled and said. First, I've taken care of the obvious spots. Elder looked at her, emotions swelling in his chest, admiration mixed with gratitude. You're so skillful. Suddenly, Elder spoke, his voice hesitant. Why are you so kind to me? I'm just a bastard, with no power at all. She turned and casually replied. Adults protecting children is natural. Besides, you're my little brother. At that moment, Henverton smiled and said. But, seeing you take down 5 people on your own, it seems like I was worried for nothing. Elder quickly explained, stammering. It's just, they were weak, that's all. She laughed. You're truly a knight with a promising future. Then she added. By the way, all the people who caused trouble for you have been dealt with. Due to the school violence, a council has been convened. Even their parents couldn't escape the consequences, tarnished by scandal. Upon hearing this, Elder was taken aback, his eyes wide with surprise. In his mind, he thought. The principal, who always saw me as a thorn in their side, always standing with those scoundrels, but now they stand with me, just because of this sister? He clenched his fists, silently reflecting. He recalled his painful past. Day by day, he had lived in a world with only his mother. No siblings. But because there were so many people around, it never seemed like an issue. He didn't feel lonely. Until the Emperor fell ill, bedridden. One by one, those friends he trusted, those he called close, slowly drifted away from him. His mother was in agony, writhing in nightmares every night. A thought suddenly flashed through Elder's mind. I never wanted to become the crown prince. What he longed for was simply to sit and have dinner with his mother at a table with flowers she loved. To raise a small puppy. To play with it on the family's land. To get along with friends at the academy. Just that. A peaceful, simple life. But he knew that life had shattered into pieces. After a long moment of contemplation, Elder turned his head. He saw his sister, Kaina, in the middle of a discussion with a maid. The maid held up a dress and tilted her head, asking, Do you think this is too big? But if she wears it, it might actually fit, don't you think? Elder looked at his sister, a spark of hope rising in his chest. Could she help me return to the life I had before? Suddenly, Elder called out loudly, Princess Kaina. She turned around in surprise, still holding the new outfit in her hands. She smiled brightly, teasing, Elder, do you want me to help you take it off? Elder froze, his face turning beet red as he shouted, What are you saying? He curled up, his face burning with embarrassment. Kaina nonchalantly continued, Well, we still need to apply medicine to your injuries. Elder muttered quietly, Okay. I understand. I'll apply the medicine myself. Kaina asked with concern, Are you sure you can do it alone? Let me help you. Elder hurriedly waved his hands, I'm 13 already. I can do it myself. With that, he dashed into the changing room. Kaina was taken aback and burst into laughter, Oh my. She muttered to herself, half amused, half exasperated, lately, all these kids turn 13 and just jump straight into puberty, don't they? The maid chuckled, covering her mouth. Your Highness, sometimes you act like an elderly lady. She sighed in frustration. One little brother with a future as a tyrant emperor is enough to handle. Who would have thought I'd get another rebellious little brother going through puberty? Kaina wahmed as Elder hid in the room, a faint hesitation in her heart. Among all the problems, this little one was definitely one of the most special puzzles. At that moment, a voice called from the door, Your Highness. A regal knight stepped in, his deep voice full of authority. Lord Raffaello Kidray has arrived. Kaina paused, a little surprised. She looked up. Lord Raffaello. What brings you here? Raffaello quickly walked over, tilting his head as he spoke. Has Your Highness arrived earlier than expected? I apologize for being late. Kaina smiled lightly. No, it's fine. I just came a little early, had some personal matters to take care of. Raffaello glanced over at the boy standing beside her. He asked again, personal matters. Kaina smiled brightly and gestured toward Elder. Yes. Say hello. This is my little brother. Raffaello's gaze lingered on Elder, who was trying to maintain a cool, distant expression but couldn't completely hide his awkwardness. Raffaello slowly asked, Is he a student from Eldenburg? Kaina seemed a bit surprised. You know him? Raffaello nodded, his gaze still fixed on Elder. Yes. I keep up with a lot of the news from the academy. Despite Elder seeming distracted and somewhat unfocused, Raffaello continued, he's a student with remarkable physical talents and reflexes very impressive. He's regarded as one of the most promising seeds with the potential to become a true swordsman. Raffaello observed Elder thoughtfully. The boy's talent had already surpassed that of many noble heirs. But, hearing rumors was one thing, seeing it firsthand was another. This kid, cold, rebellious, as rumored? But why does he look so obedient now? Is it because he's standing next to Kaina? Kaina turned to Raffaello and spoke softly, Lord Raffaello, you've arrived. Shall we move to another place? The words caused Elder to flinch. She is leaving already? So soon? He clenched his hands tightly, feeling a twinge of emptiness in his chest. At that moment, Kaina unexpectedly bent down and took his hand. Elder's eyes widened in surprise. She smiled gently, her gaze soft and at his level. We will meet again. Before Elder could react, he simply whispered, Yes. Kaina continued, her voice soft yet firm, Next time, don't call me Your Highness anymore. She winked mischievously. Call me sister, all right? Kaina gently encouraged Elder, who was so embarrassed he couldn't even look up. Of course, I understand it might be hard for you to say it in front of others. She smiled, her eyes warm like gentle sunlight. But if it's just the two of us, I'd like you to call me that, okay? Elder pressed his lips together, his face red as a tomato. Seeing this, Kaina gently squeezed his hand, her voice soft like a spring breeze. Don't feel pressured. It's okay to be a little spoiled with me. Elder lowered his head, thinking silently, why does she keep trying to open the door to a world I've shut so tightly? In the Grand Palace, where footsteps echoed down golden halls, Kaina and Raffaello walked side by side. Raffaello spoke, his voice a mix of curiosity and light teasing. It seems, the relationship between Your Highness and Lord Lindbergh is truly quite good. Kaina responded with a slight, self-mocking smile. You think so? After all, he is my little brother. I just want to treat him gently and comfortably. She paused for a moment, her gaze thoughtful. To be honest, from a personal perspective, it's understandable that he'd be uncomfortable with me, especially when someone suddenly appears and says they want to help. She thought of Elder's eyes cold, sharp like a blade, always wary like a small animal that had been cornered too many times. Those eyes, she said slowly, seem to have been forged from countless wounds and betrayals. Yet, he is still just a child. She looked down briefly, her voice like a whisper on the breeze. At that age, he should be receiving help naturally. But instead, he hesitates, afraid that kindness might be another trap. The breeze brushed against the hem of her cloak as Kaina continued walking, murmuring softly, "At least, I hope he won't be afraid of others' goodwill." Then, as if remembering something, she chuckled to herself, "Then again, perhaps I'm just meddling in something that's none of my business." Unexpectedly, Raffaello interrupted her, "Well." She looked at him, surprised, only to find his gaze deeper than usual. Raffaello stepped closer, his presence nearly suffocating as he closed the distance between them. "If it were me." His voice dropped, carrying a rare sincerity, "when your highness helps me, I would not only be grateful." He paused for a moment, tilting his head, his eyes shimmering as if holding something unsaid, "I would be deeply moved." Kaina turned to face Raffaello, her expression slightly puzzled. She quickly took a step back, her voice uncertain. "So, is that so?" "Well, that's lucky." Raffaello gazed at her, his eyes unreadable. But Kaina suddenly stopped in her tracks, standing before a magnificent, colorful garden. Her eyes brightened, and she asked, "Is the restaurant you reserved for today, this place?" Then she hesitated for a moment, her hand subtly gripping the hem of her skirt. "Don't tell me, you reserved this place without even knowing what it's like?" As she asked, her eyes wandered around the surroundings, a space filled with flowers, twinkling hanging lights, and the faint fragrance of tea. This place clearly didn't seem like the kind of place for serious discussions. It looked much more like a date spot. Could it be, he really has such high aesthetic taste? She glanced at Raffaello's slightly solemn expression, feeling a bit uneasy. He spoke in a deep, warm voice. "Does this place not satisfy the princess?" Kaina jumped in surprise and quickly replied, No, that's not it." She forced a smile, waving her hand as if to dispel any misunderstandings. "I was just admiring your incredibly high-end taste." Oh my, what did I just say? To blurt something like that in front of his serious face. Nonetheless, looking around at the place, the afternoon sunlight streaming through the frosted glass, the wisteria vines draped over the trellis, and the tables set apart to create private spaces, one would surely think this was a romantic date. Raffaello gently pulled out a chair for her, his gesture so natural that it only made Kaina feel more awkward. Could it be that he really chose this place himself? Or did he just randomly choose because he didn't know where else to go? She rested her chin on her hand, her thoughts growing more chaotic. Oh no, am I paying too much attention to this? Meanwhile, Raffaello silently observed her. Seeing her flustered state, he smiled lightly, his gaze as if he had understood something. He looked up at the flower-covered eaves and said softly, "Looking like this, it's not bad." Then he muttered, "How did Bastin know about a place like this to recommend it to me?" A fragment of memory surfaced, Bastin, insistently pulling Raffaello's hand, shaking his head vigorously. "You must go to this place. Trust me, you won't regret it." "This restaurant was made for a princess," he had replied. "I know." Kaina nodded, then wondered to herself, how did that guy know about this place? She opened her eyes to look around. Cool shade, the gentle fragrance from the spring flowers swaying in the breeze. She glanced toward the musicians, the sweet sounds of instruments floating in the air, soothing and strange. She turned her eyes to the man opposite her, who was still lost in thought. And, beside me, he thought. She looked at him, confused. Lord Raffaello? He remained silent, resting his chin on his hand as he spoke. "I was thinking, there's someone who makes me no longer need great painters or beauties, someone who makes me feel like I don't need anything else in the world." Then he smiled softly and continued. "This moment is truly wonderful. It's hard to believe. I'm sitting next to the most beautiful woman in the empire." Kaina chuckled, replying, "Really? I'm surprised you know how to say such sweet words." Raffaello immediately denied it. "No, that's not flattery." She was slightly surprised, crossing her arms, waiting to hear more. He confessed. Actually, the joy of spending time with someone, sharing peaceful moments with that person. He raised his hand to his chest, gently touching the place where his heart was beating wildly, then continued. "And that person is your highness. I'm very happy." Really, princess? She was stunned, her eyes widening as she looked at him. Raffaello squeezed her hands gently, calling softly, "Princess." He looked deeply into her eyes and slowly said, "You've changed me, to the point that I don't even recognize myself anymore." At that moment, in a magnificent room, Elder sat quietly at his desk. He thought, "I've done everything, but still find everything boring." He looked at the stack of papers in front of him. No matter how well he did anything, he just saw it as something normal. Elder remained lost in his thoughts. For a long time now, I've become numb to the praise of others. He picked up a letter, thinking to himself, I'm just trying to finish this because it's my duty. He lightly stamped the letter, the soft sound of the seal echoing. Duty and responsibility, those filled up all of his time. Looking out the window, he wondered, when I was younger, did I ever think about the future? A future where I could change this endless cycle of boredom and emptiness. That morning, he had an appointment with Kaina. At the Kidray mansion, a servant came forward with a robe, asking, "Master, will you wear your usual robe today?" He replied, "No. This time, I'll wear something lighter." The answer left the servant stunned. He continued, "And today, I hope you'll prepare everything for me." This statement left everyone shocked. They gathered together, whispering excitedly, "Goodness, this is the first time I've seen the master care about what he wears. Does he care about fashion too? Usually, he just says, all right, fine." They turned to look at Raffaello, then whispered to each other, "If so, could today's appointment be really important to him?" Suddenly, the atmosphere in the mansion seemed to ignite with determination. Everyone was filled with fiery thoughts. No matter what, we must make the master the most charming man in the empire. The mansion became chaotic. The servants' voices echoed with excitement. "Did you meet the princess today? Anna, bring the white silk shirt here. If you're with the princess, make sure to style his bangs like last time. We can't let him look older." He asked, Do I really look old?" They replied, "Honestly, it's really important now. Where's the perfume? Hurry up." Inside, it was a mess, as though a small battle was taking place. Outside, Jeremy stood waiting. Hearing the noise from inside, he sighed and muttered, "Everyone seems so excited." Then he thought to himself, "Anyway, isn't it the master who wants to look better?" Still, they endure being touched by the female servants without a single complaint. He thought about the princess. His eyes sparkled with curiosity. After all, what kind of magic did she use, Your Highness? At the lavish restaurant, Kaina pondered with her head bowed, asking herself, what is that sound? What did he just say? She thought to herself, did I change Raffaello's character? This feeling made her blush, as though it were a confession of love. Hearing what sounded like a confession, she became worried, cluming the hem of her gown, wondering, has the story changed now? My actions are so different from the novel. Have I changed everything? She felt confused, unsure if the relationship between them had changed. She wondered, when did it become like this? It's not important now. She anxiously thought, if I start finding every mistake, I don't know when it will end. Looking at the Duke in front of her, Kaina thought, the biggest issue now is Raffaello. He's expressing his feelings using the guise of a man. Her heart raced, and her pulse quickened when she thought of this. Kaina didn't hate the truth, but she pressed her lips together, telling herself, this can't go on. Once again, she imagined Raffaello and Olivia holding hands while dancing in the novel. There, Raffaello didn't mind holding Olivia's hand, and from the moment they met, they felt destined for each other. She fell silent, then asked herself, am I now becoming an obstacle for them? Kaina said, Duke Raffaello, things are still unclear. He focused intently on listening. She continued, what do you think? But we can't delay any longer. She lowered her face and added, as for me, I prefer us the way we are now. She continued speaking despite Raffaello showing signs of disappointment. You are both a reliable partner and a great helper to me. As for me, I am the princess of the empire, receiving your assistance. You surely know that He interrupted, is that so? He stammered, I understand, your highness. Kaina felt awkward, sighing. On the way back, she couldn't stop thinking. I can't make excuses anymore, it's my fault. She told herself, I thought everything was going smoothly. Could it have just been my own illusion? Olivia, seeing Kaina's troubled expression, asked, Your Highness, you don't look well. Kaina replied, I'm fine, Olivia. I'm just a little tired. She turned and smiled faintly, thinking to herself, honestly, I have no face left to look at Olivia. Olivia said, could it be that you're worried about handling the students who made mistakes? Don't worry, Your Highness. While you were meeting Duke Raffaello, the principal had sent word already. She continued, the misbehaving students will be suspended. The news of your intervention has spread quickly. The reason you came to the academy was to protect Elder. Kaina exhaled, is that so? Well, that's good. She thought, I should be glad she misunderstood the situation, right? The carriage arrived. Kaina said, I'm tired today, so let's head back to the palace quickly. Olivia responded, yes, Your Highness. She bowed to the coachman. Kaina thought, this is too much, I even forgot to hand over the military appointment letter to him today. I'll have to send it to the servants. Suddenly, she felt strange, her hand froze when she touched the coachman's hand. Wait, she looked at the coachman in front of her, feeling confused. Is this the same person? She tightened her grip, the polite man bowing before her. I've seen him somewhere before. The coachman said, let's head back to the palace right away, Your Highness. Kaina felt a little uneasy, replying, all right. She looked at the formal attire and the carriage. It was indeed the coachman's attire, but something about it felt off, as though something was wrong. Kaina recalled the image of a normal coachman. If it were a regular coachman, they would avoid conversation or at least not act so naturally. She looked at the man before her again, he was completely different, his demeanor was very relaxed. Alert, Kaina took a step back, and more than that, she felt the air around her suddenly grow too quiet. The mysterious coachman smirked. Kaina cautiously thought, that's right, it's as if it's been arranged. She called out, Olivia. She turned and smiled broadly, saying, I think it's better to quickly send the military appointment letter. Could you pass it to the servants of the Kidray household for me? Saying that, Kaina turned to Olivia. She replied, understood, Your Highness. Kaina said, I will wait in the carriage, so make sure to hurry back. Olivia hesitated for a moment, looking at her. She turned away, quickly saying, I'll be right back, leaving Kaina and the mysterious coachman alone. Suddenly, Kaina spoke to grab the coachman's attention, so, she said, coldly crossing her arms, what's your business with me? He shrugged and replied, what? My business? I'm just a coachman, princess. Of course, I'm here to escort you. Kaina looked at him and muttered, seems like you're not going to reveal your identity. She thought, what forces are still against me? Rajef wouldn't be involved in something like this. Could it be Renan Event's faction? She kept her gaze on him, still pondering. He didn't seem surprised at all. Did he know I would guess? If so, it's too late to leave quietly. The coachman pulled his hood lower, his expression enigmatic, making Kaina uneasy. There was no one around to help, and he acted as if he knew everything. What can I do now? She looked up. In a situation where every option seemed disadvantageous, the best thing to do was to draw his attention. Her eyes grew cold. She thought, there's only one way. Kaina quickly approached him, coming closer and saying, it's better to wrap things up before Olivia returns, right? She thought this would provoke him. The coachman seemed a little surprised, then suddenly burst into laughter, ha ha ha. Look at this. I've only heard of the princess before, but today, I get to meet you in person. What a joy. He leaned closer to Kaina, wrapping an arm around her waist and holding her hand, continuing, I'm truly moved that you've allowed the maid to leave, even though we don't know what will happen next. I'm very pleased, Princess. Suddenly, two strangers appear out of nowhere, grabbed her, and drugged her. The coachman calmly said, "Take it easy." Kaina collapsed, and the two men stood watching her with satisfied expressions. Kaina panicked, "Ah. The two men whispered, "Don't worry, it's just a little nap." The coachman added, as if joking, "Anyway, it's commendable that you let the maid go." Kaina's vision began to blur, the figure of the coachman becoming hazy. He said something more, but it was useless. She was losing consciousness, too weak to hear clearly anymore. "I can't let this happen." Kaina thought of Olivia, who was likely frantically searching for her. If Olivia comes back, she'll be in danger. Elsewhere, Olivia suddenly felt uneasy. She thought, "This is strange. The princess is not one to give orders like that suddenly. Even though I don't know what's going on, I must finish up and go back quickly." Suddenly, something rushed toward her, causing Olivia to freeze. A shadow passed so close to her. Olivia was stunned as she saw Raffaello Kidray appeared, swinging his sword to shield her. Olivia gasped, "Lord Kidray!" The soldiers shouted in unison, "Capture the intruder." Raffaello turned back and asked, "Are you all right?" Olivia quickly grabbed his sleeve, panicking, Please, help me. It seems something has happened to the princess." Raffaello stood frozen, his mind racing with thoughts of what was happening to Kaina. His concern only deepened as he recalled the urgency of the situation. In a dimly lit dungeon, only the flickering light from a barred window illuminated the scene. The sound of rain tapping against the stone walls echoed, the night having already fallen. Princess Kaina sat despondently behind the bars, a slight groan escaping her lips from the headache that had started to intensify. The sound of footsteps echoed in the silence, clip, clop. A voice broke the stillness. "You've caused quite a stir on your way here." The stranger continued, "As expected, my judgment wasn't wrong." A figure emerged from the shadows, speaking in a deep tone, "Long time no see, Princess." In the palace, a servant hurriedly entered, slamming open the door and shouting, "There's big trouble." He rushed to whisper in the Duke's ear. The Duke was visibly shaken, yelling, "What? Princess Kaina has disappeared?" A vision of a beautiful gown flashed in his memory. She had fled. The throne, once a symbol of power, now sat empty, glowing under the lights. An assistant spoke up, "We need His Majesty's approval. His Majesty just took his medicine today, and his health isn't well." "We can't disturb him while he's resting," another replied. The Duke gritted his teeth, "Our priority must be His Majesty Emperor Esther, not the princess." Someone else asked, "What about His Highness, the Prince?" "Prince Rajef is still undergoing penance as ordered by the Emperor. If he faces any repercussions for failing to follow orders." The voice trailed off ominously. Suddenly, an angry former knight slammed his hand against the wall, making the room shake, as if to threaten, "So what do you want me to do about it?" The room erupted in chaos. "Get moving and find the princess." Meanwhile, Vera and Olivia were strategizing. Vera spoke, "Kidnappings are always a race against time. If we wait in silence, we'll lose our chance." Olivia nodded in agreement, her resolve hardening. "We must act. We have to rescue the princess." In a quiet room, Prince Rajef sat, engrossed in his book, mildly annoyed at the disturbance outside that broke his concentration. The sounds of the guards shouting echoed down the hall. "What are you doing?" Rajef looked up, furrowing his brow. It seemed the guards were trying to apprehend two women. The commotion in the corridor grew louder and more chaotic. Someone shouted, "Stop her." Vera fought to seize a sword from an underestimating knight, using it to clear a path for Olivia. She yelled, "Charge in." Without hesitation, Olivia rushed in. Seizing the opportunity, she made her way directly to Rajef, dropping to her knees in front of him. "Prince Rajef." She bit her lip, struggling to keep her fear at bay, thinking, only he can help. Rajef furrowed his brow, eyeing her. "Who are you?" Olivia quickly replied, "Your Highness, please help. Before she could finish, she was restrained by the guards. Rajef paused, his mind flashing. Who is she? Why does she look so familiar? His gaze fixed on her. It was Olivia. At that moment, Olivia appeared nearly defeated, yet she pushed herself to speak, her voice trembling. Princess has been kidnapped. She fell to her knees, her voice shaky as she pleaded, please. Your Highness, save the princess. Rajef was taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. His voice barely contained his anger and surprise. What did you say? Olivia's eyes welled up with tears as she trembled. It's been over an hour, and no one has done anything. Rajef muttered under his breath, his tone dark and menacing. So that's how it is. He approached Olivia, who was still kneeling at his feet. The rhythmic clip-clop of his royal boots echoed as he lowered himself to lift her chin, his cold eyes staring into hers. Kidnapped, huh? Olivia froze, feeling the intense killing intent emanating from him. Her lips quivered as she stammered, why yes. After Lord Kidray arrived at the scene, he conducted a search. He said it's highly likely the princess has been kidnapped. Upon hearing this, Rajef remained silent. Without a word, he grabbed his sword and turned to leave. A close aide rushed forward in haste. You can't. Your Highness. Are you planning to defy the Emperor's orders? The guards and knights immediately surrounded Rajef, blocking his path. But before they could make a move, he swung his sword with incredible speed, cutting down anyone in his way. Blood splattered, and bodies piled up in seconds. The room fell into a stunned silence. No one could keep up with the speed and lethal intent. Olivia wahmed in horror, paralyzed by fear. The floor was stained red with blood, dripping from the gleaming sword. Rajef's face bore a few droplets of blood, but his eyes remained as cold as ever. Finally, he ordered. Summon the army immediately. Surround the entire capital. The air grew cold and suffocating, his gaze as if it could consume everything in its path. Before the sun sets, if she's not found, don't even think about keeping your lives. Meanwhile, Kaina slowly regained consciousness. She found herself in a strange room, the faint light filtering through a small window. Ugh. Footsteps echoed, and a man approached, staring at her intently. You're awake. He crouched down, sneering. Don't even think about escaping. Even if you scream, no one will come. If you make a noise, I'll gag you. He tossed a piece of dry, stale bread onto the floor. Eat, princess. But contrary to what he expected, Kaina showed no fear. Instead, she let out a bitter laugh, a smile tinged with suffering. The guard hesitated, his eyes widening in confusion. What are you laughing at? Is something funny? Another soldier muttered to him. Could the princess be going mad? Kaina overheard them, curling her lips into a mocking smile. Mad, huh? Her eyes became sharp, like blades. I'm giving you a chance. Open this cell and let me go, and I'll spare your lives. At her cold threat, the bearded man slammed his fist into the bars of the cell. Princess, you clearly don't understand your situation. You think you can still give orders? You're being kidnapped. He snarled, about to continue insulting her. But suddenly, Kaina's demeanor changed. Her face shifted from madness to a soft, alluring smile, radiating the grace and poise of royalty. She spoke with a radiant smile. So it turns out I understand the situation, a bit late, huh? The guards, who had once seen her as weak and vulnerable, now faltered. Kaina's beauty and regal presence left them stunned, their hearts racing as they were captivated by her. Kaina smirked, her smile sharp as a knife. I know that among you, there's a spy. She glanced around the room, intentionally speaking louder, emphasizing each word. Therefore, I'll only say one thing. Sure enough, from the dark corner, the figure of a spy, hidden by magic, smirked faintly. The cloak barely concealed the dark brown hair beneath. He hadn't expected Kaina to notice him, her sharpness and keen intellect seeming him off guard. Kaina continued, her voice chilling yet smooth. If you don't release me safely from here, then some sensitive information will reach my younger brother's ears. She paused for a moment, then smiled confidently. Like, the location of this secret base, for example. The soldiers panicked. One of them stammered. You're lying. How could you know if you weren't told beforehand? Kaina raised an eyebrow, calm as ever. You think I wasn't prepared for being kidnapped? I've known for a long time, the stronger I become, the more enemies I'll have around me. When the power of the inner order falls into my hands, Rajef's forces will certainly see me as a thorn in their side that needs to be removed. She squinted, her gaze sharp as if it could pierce through them. Of all the suspicious ones, the Event family is at the top of the list. The atmosphere suddenly grew tense. The kidnappers started to waver. Kaina smiled the smile of someone who had already planned all her moves. I anticipated this situation. And I've also prepared countermeasures. She recalled just yesterday, when Rajef's house arrest was lifted. Kaina took a deep breath, then stood up straight, her gaze resolute. If I don't return to the palace safely, you will soon find out, whether what I've said today is true or not. Think carefully. Under the faint moonlight, the cold chains held Kaina tightly, but her mind remained as sharp as ever. She had been sitting motionless for a long time, listening intently to the bickering voices outside. A deep voice, clearly from the bearded man, shouted loudly. When is he going to arrive? Or is he not coming at all? Another voice, irritated, retorted. Shut up. He'll show up when the time comes. What's with all your impatience? Sit still. The bearded man mumbled. We're kidnapping a noble here. If something happens. Kaina sighed inwardly, thinking to herself that it was going exactly as planned. These men were being led by the psychological trap she had set. She quietly leaned her head against the wooden door, her expression indifferent. The atmosphere was indeed surreal. These men were not only contradicting each other but also starting to suspect one another. If another traitor appeared in their midst. A figure suddenly emerged from the shadows. Heinrich stood there with his arms crossed, not hiding his presence. His eyes' golden pupils gleamed in the dim light, making Kaina jump as she recognized him. He immediately raised his hand to cover his face, but it was too late. She whispered. He's actually here? Well, a bit boring, but perfectly timed. Kaina silently rejoiced this was a golden opportunity. If Olivia had realized she was kidnapped, she must have already called for help. She wasn't sure who would come, but if she could rely on Duke Heinrich, there was still hope. If not. The image of her fellow Kidray flashed in her mind. The words he once said. You've changed me so much that I don't even recognize myself anymore. She clenched her fists. No. Raffaello probably won't come. After all, we broke up like that, what hope do I have? But, her heart fluttered slightly. A small part of her still hoped he would come. At that moment, her face turned red. I've really lost it. I really have. The sound of footsteps echoed, cutting through Kaina's thoughts. A familiar voice, slimy and arrogant, spoke. Quite noisy. Kaina froze. She recognized that voice instantly. He sneered. I've heard everything. And yet, you still try to act smart. She was startled when that name echoed. Henverton Gillian. He stepped forward, moving slowly as if strolling through a game where he was the winner. He looked her up and down, then laughed derisively. I heard that you caused quite a ruckus on your way here, Your Highness, the princess. Kaina narrowed her eyes, anger flaring in the depths of her gaze. Henverton Gillian. She gritted her teeth. That bastard, one of the powerful figures with ties to the Event family. Things were starting to become clearer. He arrogantly lifted Kaina's chin, speaking. Seems my judgment on people wasn't wrong. But, should we fix that habit of yours, the one of showing such disrespect? She stared at him calmly. For a long time, to atone for her past as a villainess, Kaina had remained silent. But this time, she let out a mocking laugh. My behavior is disrespectful? You think I've been too gentle with you? She continued, her gaze icy. At least now I can see through your true nature, Henverton Jillian. Meanwhile, Rajef was riding quickly, searching for Kaina, his eyes burning with fury. How dare you disrespect someone of mine? Those insects, should I tear them apart right now? A place of peace just for me, beautiful, thoughtful my Kaina. No one else should touch her. Rajef snapped out of his thoughts as he heard a shout. Your Highness. He stopped, turning to face the soldier running towards him. We have found a suspicious group of people. He immediately asked. What about my sister? The soldier lowered his head, his voice low. We have not found any trace of the princess. Rajef gritted his teeth, then quickly urged his horse to go on. When he arrived at the scene, he saw a few people hiding in an abandoned house. Rajef stepped forward, his gaze cold, sweeping over each of them. Why are you hiding in this house and acting so suspicious? One of the captured men grumbled, his voice irritable. What do you want from us? We don't know anything. As soon as the words left his mouth, a gunshot rang out. The bullet from Rajef's deadly weapon pierced his body. The man standing next to him was struck with terror, his face as pale as death. A knight rushed to intervene. Your Highness. But Rajef coldly responded. I have every reason to deal with you all with my gun. He pressed the barrel of the gun to the remaining man's neck. The man's eyes widened in fear, his whole body trembling. Rajef smiled lightly, but his eyes were as cold as ice. Now, tell me, while I'm still speaking gently, you'd better start talking. He tapped the barrel of the gun against the man's forehead. The sound of metal echoed like the voice of death. My mood is really bad right now, do you understand? The man was so frightened he stammered. It's the young master. At that moment, in the dungeon, Jillian suddenly wondered. What is this? She's completely different from usual. The Kaina everyone used to see was just a beautiful puppet. But now look, those eyes are burning with flames of hatred. Jillian shuddered like a madman. He laughed maniacally. This heat is what allows me to taste the flavor that makes others submit, right? Jillian continued. Perhaps, we should move slowly. Take the princess somewhere else. Kaina startled. He stood up, glaring and commanding. Be careful. Don't let her get hurt. Not even the smallest mark. Do you hear me? The lackeys immediately opened the door for her, and one of them grumbled. Did the sedative run out? If she screams on the way, we're done for. The bearded man said. Someone went to get more sedative, but they still haven't returned. It's just a maid, and they still haven't dealt with her. I don't understand why they're so slow. Kaina thought of Olivia. Calm down. The other guy still hasn't returned. That means at least she's still safe. The two men led Kaina away. She thought. Now I need to stay calm. I'll escape when they get careless. Unexpectedly, a stranger wielding a knife ambushed the two men. The sound of the knife sinking into flesh rang out. Thud, thud. Blood splattered onto Kaina's face. They panicked and shouted. Ah! There's a traitor! You idiots, quickly go kill the traitor! Jillian ground his teeth, realizing. It's Renan Envent. Kaina, however, was a bit uneasy about the smell of blood. She reassured herself. I need to escape now. But suddenly, a hand reached out and grabbed her throat. Jillian. He held her tightly, groaning in pain. Ugh, it hurts. Another man spoke up. Brother, didn't you go against the deal? If you're going this way, how are we supposed to handle the payment? Jillian snapped. Money and everything else, I'll give you whatever you want. Now shut up and follow my orders. Held tightly, unable to breathe, Kaina felt nauseous. Memories suddenly flashed in her mind. This is no different from before, facing death like this. There's still so much to be done, with Olivia, Vera, Rajef, and Elda, the kid I just started building a relationship with today. Suddenly, Kaina bit down hard on Jillian's hand, causing him to release her in pain. This was her chance to escape. Ah! He screamed in fury and lunged to grab her again. Unexpectedly, an arrow flew in, striking Jillian in the shoulder, injuring him severely. Kaina was shocked to see the arrow lodged into a nearby tree. What is this? Henverton immediately recognized the owner of the arrow. The person who had just appeared made him freeze Raffaello Kidray. Raffaello lowered his sword, his voice cold. I should have just killed you back then, Jillian, you bastard. Jillian ground his teeth in anger, not expecting to meet Raffaello here. How did this guy even get here? He was going mad, unable to see I am the one he wanted. He thought bitterly. Just a little further, and I'll reach the secluded room I prepared. It's known as the impenetrable zone. Even the most wicked criminals in the Empire can't touch it once they're inside. Jillian hesitated, thinking, first, I need to buy some time. Then, if the chance arises, I'll escape into that secret room. He grinned, speaking provocatively. Looks like, you're too late, Kidray. Raffaello raised his sword, coldly asking. What? Jillian shrugged, trying to appear calm. Haha, did you come here because you heard the princess was kidnapped by some rogues? Too bad. I was quicker and already rescued her. As he spoke, he reached out to touch Kaina. Kaina turned, her eyes filled with suspicion. What? He bent down, whispering a threatening command. Stay silent. His cold voice and breath sent a chill down Kaina's spine. Jillian intentionally pulled out a dagger, gently brushing it through her hair, speaking in a low, threatening tone. If the princess speaks one more word, I'll kill her right here. Raffaello's voice turned stern. But my eyes see you threatening Her Highness the Princess. Jillian sneered. Threatening? No, there's nothing like that. Looks like the princess is having difficulty moving, so I was just helping her. Kaina, not wanting Raffaello to worry or get pulled into a more dangerous situation, tried to remain calm. She closed her eyes, thinking, if I let Raffaello intervene now, things will get more complicated. She opened her eyes, clearly signaling with her lips, don't come any closer. Raffaello froze when he recognized the signal. He immediately understood her intent. She continued softly. I'm fine, Raffaello. He clenched his teeth, suppressing his anger. His voice was low and fierce. This farce ends here. Your words have too many holes, Jillian. Jillian stood stunned. Huh? Raffaello coldly continued. First, you should address me as my lord, not you. Second, remove that filthy hand from the princess. His voice grew sharper, his eyes as sharp as a sword. Or I'll cut off both of those disgusting hands immediately before they can harm the princess. The atmosphere in the room immediately became heavy. Jillian hesitated, his eyes chaotic. He gritted his teeth, full of rage. Damn it. Who would have thought everything would fall apart like this? He was trying to figure out a way to escape into the secret room, but Raffaello had already seen through that plan. Jillian hissed, pushing Kaina aside with all his might. Damn. The push caused Kaina to lose her balance, almost falling. In that instant, Raffaello immediately drew his sword and rushed toward Henverton like a storm, aiming to strike a fatal blow, but before he could land it, Kaina cried out. Lord Raffaello! Don't kill him! The plea made him pause for a moment. He quickly adjusted his grip on the sword not to kill, but to strike with one powerful blow, tearing across Jillian's face. The cold blade sliced through the air, leaving a deep gash. Jillian didn't react in time and froze completely. He collapsed to his knees, CLUing his face and screaming. Ahawk! Blood poured out, soaking his entire body and staining his clothes. His scream echoed like a ghost being burned alive. Raffaello immediately turned back and caught Kaina. Your Highness, are you all right? Kaina was still trembling, her eyes full of fear. Jillian, disregarding the pain, struggled to escape, CLUing his blood-soaked face tightly. Raffaello gritted his teeth and ordered. Catch him, don't let him escape. At that moment, Kaina called out to him. Lord Raffaello. Her voice was weak, filled with worry. She looked at him in surprise. How could he have come all the way here? Raffaello looked down at her hands shackled and scrummed, bleeding. He hid his anger and gently took her hand. His voice softened. I'm sorry for being late. Kaina was momentarily stunned by the unexpected gentleness. She looked up at him and whispered, Lord Raffaello, your hand, it's shaking. His hand was lightly stroking her hair, trembling. Not from anger. Not from fear. But from concern for the girl he always cherished. Kaina couldn't understand Raffaello at that moment. It felt like he was carrying a deep, unspoken worry. She took his hand and whispered, Lord, why do you look like that? Raffaello didn't answer immediately but instead pulled her into his embrace, soothing her with each breath. Kaina tried to calm herself, shaking off the lingering fear, and whispered, Raffaello, I'm fine. She tried to reassure him, but her eyes still showed clear worry. I'm so fortunate that you came to me this night. Jillian stumbled through the darkened forest, feeling his body growing weaker with every step. The blood from his wound continued to drip, and his breath came in ragged gasps. He stopped by a tree, humming his side as he tried to steady himself. Damn it! He hissed, wiping the sweat and blood from his brow. As he rested, his mind was filled with frustration. I was so close to having it all. And then that damn Kid Ray had to interfere and ruin everything. He muttered bitterly to himself. Despite the pain, Jillian tried to maintain his arrogance, forcing himself to stand and scoff. Whatever, the plan's only temporarily ruined. I'll find another opportunity. Kaina is mine. No matter what, she will belong to me. No one else deserves her. His thoughts were a mix of anger and delusion, convinced that he could still claim her for himself. But before he could fully indulge in his self-deception, the familiar sound of squeak squeak reached his ears. He turned, only to realize it was Rajef, who had his gun pressed against Jillian's neck. Rajef's voice was cold and cutting. You think you're escaping, huh? I don't have time to waste on rats like you. With a smirk, Rajef grabbed Jillian by the hair and yanked him to his feet, his eyes full of disdain. Jillian Henverton, trash, you don't know your place. Meanwhile, Raffaello and Kaina were already on their way back. Raffaello had just received word that they hadn't caught up with Jillian, but his expression remained stoic as he issued a command. Search the area thoroughly. Don't let him escape. Just then, the sound of hooves echoed through the air. Rajef appeared, dragging Jillian with him, and announced. He's here. Found him. What about her? Raffaello glanced over, his voice heavy with seriousness. Kaina, she's fine, just unconscious. Rajef froze for a moment as he saw Kaina lying in Raffaello's arms, pale, her lips devoid of color. His face contorted with anger as he turned to Raffaello. Her? How is she? Rajef was livid, turning on Jillian. You piece of filth. You couldn't even protect her. With a violent motion, Rajef grabbed Jillian by the collar, ready to rip him apart. But Jillian, still trying to keep his composure, sneered. Why is the prince so angry? This isn't my fault, you brought this upon yourself. Rajef's eyes burned with fury as he demanded. What do you mean by that? Jillian didn't back down, even daring to provoke him further. With such a precious thing, you should have protected it properly, don't you think? If it were me, I'd never let it get to this point. His words were sharp as knives, driving Rajef to the edge. In a surge of rage, Rajef lunged forward, squeezing Jillian's throat, pinning him to the ground, his blood boiling with the desire to kill him. But before he could act, a hand gently rested on his shoulder. Raffaello's voice rang out, calm yet full of authority. Your Highness, please, calm down. Raffaello continued. If we want to uncover who's behind this, we'll need to keep him alive. He's despicable, but first, you must regain control. Rajef's grip tightened for a moment, almost choking Jillian, but after hearing Raffaello's words, he finally released him, grumbling in frustration. With a cold glare, he ordered. Throw all those who've conspired against the royal family into the dungeon. The soldiers responded in unison. Yes, Your Highness. The next morning, the two of them took Kaina to a safe place. She was examined by a nurse. While Kaina was still sound asleep, the nurse reported. Except for the fact that the princess's physical strength is very weak, there is nothing serious. The wounds are not severe either. Although he was somewhat relieved, Rajef couldn't help but worry. He gently stroked his sister's soft locks of hair, whispering, "Sister." Suddenly, Kaina opened her eyes. Seeing both young men anxiously waiting, she softly murmured, "Ugh." Raffaello urgently called out. "Princess." Rajef quickly said, "Sister, you're awake." He leaned down and asked, "Do you know where this is?" Kaina's hand could move, but she only focused on Raffaello. She gently touched his hand and whispered, "Raffaello. Raffaello." Rajef was frozen. He was stunned when he saw his sister completely ignore him, only caring about Raffaello. Raffaello softly responded, "It's all right. Please, princess, rest." At that moment, Rajef realized he had always felt suspicious. And now, he finally understood the reason for Kaina's strange behavior recently, always avoiding him and running away. It was because of Raffaello. Rajef gritted his teeth in anger. "It's that damn bastard," he thought to himself. There's no way Kaina would have run away on her own. Kaina, with her beautiful looks, had always been whelmed by the eyes of the world. Her status as a princess was like an invisible chain that bound her life, making escape impossible. Perhaps part of the reason was because the court had distributed her portrait everywhere. And Kaina, she surely always knew that. Does she really want to escape the palace? But if fate doesn't allow it, how could it be so easy? Thinking about this, Rajef looked back at all of his sister's actions. Her desire to run away didn't seem to be a spontaneous decision. Could it be that she had truly found a way out? Could it be Raffaello Kidray was actually helping her? The Kidray family was not a weak one. Even though Raffaello had a cold personality and didn't like interacting with women, so he had not yet inherited the title, that would soon change. Before long, Raffaello would wield much more power. But why would this man help Kaina? That was something Rajef couldn't understand. That morning, the carriage was still moving, and Kaina was still asleep. Rajef spoke to Raffaello. "Thanks to you, I was able to save my sister safely. You mobilized the knights of your family. Has Duke Kidray given his permission for you to do such a thing?" Raffaello gently touched the carriage door and calmly replied, "It's fine. This is not a difficult matter." Then, he announced something that struck Rajef like a bolt of lightning. "From today, I am the head of the Kidray family." Raffaello's words left Rajef stunned. He couldn't believe his ears. What was he saying? Meanwhile, that night, at a small tavern, Renan even slammed his fist onto the table when he heard the news. Damn it. Raffaello Kidray? What the hell is that bastard doing? When Rajef told him that Raffaello had become the Duke of the Kidray family, Renan couldn't understand either. Why the hell has everything turned out like this? Rajef gritted his teeth, trying to suppress his anger. Tell me about what happened before my sister was kidnapped. Was there any suspicious activity? Renan hesitated, seemingly unsure. Well, the princess did visit His Majesty the Emperor. But the specific reason, I don't know. Upon hearing this, Rajef angrily threw the glass, shattering it with a loud crash, the shards flying and hitting Renan, forcing him to dodge. Rajef growled. And you? What the hell are you standing there for, Renan even? Go find out what my father and Kaina talked about that day. Understood? Renan gritted his teeth, unsure of what to do, his mind in a tangle. I must be going crazy. How the hell did the prince figure this out? But there was no time to think. The task at hand was to silence Herbin Killen. The day the crown prince learns that he's involved in this, Just thinking about it made Renan shiver. The cold, terrifying face of the crown prince haunted his mind. Just then, the tavern keeper came up to ask. "Good evening, sir. Do you have a token?" Renan snapped back to reality, pulling out a small object from his coat. "Of course. Here, you can check it." It was a special coin, a signaling token. After confirming it, the tavern keeper led Renan to a secret location. The sound of footsteps echoed on the old stone floor. Finally, Renan found himself in front of a shabby inn, but it was actually the headquarters of the intelligence organization. It's getting urgent now, Renan thought. There's no other choice. I'll have to rely on this place. The door opened in the quiet space. Renan jumped slightly as he heard a greeting. "Welcome, sir." In front of him was a mysterious, roguelike young man, spinning a coin in his hand. His face was obscured by a mask. "I heard you found the Count," the man asked. Renan froze, hesitating. He didn't understand what was happening. Why are you here?" The distinctive golden pupils Yester Heinrich. No one touched him, but the door behind Renan suddenly slammed shut. He jumped, trying to calm himself. "Is the door locked?" Heinrich spoke, his voice tinged with sarcasm. "Let's see, you really are a rude one. I'm asking, have you found the Count Zodiac?" Renan didn't respond. Instead, he lightly tapped on the door behind him, as if confirming his thoughts. Could it be, the leader of this intelligence organization is him? Heinrich chuckled softly. Exactly. He continued, his voice calm but cold. I was very curious, wondering who would dare kidnap a princess. Who would have thought, the incident is tied to the second son of the Even family. Before Renan could react, Heinrich stepped closer, lifting his chin and saying, "Now, what are you looking so panicked for, Renan Even?" It seemed like Heinrich could see straight through him. Renan froze when he heard him speak again. "Princess Kaina has deceived quite a few people, hasn't she?" Heinrich's golden pupils gleamed with danger. Not only did he guess the abduction plot, but it seemed he knew the mastermind behind it as well. "Maybe she knows more than all of us," Heinrich added, turning his foot before asking. "Don't you find it strange?" Heinrich poured some wine, his voice calm but sharp. "Looking at the chain of events happening right now, don't you feel something doesn't add up?" Renan, his throat dry, swallowed nervously. "What are you talking about?" Heinrich smirked, pouring wine while speaking. "There are rumors that the second son of the Even family is extremely cautious. So many rumors, it's hard to count them all. Seems like all of them are just nonsense." Renan's anger flared, snapping back. "What the hell are you talking about?" Heinrich shrugged. "Think about it carefully. The princess was kidnapped for less than half a day, yet Prince Rajef immediately set out to chase after her. Then, despite violating the royal order, Duke Kidray gathered his family's knights to rescue the princess. All of that, just for her." The air suddenly thickened with tension as Heinrich zeroed in. He lightly tapped Renan, causing him to wince. "I'll ask you, is Princess Kaina really worth all this?" The question struck Renan at the heart. Sweat began to form, and he clenched his jaw. He pushed Heinrich's hand away, speaking in frustration. "Of course. Princess Kaina is useful in many ways." He tried to stay calm, but when he was about to continue. "And the reason Prince Rajef is acting this way is..." Before he could finish, Renan felt a chilling killing intent spreading through the room. He hesitated, his fear growing. Heinrich remained composed, yet his tone held power. "I think Princess Kaina possesses something that none of us know about. Though I'm not sure what it is yet, whatever it is, it's causing everyone to look at her like they've lost their minds." Renan stuttered. You're saying something impossible." Heinrich burst into laughter, loud and gleeful, as if he had lost his mind. "Ha ha ha. You really are naive, Even." He grabbed Renan's hand, his eyes gleaming with madness. "Don't you realize? We are all being played by the princess. Yes, we're just pawns in her hands. His eyes burned with an insane intensity. A princess like that, she drives me crazy with curiosity. Renan grimaced with anger. Heinrich, he was truly insane. As he licked the wine from his hand, muttering to himself. That's why, I must treat the princess well. If my toy gets into trouble, I might be too sad, and I don't know what kind of things I'll do then. Heinrich's eyes were as cold as ice as he locked them onto Renan. Will you accept my request, dear friend? He loosened his grip, lowering his voice. If you agree, I'll give you what you want. Then Heinrich whispered in Renan's ear. Like silencing Henverton. It's just handling one person. Nothing special. Renan's heart raced. This crazy bastard, he was nothing like the usual drunks. He clenched his fists, causing a wine glass to fall to the floor with a sharp clink. This bastard was truly dangerous. The next morning, Rajef sat by the bed, waiting for Kaina to wake up. When she opened her eyes, he immediately bent over in concern and asked. Sister, are you feeling better? Kaina furrowed her brow. Where am I? What happened to the kidnappers? Rajef's voice became serious. They've all been caught. They're currently being held in the royal palace's dungeon. I plan to have the House of the Turtuks could take full responsibility. Kaina sat up and asked. How long have I been unconscious? Rajef replied. Not even a full day. But you should rest more. Kaina sighed in relief. She knew. Raffaello, what happened wasn't a dream. Suddenly, she remembered something and asked. By the way, Rajef, what about my house arrest? I still have 10 days left. Did His Majesty allow me to go outside? Rajef froze for a moment. He gave a light laugh and shrugged. Forget about it, that's not something for you to worry about. He continued. Your body is still weak and cold, so you should rest. But Kaina panicked. She grabbed his shirt. Wait. What do you mean by forget about it? Her emotions were in turmoil, while he remained unnervingly calm. Did you disobey His Majesty's order? Kaina's gaze suddenly became serious. She noticed the gun at his side and asked. Rajef, what's with that gun? What exactly are you planning to do? But Rajef simply replied quietly. Sister, do you think His Majesty will forgive someone like me who dares to violate his royal order? He spoke as if it were a fact. You know, Father will never forgive me. Kaina quickly reassured him. First, just go back. I'll report clearly, so His Majesty understands. Hearing this, Rajef suddenly chuckled coldly, gently raising the gun. Just like how you reported to get Raffaello the military appointment in the West, right? He gently stroked her hair, his voice soft but full of implication. Sister, I'm not a naive child anymore. Kaina shivered. That's not it. You're different from him. I truly care about you. Rajef looked at her for a long time before asking. Why? Kaina took his hand, bent down, and gently kissed the back of his hand. Because you're my brother. So, please listen to me, I beg you. Rajef seemed to soften. His voice became gentler. I don't know what you're thinking, but I'm fine really. Because that part. He paused for a moment before continuing. Has already been taken care of by Duke Raffaello. Kaina was taken aback. She knew well that their father was a cruel, cold man. Once a command was given, no matter what happened, it couldn't be disobeyed. This must have made their father extremely angry with Rajef. And yet Raffaello had managed to resolve it so smoothly? How could that be? Kaina sank into her thoughts. All this time, Raffaello never seemed like someone who would always stand by Rajef's side. And then, Duke Kidray. She unconsciously blushed as she remembered something. Could it be? Then came a soft knock-knock at the door, followed by the creak of it opening and a voice calling out. Your Highness. Both Vera and Olivia rushed in, clearly anxious and flustered. You've just now woken up? Vera asked breathlessly. Do you feel unwell? Are you hurting anywhere? Vera dropped to her knees, her eyes filled with relief. Thank goodness, thank the heavens you're safe, Your Highness. You have no idea how worried we've all been. Kaina responded calmly, I'm fine. You can all relax now. But Olivia still hesitated. Her voice trembled. Your Highness, she whispered, then dropped into a deep bow. Please punish me. This is all my fault. I wasn't properly by your side to protect you. I failed in my duty. She clutched her dress tightly, guilt surging through her. But Kaina, understanding the depth of her loyalty, reached out her hand. No, it's not like that. In fact, thanks to you, I made it through unharmed. She gently pulled Olivia into an embrace. Thank you, Olivia. You must have been so scared too, right? Olivia's eyes welled with tears. Overcome with emotion, she began to sob quietly in Kaina's arms. Thank heaven, thank the stars you came back safe, Your Highness. If anything had happened to you, Kaina chuckled softly, a sense of peace settling over her. All right then, she said, smiling, I'll grant you all a short break. Take a few days to rest. Go home to the places that bring you peace. Maybe your hearts will find healing there too. But Olivia shook her head, tears still falling. No. Please, Your Highness, I want to stay by your side. Please let me serve you. I need to be here with you. Her voice was desperate, trembling. She looked like a small bird frantically searching for its keeper. Kaina blinked. Then she smiled warmly. Well then, if that's what my little duckling wants, so be it. Just as Olivia sniffled in gratitude. A sudden clearing of the throat echoed behind them. Ahem. A cold chill swept through the room. It was Rajef, standing at the door, his aura sharp and brimming with menace. He was clearly not pleased. How long are you planning to go on like this? He asked coldly. Both Vera and Olivia jumped in fright and turned to bow deeply. Greetings, Your Highness the Prince. They hadn't even noticed him standing there. How long had he been there? Rajef scowled. My sister needs rest. I'll take over from here. The two of you leave. Frozen stiff, the two women stammered, yes, understood, and quickly hurried out. Once they were gone, Kaina sighed to herself. How strange. Rajef fell for Olivia at first sight, I was sure of it. But now, instead of love, all I see is frustration directed at her. She raised a brow and teased. Hey, Rajef, tell me. Is your heart fluttering right now? Are you feeling breathless and overwhelmed? You know, that kind of feeling? Rajef blinked. He stared at her, utterly confused. Sis, he said cautiously, I'm not sure if I'm allowed to say this, but... She tilted her head. You still look like you seriously need more sleep. Like a lot more. You should go back to bed. Kaina stared at him, stunned. A soft ah escaped her lips. Have I just defaulted into my usual behavior again without thinking? She thought with a sigh. At that moment, Julia was sobbing as she spoke. Where on earth have you been, big brother? I heard the princess was kidnapped in broad daylight. Do you know how terrified I was? As she rambled on, Renan didn't seem to care much. Are you even listening to me? Julia asked. She let out a deep sigh. Honestly, the royal palace has central troops and even knights dedicated to protecting the princess. I just don't understand how such a thing could have happened. If I had known this place was so dangerous, I would never have come here to serve as a maid. I don't know what lunatic pulled this off, but at least the princess came back unharmed. Her innocent remark unwittingly struck a nerve in Renan. He froze, visibly shaken. His temper flared, and he suddenly snapped. That's so ignorant, Julia. Do you think the royal palace is some kind of playground? Julia recoiled in fear, unable to understand why her brother was so angry. Why are you yelling like that? She asked. Renan shot up and slammed the table with his hand. How could someone your age, nearly grown, be so clueless? I can't believe you're the same age as the princess. His fury overtook his reason, and in doing so, he hurt his little sister deeply. Julia was on the verge of tears. "How could you say that to me?" she asked, her voice trembling. "Don't you even care about me?" Without warning, Renan hurled a cup to the floor. It shattered with a loud crash. "What are you scared for?" he shouted. "You weren't the one who got kidnapped. Are you even sure the person who did is truly okay?" His voice burned with rage. "You're just making a scene. Pathetic. Get out of my sight. Now." His words made Julia tremble. She ran out, her heart broken, and sat alone on the staircase, sobbing. Her brother, he'd never spoken to her like that before. She remembered the sweet brother she once knew, the one who used to say, "My dear, adorable Julia." But today, he was someone else. The hallway was so quiet that all she could hear was the rustling of leaves outside. So lonely, she thought miserably. Maybe I should stay in the East. Even if the men there are all ugly, at least I wouldn't feel this alone. Suddenly, a strange rustle came from the bushes. Startled, Julia turned around. "Who's there?" she called. To her shock, it was none other than the Crown Prince, Rajef. She was overwhelmed by his striking appearance. Who was this man with such radiant beauty? Still staring at him, she abruptly stood up. "I am sorry. I must have startled you, didn't I?" Rajef responded with a calm smile. "Apologies? Do you know who I am?" Julia replied with a soft yes, her voice timid. The man smiled faintly and remarked, "Blonde hair and blue eyes. You must be Evan's younger sister, right? On your way to see her?" Julia froze. Could it be? Her heart skipped a beat. Realizing who he was, she stumbled backward and clumsily attempted a formal bow. "Greetings, Your Highness the Crown Prince," she stammered, panicking. "Oh no, what should I do? This is my first time seeing him in person, and I look like a complete fool." Her cheeks burned red with embarrassment. She dared a shy glance at him. Heavens above! Who would have thought His Highness could be this ridiculously cool? Rajef looked at her indifferently. "How pitiful," he muttered. "Looks like you're going through something unpleasant." Without thinking, he reached out and gently removed a leaf stuck in her hair. His voice softened. "If you can, try to hang in there." He offered a gentle smile. That low, calm voice struck Julia like a bolt of lightning. Her heart pounded. Her face grew even redder. The East? Forget it. Coming here was the best decision of my life. The palace isn't a pit of misery, it's heaven. Brother, you won't believe it, this place is a gold mine. Meanwhile, Rajef turned away and slipped off his gloves, tossing them into the crackling fire. He muttered under his breath, full of irritation. Seriously annoying. I can't believe that woman is so shameless and uncultured. Doesn't she know the proper etiquette of the palace? As for the other one, Olivia, her behavior might have been polished, but something about her rubbed him the wrong way too. One after another, what is it with all these girls buzzing around Kaina? Kaina doesn't need anyone else. Just me. Rajef stared into the fire, the flames popping and crackling. No. I can't just leave things like this. I need to get rid of all the unnecessary distractions, one by one. He rummaged through his coat pockets but suddenly froze. Wait. Where is it? He paled. Where's my gun? Elsewhere, Kaina lay resting on her bed. She let out a deep sigh and called weakly, Vera. Vera quickly entered. You called for me, Your Highness? But the moment she saw Kaina trembling, Vera's eyes widened in shock. Your Highness. What's wrong? Your Highness. Are you feeling unwell? You don't look well at all. Kaina spoke with concern in her voice. No matter how I look at it, I can't shake this unease. We need to tighten security immediately. She took a breath and gave the order, increased the number of guards in the area near the royal prison, the one holding the kidnapper. Vera bowed. Yes, Your Highness. I'll make sure the shift rotations are handled and relay the command. No, Kaina cut her off. Don't just wait, go now. I'm relying on you, Vera. Vera sensed something odd, but nodded anyway. It seems the princess is still in shock after the kidnapping. Yes, Your Highness. I'll take my leave now. Don't worry, the guards are right outside. Once Vera left, Kaina's expression changed completely. Her trembling stopped. Her calm, composed self returned. So that was just an act, she thought. To fool Vera. She knew that her past had been soaked in blood, and she had once been powerless to fight or flee. But if fate has brought me back to face it all again, then this time, I'll choose to cut it off with my own hands. Kaina got out of bed and picked up her gun. It's the only way to completely sever this cursed cycle. That night, she snuck out, carrying an oil lamp into the royal prison. Just as she suspected, the place was eerily devoid of any human presence. So they really did bribe all the gatekeepers. Kaina pushed open the door to the chamber, scanning the room empty. Where's Henverton Gillian? She muttered. There was no way he could have escaped already. He must still be hiding somewhere in this room. She never expected Kidrian to appear so suddenly, and in such a different form. Well, Your Highness, he sneered. You really came here alone? Not even a hint of fear? That's surprising, chilling, even. She froze. The hair on her neck stood up. She turned. He had been waiting in the shadows for a chance to escape. A pathetic rat, hiding and waiting? Who would have thought the princess herself would come looking for me, he taunted. You must have missed me terribly, didn't you? Admit it, Princess Kaina. She instinctively stepped back, but Gillian advanced toward her. She grabbed a nearby lamp and threw it at him. Stay back, she warned. Then, in one swift motion, she raised her gun. It's far too early for you to be celebrating, she said coldly. I knew you'd try to run, that's why I came straight here. You really thought you wouldn't have to pay for everything you've done? Oh my, look at that. Her Highness came all the way here just to shoot me? How dramatic. He grinned wickedly. But honestly, Your Highness, even if I did commit crimes, do I really deserve punishment? Why not put that terrifying gun down, just for a moment? She cut him off sharply. I told you not to come closer, she snapped. Still, Gillian kept moving toward her, voice trembling with false sincerity. Your Highness, you wound me. I'm heartbroken, how could I possibly bear this pain? He stuck out his tongue in mockery. Think about it. Who values Your Highness more than I do? No one. Absolutely no one in this world treasures you like I do. His voice rose in desperation. Why can't you understand? You and I together, that's the only path to true happiness for you. Kaina's eyes narrowed. Oh really, she said, voice dripping with contempt. You think I didn't expect you to say that? You've always been a monster. You haven't changed a bit. Maybe that's a good thing, makes it easier for me to shoot you without guilt. Her finger tightened on the trigger. Happiness? You call being imprisoned and paraded around like a decorative object happiness? Living a life dictated by your twisted moods, that's your version of love? Even if those memories were ones she wished she could forget, they still haunted her, still terrified her. And now, her words shook him. I don't want to die, he stammered, his mask cracking. Which is why I'll kill you. Right here, right now. Henverton. He clenched his teeth. I don't understand what you're talking about, Your Highness, or maybe you know something about me, is that it? Then he let out a scornful laugh. Ha, oh dear, I'm so scared. Are you really going to kill me with that gun? Execute me on the spot? For someone of royal blood, that would be quite the burden, wouldn't it? But Kaina stood her ground. Say whatever you want. I don't care, she said firmly. I will never let this life become a repeat of my last one. And with that she pulled the trigger. A single shot rang out. All that remained was his pitiful scream. Princess. Kaina. Then suddenly, Kaina staggered, coughing up blood. He grit his teeth, glaring at her with eyes full of hatred. "Damn you!" Kaina remained calm, meeting his gaze. One after another, she murmured. "Do people really think they can toy with me and walk away unscathed?" Footsteps echoed quick and heavy. An old man appeared, a duke, flanked by soldiers. "What's going on here?" he exclaimed, startled. "My lord, why are you still hesitating? We have to get out of here before we're discovered." Kaina spun around, startled. This was bad. They were surrounded. His allies had her cornered. She cursed silently. "So, I've been completely trapped." Jillian wiped the blood from his face with a twisted grin and began striding confidently toward her. "Your Highness, do you still have bullets left?" His tone mocking. "Let's see if your marksmanship is good enough to take out all these men before any of them get to you." The soldiers exchanged uncertain glances, momentarily hesitant. Princess Kaina, however, was utterly calm. She sighed. "You're right," she said quietly, tightening her grip on the gun. "I've never shot or killed anyone before," she confessed. "So how could I possibly handle 3 trained men at once?" Jillian smirked, convinced he had one. She reached into her coat pocket. "What's this?" he taunted. "Giving up already? How disappointing." She smiled, cold and sharp. "Did you really think I came here unprepared, you idiot?" His face tensed. Something wasn't right. "Wait." Kaina suddenly pulled out a sharp dagger, pressing it against her neck. His expression twisted in horror. "No, stop. Don't. Kaina Hill, please, I beg you, put that down now. Stop." Everyone around was just as alarmed. Jillian, trembling from head to toe, desperately tried to speak. He threw out every possible plea in a panic. "I'll call them off. I promise. I'll tell them not to come any closer." But seeing the sheer terror in his eyes made Kaina laugh. He was shaking uncontrollably. Why was I ever afraid of this man? She thought. A man trembling like this, how pitiful. Because she was just about to draw a line across that very face. Her thoughts drifted to the blood-soaked past of her previous life. Even when they came for her back then, even when they tried to destroy her, they never dared lay a hand on her face. The more she thought about it, the more furious she became. She pressed the dagger harder against her own cheek, like a madwoman. If it were the old me, she thought, I would have never had the courage to scar my own face. Back then, beauty was my only worth. The only reason I existed in this world. The mirror began to crack, reflecting the storm tearing through her heart. A foolish princess, naive, blind to the world, so powerless that even with betrayal and death staring her in the face, she couldn't recognize her own fate. Kaina slowly opened her eyes. He was still trembling. If I'd known you hated this face so much, she thought bitterly, I should have destroyed it long ago. What the hell is wrong with you? He burst out. Listen carefully, Jillian, Kaina said coldly. Tell them to fall back. Right now. If you don't, I swear I'll slash this cheek open. Her words sent a wave of panic through the men nearby. One of them, growing impatient, called out. My lord. How long do you plan to drag this out? We should be leaving now. He reached for the sword at his side, ready to act. It's just one woman. Why are we wasting time? Are you all idiots? Jillian suddenly roared. Put your damn weapons away. That's an order. The soldier froze. What? What's gotten into you, my lord? He asked, frowning in confusion. She's just a woman. Taking her down should be easy. At that moment, Jillian looked like a monster in rage, shouting loudly. You're the crazy ones. He roared. Don't touch her. Not even with a finger. Jillian then threatened. If she gets even the smallest scratch on her face, I will tear your limbs apart. The others, hearing this, looked confused, not understanding what had just happened. Seeing his sincerity, Kaina couldn't help but laugh. She once again pointed the gun at his face. Good job, Jillian. Now hand me the keys to the dungeon, she ordered. Furious, he scrambled to find them, then threw the keys towards her. Jillian then said, "I've given you the keys as you requested. Your Highness, you should throw that knife away now." Kaina gave him a glance, lowering her weapon but still not at ease. It wasn't the right moment yet. She ordered him to turn around and kneel. He complied, blood dripping down in small drops as he did. Once he finished, Kaina slowly spoke. "Good. Now, stay still. If you move, even the slightest, I will take the key." Jillian's eyes widened in fury, glaring at her. He jumped up and yelled, "Kaina Hill!" He stood up and swung his hand, intending to strike her. How dare she mock him? But suddenly, something clicked in his mind. A gunshot rang out from the castle. Crows scattered in all directions. Rajef Hill froze in the room, items scattered everywhere. His heart started pounding. "Sis!" Jillian fell to his knees, looking around in shock, trembling. Suddenly, he realized something. He wasn't hurt, wasn't wounded. He looked at the gun in Kaina's hand and thought, how is this possible? It turned out that Kaina had aimed the gun upwards, making sure he wasn't harmed. She shot at the ceiling. A loud scream echoed. "Guard! The guards are coming!" This made him look up to see the situation unfold. A group of guards were rushing in. But the gatekeepers were gone. They were in a flurry. "Check if the kidnappers are inside." At this moment, Jillian's subordinates panicked and quickly sought places to hide. Kaina opened the dungeon door, smiling at him. "Surprised, huh? Actually, I've already increased the number of guards around this prison. No matter what you do, you won't escape from here." His realization struck him suddenly. "Oh." Kaina slammed the door shut. "That's right," she added, throwing him a gun in the final moments. "You should have something useful for your journey to death, don't you think?" She explained. "This is a tool you can use to end it all. Too bad, though you won't be free to use it." Jillian, filled with terror, shouted, "Wait! Kaina!" She slammed the door shut, ignoring his screams. "Spare me! Someone, save me!" he cried out. At that moment, the guards entered. "Her Highness is here!" they shouted, quickly sealing the exits and surrounding the kidnappers. "Capture the kidnappers immediately!" The guards immediately sprang into action, capturing each kidnapper, leaving no one behind. Seeing this, Kaina smirked, satisfied with her actions. Her performance had driven him mad. Jillian wildly scratched the floor, incessantly cursing that crazy woman. "How dare you, someone like you dare to trick me? You're just bait for her." Jillian thought furiously, still angry. Dare to deceive Henverton, Jillian? Outside, one of the guards spoke to Kaina. "Your Highness, please come out. The guards will escort you to safety." Kaina immediately left, despite Jillian's desperate pleas. "Kaina, no! Please don't leave!" Jillian's voice echoed with frustration. At the glittering castle, footsteps were heard descending the stairs. It was Rajef Hill. He spoke. "Are you all right, sister?" Kaina started to reply, but before she could finish, he grabbed her by the shoulder and pulled her closer. "Why? Why were you there?" At that moment, the guard spoke again. "Prince Henverton Jillian has kidnapped the princess once more." He presented a gun. He used this to try and assassinate Her Highness. Rajef froze when he saw the gun. This was the gun he had lost. Kaina whispered to him. "Don't worry about it. It's just an illegal weapon. Let me handle it. This way, it will be better for you." Hearing this, Rajef gritted his teeth and then said, "I'll take her. You all handle things here. Lock Henverton in a separate cell and make sure the guards watch him closely." The soldier responded. "Yes, Your Highness." The soldier turned and left. Rajef moved closer to Kaina, tightening his grip on her shoulder. "Sis, can you explain what happened here? You were supposed to be in your room. Why were you there?" And why did Jillian kidnap you again? Kaina lowered her gaze and then finally spoke. I wanted to kill him myself. I'm sorry for not telling you earlier. Kaina gritted her teeth in anger as she spoke. I can't completely forgive him. She continued. I thought that with the gun in my hand, I could finally kill that bastard. But then I came closer to you, Rajef. Let me ask you this. Do you know how terrified I was that day? Do you remember the disgusting look he gave me as he ogled my body, top to bottom? Do you understand the feeling of that cold, chilling hand brushing against my skin, and that revolting voice whispering in my ear? I was terrified, Rajef. I feared I would have to go through that nightmare again. The memories of today and the past life mingled in her mind. Kaina continued. If you hadn't come to save me, I would have probably become nothing more than a toy in his hands. Rajef Hill panicked. He kept shaking her. Sis, what are you saying? Kaina reached up to his neck, and he recoiled in surprise. She embraced him tightly. Promise me, Rajef. Promise me you'll protect me. Don't let anything like that happen again. Rajef stood there, stunned. She added. I hope you can protect me. Can you promise that? As she embraced him, she realized that since her return in this life, this was the first time she had spoken so honestly to Rajef. It felt like if they continued this way, they would once again be destroyed. But then, Rajef extended his hand. He lowered himself and hugged her tightly. Fate can be changed. He gently brushed her hair and said, I'll protect you, Kaina. I promise. As long as you're with me, nothing bad will happen to you again. In that moment, Kaina realized that the two words, fate and destiny, which she once thought she could never fight against, were changing now. It wasn't that she was wrong together, they could achieve happiness in this life. The pale moonlight poured down onto the garden. Rajef needed Kaina's hands, pleading with her to not worry too much. Thanks to this, Henverton had become much easier to handle. He turned to leave and said, I'll take my leave now. Kaina's eyes suddenly widened. She reached down and picked up a finely crafted brooch from the ground. She studied it closely, wondering what it was. Thinking of Rajef's gun, she doubted it, wondering if it had fallen out of his gun earlier. The palace fell into a quiet night. Raffaello silently looked at the letter in his hand. The letter read, Raffaello, if the culprit is Marquis Killen, I've already suspected this. Turning against him is of no consequence. As for the rest, you are the head of a family, so handle it well. He set the letter down on the table. Just like her style, he said. It seems she intends to leave all the power to me. Baston shrugged. Indeed, she's quick to grasp the situation and make decisive decisions. No wonder she's the one holding the true power in the Kidray family. Raffaello replied. Indeed. This letter is much like the one from my mother. He gazed at the letter burning in the fireplace. She is nothing like my incompetent father. He then asked. Is he still imprisoned at the estate outside the capital? Baston replied seriously. Yes, that's correct, sir. Should I look into it further? Raffaello nodded and said. No need, that's fine. But, on another matter, I request a private meeting with the Emperor tomorrow morning. The scene then shifts to the Emperor's palace. The Emperor's voice rang out. Come in, my dear Raffaello Kidray. Raffaello raised his hand to stroke his beard and smiled faintly. I've heard you saved the princess. If it weren't for you, Kaina might have lost her life. Raffaello bowed respectfully, his beautiful face glowing with humility. He said, It was nothing, your majesty. It was the least I could do. The emperor chuckled. I knew you would say that. But you must have come to ask for something, haven't you? Raffaello looked up, but his wine-colored eyes remained focused on the ground. It's nothing particularly special, your majesty. Regarding the kidnapping case, Prince Rajef defied the royal order and mobilized troops. The emperor furrowed his brows when he heard this. I request that your majesty forgive the prince and not cause him any trouble. The emperor sneered. Did Kaina ask you to say that? Raffaello remained silent, looking up without answering the emperor's question. He changed the subject. If the prince hadn't intervened, we might never have caught the kidnapper. The emperor scoffed and suddenly burst out laughing. He stroked his beard and looked down, saying sarcastically, "You're so naive, Raffaello. Do you think you can lead the Kidray family like your mother did?" Raffaello was stunned. He looked up at the emperor and said, "Why do you say that, Your Majesty?" The emperor's expression became serious. "Recently, I've noticed that you've been paying attention to Kaina." Thinking about Kaina, the emperor spoke slowly. "That child has developed into a dazzling young woman. She's no longer the child who didn't know right from wrong. She's become a noble woman in her own right. It seems I've placed a great deal of trust in her. No matter the obstacles, she'll overcome them." The emperor looked at Raffaello and smiled. "Seems you don't understand why I'm telling you this." Raffaello lowered his head. "I apologize, Your Majesty. I didn't mean to." The emperor continued. "Listen carefully. I'll tell you something you don't know. The person who poisoned Kaina was me." Raffaello's wine-red eyes widened in shock as the emperor spoke. "Kaina has always known the truth," the emperor added. Raffaello's heart raced. "What?" The emperor continued. "Kaina has always loved and protected Rajef, thinking she could change him. She's tried to forgive the brother who hurt her." Raffaello couldn't believe what he was hearing. "What do you mean? Aren't they siblings, bound by love and affection?" The emperor laughed at his question. "For those of us with royal blood, the bonds of family and love mean nothing when faced with overwhelming power." Raffaello was left speechless, and the emperor added, "But I think, if it were you, I could entrust Kaina to you." Raffaello bit his lip hard, his hand tightening to the point of trembling. He struggled to speak. "Your Majesty, the Kidray family is a powerful clan. Clearly, Your Majesty knows that my existence is a tremendous threat to Princess Kaina." His eyes, cold and red, flicked up. Yet, the emperor said he would place his trust in him. Raffaello couldn't understand. The emperor's words didn't match up at all. In response to Raffaello's sharpness, the emperor smiled lightly. He reached for his cup of medicine, glanced down, and coldly spoke, "Raffaello, Prince Rajef is not my biological son." Raffaello froze, as if struck by a thunderbolt. He stiffened and stammered, "What? What do you mean, Your Majesty?" He couldn't help but feel suspicious. If Prince Rajef isn't Your Majesty's son, then, whose son is he? The emperor lifted his cup of medicine and casually asked, "Don't you recognize it by looking at his face?" The more Raffaello listened, the faster his heart raced. "That child doesn't resemble me, nor does he resemble the late empress," the emperor sneered. "That's right. His resemblance to that man is uncanny. He is your real father." The memories of his childhood flooded back. Raffaello opened the door to his father's room. The innocent boy walked in, his childish voice calling, "Father, where are you?" The man's cold voice echoed, "What is it, Leonard Francis?" The man, with beautiful golden hair, piercing green eyes, and an alluring body, looked at him with contempt. "I've told you not to enter my room." Back to reality, Raffaello was struck speechless, swallowing hard. The emperor laughed mockingly, looking at him and saying, "Your real father is the lover of the late empress." The emperor calmly explained the truth about Rajef Hill's origins. After giving birth to Kaina, the empress had traveled to the southern region, where the warm climate would help her recover. The emperor continued, "And it was during that time that terrible thing was born." Even someone as strong as Duke Raffaello Kidray, upon hearing this earth-shattering news, staggered and nearly collapsed. He trembled, raising his hand to cover his mouth, utterly stunned. How could this happen? Why did this happen? The emperor, sitting on his bed, continued, "Although I cannot accept Rajef's existence, I have made him my son. However, perhaps because he carries this grudge, I never raised him as my own, and decided to keep him. But now, this has slowly poisoned the royal family. Now, that boy is putting his sister in danger. His voice, cold and indifferent, echoed in the silent room. It was a tangled, unbelievable story that was hard to accept. Raffaello lowered his head and gritted his teeth. Now, he thought, perhaps he understood. The princess had been enduring, waiting for the right time to escape from this horrible place. It seemed like the whole world was conspiring to kill her. The emperor's voice suddenly rang out again. I don't have much time left to live. He stroked his beard. If I had to choose between the two, of course, I would choose Caina. Raffaello clenched his fists. Your Majesty, please, allow me to make one more request. He fell silent for a moment, his lips pressed tight, waiting. Finally, the emperor gave him permission to speak. Raffaello raised his face, his handsome features and beautiful eyes firm. Please, Your Majesty, do not make the princess the heir. Instead, grant her the powers of an heir. He explained his reasoning. If she becomes the heir, she will be attacked by the other factions. But if she only has the powers of an heir, everyone will want to bring her to their side and will not harm her. The emperor understood this immediately and chuckled. You mean you want me to give Caina the strength to protect herself? He spoke slowly. You, Raffaello Kidre, are truly fortunate to have feelings for my daughter. He glanced at his deep, hollow eyes, a look that seemed to pierce through time and space. The fuse has already been lit, he said, turning to gaze at the portrait of the late empress on the wall. Look closely, her lover, what will her fate be? Finally, the door to the emperor's chamber opened. A voice rang out, causing Raffaello to jump in surprise. I'm waiting for you, Duke Rajef Hill. His half-brother, Rajef, appeared, radiating angelic beauty. He curiously asked, what did you talk about with father? Raffaello regained his composure and calmly answered, fortunately, His Majesty considered my opinion. Rajef stepped forward. To be honest, I'm quite surprised, he said, brushing past Raffaello, whispering in his ear, on one hand, you convinced father, and on the other, you unexpectedly inherited the title of Duke, just like Lord Kidre. You're scrambling to do anything to save someone. Raffaello remained unshaken, replying coldly, this is nothing to surprise your highness. Thanks to the princess's help, things happened sooner than expected. Rajef's green eyes briefly flicked over him. He raised his hand, as though wanting to touch Raffaello. Is that so? He said before clapping Raffaello's shoulder. Looks like I owe you, Duke. Well, let's leave it for next time. The two men passed each other, walking in opposite directions. The sound of their heels echoed on the floor, making Raffaello slightly stagger. Jeremy appeared, his face full of concern. He quickly approached, noticing Raffaello's discomfort after being touched by Rajef. My lord, are you all right? Oh my, your complexion. We should return to the mansion right away, sir, Jeremy suggested. Raffaello clenched his fist, then immediately declined. No, I want to stop by somewhere. He gave orders to head to the princess's palace, his mind on her. Caina, right now, I miss you. In a room bathed in sunlight, beside a beautifully patterned flower vase on a table, a pair of scissors lay alongside several flower stems. The soft sound of snipping filled the air. Holding a purple flower with delicate lines, the young woman with golden hair, like the sun, smiled happily. She turned to Vera and asked, what do you think of this flower? Isn't it simply beautiful? Vera stood quietly beside Caina, lost in thought after hearing her question. She was unsure of how to respond, as the flower seemed to embody a certain avant-garde style, a fashion that felt far ahead of its time. It was the kind of style Lady Caina might adopt, something unique and future-oriented. Vera hesitated and finally stammered, I suppose it's so dazzling that it immediately catches your eye. Caina, who had been admiring the flower in her hand, paused as she absorbed the response. Really, she said, a little surprised. Her mood seemed to brighten immediately. In that case, I'll make this the main subject. Vera glanced at her mistress with a worried look, but Caina seemed lost in thought, gently setting the flower down. After a brief moment, Caina asked, it's so peaceful here, isn't it? But out there, it's chaotic, right? Vera was caught off guard, unsure how to respond. Well, regarding that. She began, and then hesitated before continuing. It seems that after the search and confiscation at Duke Gillian's mansion, many bodies were discovered hidden there. The case has grown so serious that it's beyond our control, and handling Hen Button's crimes can't be done lightly anymore. As Kaina listened, she calmly arranged the flowers in the vase, then replied, "That's quite well handled. If one commits a crime, they must pay the price for their actions." Vera, eager to agree, clenched her fists and rushed forward, saying, "Of course, Your Highness. That man deserves nothing less than death. Even throwing stones at him wouldn't be enough punishment." But then, she suddenly looked away, her expression changing to one of concern. "But, is Your Highness truly okay?" Her gaze shifted to the flowers Kaina had placed in the vase. The colors were dark and gloomy, giving the whole arrangement a somber tone. Kaina smiled coldly, her expression turning cruel. "I'm fine," she said with a sinister laugh. "Thanks to all of you, I feel much better now." Vera, her heart racing, wiped the cold sweat off her forehead, relieved but still uneasy. "That's a relief, Your Highness." Suddenly, Vera recalled something and spoke up again. "Ah, I just remembered. Your Highness, you haven't changed your mind about that, right? I mean, about the upcoming coming-of-age ceremony, you're still planning to go without a chaperone?" Kaina, without a word, simply nodded. "That's right. Unless it's Madame Elephant, there's no need for one." Vera felt a shiver run down her spine, but she didn't dare say anything more, her thoughts lingering on the consequences of such a bold decision. Suddenly, Olivia burst through the door from outside, excitedly calling, "Your Highness, please take a look at this." Both Kaina and Vera were startled and turned towards her. Finally, it had arrived, the very thing the princess had been waiting for all this time, the letter from Madame Elephant. Upon hearing this, Kaina was momentarily stunned, her heart pounding with anticipation. The surroundings were filled with lush greenery, and the sunlight filtered through the leaves, creating a beautiful atmosphere. Kaina quietly opened the letter from Madame Elephant. The contents inside read, "Princess Kaina, my dear, I am surprised and deeply touched that you have not only remembered me but also sought me out despite your high status. It feels like just a blink of an eye, and yet you have reached the age to hold your coming-of-age ceremony. I now feel a sense of pride and great honor. If Your Highness is careful, I am ready to follow your orders, wherever they may take me. By the time you read this letter, I will likely have already reached our village. After one more night, we will finally be able to meet. I truly wish to meet you, to say the things I have not been able to say to you, my little princess." Kaina delicately held the letter in her hand, her heart overwhelmed with emotions. She whispered under her breath, "At last, we can meet." Just then, a shadow appeared, and the sound of rustling caught Kaina's attention. Startled, she asked, "Who's there?" She turned around and realized that it was Raffaello standing right behind her. Raffaello looked at Kaina and politely greeted her, "I greet you, Your Highness." Kaina, still in shock, eyed him warily and wondered how he had managed to enter. She then glanced at the two servants hiding in the bushes, who had been signaling her, and realized that they weren't responsible for his presence. It seemed that Raffaello had entered on his own accord, which was unusual for him. Before Kaina could respond, Raffaello suddenly stepped forward and enveloped her in an embrace. He spoke with urgency, "Your Highness, please forgive me for my rudeness." Kaina stood frozen, unsure of what was happening, her eyes on Raffaello, filled with contemplation. Is he trembling? She wondered. Raffaello's subtle shaking did not go unnoticed. Kaina pressed her lips tightly, then pushed him away. "Wait," she said firmly, looking seriously at the man before her. "Let's set that aside for now and talk first, Duke Kidray." Raffaello looked at her, stunned, then quickly lowered his gaze. "I apologize," he said. "It was so sudden. I acted out of line." Kaina bowed her head politely in return. "First, allow me to congratulate you on inheriting the title of Duke. If I've shown any discourtesy, I ask for your understanding and forgiveness." Raffaello remained silent for a moment. Then he spoke words that made Kaina's heart skip a beat. "I don't like this." He reached out toward her. Surprised, Kaina called out in confusion, "Your Grace?" But Duke Kidray took her pale, slender hand in his and said softly, "This title. I accept it so that I may protect your highness. So please stop keeping this distance between us." He looked into her eyes, full of emotion. "I ask that you call me simply Raffaello, as you always used to." In the grand and opulent room, lit warmly by flickering candlelight, the memory of the king's words echoed once more in Raffaello's mind. "I only have a few days left to live." The king had smiled with an expression of quiet satisfaction. "If I must choose between the two, I would choose Kaina." Returning to the present, Raffaello stood in front of Princess Kaina, his heart heavy. He gently held her hand, thoughts churning in his mind. Though His Majesty never showed his true emotions, there was a glint of hatred in his eyes, a thirst for vengeance. Now, gazing at the beautiful princess before him with her sparkling eyes, Raffaello felt a growing certainty. The king had planned this all along. I, and the entire Kidray family, have been forced into a corner, and it was Rajef who orchestrated it. Raffaello gently took the princess's hand and brought it to his lips, placing a soft kiss on it. In his heart, he thought, "Now that I know the truth, I can never forgive Prince Rajef for harming Lord Kidray." Kaina was startled by Raffaello's intimate gesture. Her cheeks flushed pink with embarrassment. A little later, in the garden of the princess's palace, Kaina turned to Count Raffaello with a gentle smile and said, "Have you come back to your senses now? How are you feeling, Lord Raffaello?" To her surprise, the Count avoided her gaze. His face turned bright red with embarrassment, and he lowered his head, flustered by Kaina's teasing. "I've behaved improperly. Please forgive me, Your Highness," he murmured. Kaina replied playfully, "You are forgiven." Raffaello looked up at the letter lying on the table and asked, "Have you read it yet, Princess?" Kaina picked up the letter, cradling it gently in her hands. "It arrived just a moment ago, actually." Raffaello quickly turned to her and asked anxiously, "Who is it from?" His expression clearly showed his worry. He placed a hand under his chin and asked cautiously, "So, were you waiting for this?" His question caught Kaina off guard, making her slightly flustered. She closed her eyes briefly, then smiled and said, "It's from my childhood nursemaid. Lady Elevant sent it." Raffaello responded, "She must be someone very special to you, someone you truly treasure. I wonder what kind of person she is." Kaina lowered her gaze and gently replied, "To others, perhaps she's no one remarkable. But..." When she looked up again, she saw Raffaello listening attentively, his expression eager like a curious puppy wagging its tail. He was completely absorbed, and his fascination made Kaina smile. "She's just very special to me," she continued. "I'd like to tell you, even if it's something small. I've never shared this with anyone before. But maybe this will become one of my most precious memories." She recalled a distant moment from her childhood. Back then, she was just a little girl. Her nursemaid and the palace servants were walking slowly toward her. The young Princess Kaina was happily munching on food, so engrossed in eating that she didn't even realize the food had gotten all over her clothes. Looking up, she asked, "Oh, Mother?" Lady Elevant, with a displeased expression, replied, "The Queen has gone out. She won't be visiting this week either." In her wrinkled clothes, Kaina simply said, "Okay." The other servants nearby chuckled softly and whispered among themselves about the young princess. "Is it really all right to just leave her like this?" one murmured. Another snickered. "Well, at least Lady Elevant is taking care of everything," before glancing sideways at her with a snide look. "But she can be so unpleasant to deal with," someone added. Kaina remembered how the Queen barely paid her any attention. The whispers continued. "Careful what you say. She is a princess, after all." She remembered realizing back then that the emperor only seemed to care about the survival of his heirs, while her mother appeared only occasionally. And above all, she would never forget the contempt in the queen's eyes when she looked at her. She could sense it herself, so I have almost no memories of my mother at all. Every time we met, she treated me like something dreadful. Because of that, I was often left alone in the palace. The maids who were supposed to care for me treated me with cold indifference. Then, that door opened and the one who stepped in was none other than Madame Elephant. Her face lit up with a warm smile. She smiled at me and said, "Princess." I, the little princess, called out joyfully, "Nanny," and threw myself into her arms. I could never forget that moment except for one person. Only one remained in my memory, Madame Elephant. She touched my small face gently and asked, "Were you eating fruit?" Then she reminded me, "The bath water has been heated. Wait just a little, then you can bathe." Being mischievous, I smeared my fruit-stained hands all over her clothes. But she simply let me be, watching me play with a tired sigh before scooping me up in her arms. "Your Highness, let's take a bath now. No need to waste time." At that moment, I felt guilty. I realized how selfish I had been, always making trouble for her, playing pranks, doing silly things. Summer came, and then it happened. The other maids were frantically searching and calling out, "Your Highness. Where are you?" One of them grumbled, "Ugh, I'm so fed up. That little brat, who knows where she's hiding now?" Another replied casually, "She'll be back soon anyway. Just leave her. No need to look." But little did they know I was desperately struggling. It was heartbreaking. At that time, I had been kidnapped by a masked stranger. Rustling sounds came from the garden. Madame Elephant approached, looking puzzled, and asked, "What's going on here? Where's the princess?" The maid shrugged and answered, "She's probably just playing hide and seek. We'll find her soon enough." Madame Elephant was shocked. "What do you mean by that?" she shouted. The woman froze. Madame Elephant scolded the others. "You left the princess alone and just walked away? How could you be so irresponsible?" Without waiting for an answer, she turned and rushed off to search for the princess. They called after her, "Madame Elephant." But she shouted back, "Just in case, go summon the palace guards. Hurry." The other woman rolled her eyes and sighed. "She's being so dramatic," she muttered. Meanwhile, Kaina could only make faint, weak sounds as she desperately tried to call for help. The man covering her mouth looked down at the little princess and said, "This went much smoother than I expected." He turned to his companion. "Did you confirm her identity yet?" The younger man pulled down his mask, examined Kaina closely, and replied with excitement in his eyes. "Blue eyes, golden hair, it's definitely her. No mistake. We've completed our task." Suddenly, a voice rang out, startling them. "Your Highness. Princess." The voice continued calling out. "If you can hear me, please answer." Kaina, terrified, recognized the voice. It was her nanny, Madame Elephant. She was running throughout the palace grounds, calling out the princess's name. The kidnapper cursed under his breath. "Damn it. Things are getting messy. Should we just deal with that old woman too?" Those words shocked Kaina to the core. She began struggling again, and in a burst of defiance, bit the man's finger hard. He screamed in pain and flung her aside. "Ah!" he shouted, his face twisted in anger. "You little brat! You dare bite someone?" Enraged, he pulled a dagger from his belt, growling. "Because of you, we've had to go through all this trouble." His companion whispered, "Calm down. If you make too much noise, the guards will be here in no time." The kidnapper snarled. "You want me to calm down? Now?" Kaina lay trembling on the ground, completely paralyzed with fear. The kidnapper could no longer control himself. He shot a glance at the girl and growled. "Fine. Let's just kill the little princess right here." Kaina froze. Her eyes were wide with fear. He added, "Better that than selling her off to who knows where and ending up a slave. Maybe this is a more merciful ending for the kid." He slowly drew his sword and said softly, "Don't cry, princess. At that moment, Kaina could only stare in horror at the cruel man as he raised his sword, preparing to strike. His chilling words echoed in her ears. If you want to hate someone, don't hate me. Hate your heartless, careless mother instead. Kaina's mind spun in confusion. Mother. Then came the sound of a sword slicing through the air. Shhk. But to her shock, Madame Elephant threw herself in front of the blade just in time. Your Highness, she cried. Blood splattered everywhere. Crimson drops soaked into the grass beneath them. The two kidnappers froze in shock, fear flashing across their faces. Shit, one of them cursed. The plan's gone to hell. Without another word, they turned and fled. Let's get out of here fast. Kaina trembled as she stared at the woman in front of her, now covered in blood. Even with her wound, Madame Elephant still clung tightly to the princess, holding her protectively. Then, slowly, she collapsed into a pool of blood, right before Kaina's eyes. The little girl could only whisper, her voice cracking. Nanny. Back at the palace where Princess Kaina lived, she sat curled up beside her bed. Moonlight poured in through the window, casting a pale glow across the floor. She sat in silence, her small figure trembling as if lost in thought. Earlier, a lad in waiting had spoken to her gently but firmly. I'm sorry, Your Highness, but you can't see Madame Elephant right now. You must know her wounds are not minor. At this point, we don't know when, or even if, she will recover. Then, as if unable to resist, the servant added coldly. And let's not forget this happened because of you, Your Highness. So for now, it's best you stay away. Those words struck Kaina like a blade to the heart. It's my fault, she thought, full of guilt. If only I hadn't wandered deep into the forest. Her small heart felt like it was shattering. Maybe then Nanny wouldn't be hurt so badly. The howling wind outside drew Kaina's gaze to the window. Her heart pounded violently in her chest as the cruel words of those two vile men echoed once more in her mind. Compared to being sold off somewhere and turned into a slave, dying here might actually be a blessing for that brat. If you want to hate someone, that hatred shouldn't be directed at me. Hate your heartless, indifferent mother instead. Suddenly, the door to her room creaked open. The voice that followed startled her. Your Highness. Kaina turned her head in shock. It was Madame Elephant. She immediately recognized her nanny. Tears welled up in Kaina's eyes as she reached out a trembling hand and said, I was wrong. I made a mistake. Now, I'm all alone. She fell to her knees, voice trembling, and pleaded. Please, forgive me. Elephant stepped forward and wrapped the little princess in a warm embrace. Your Highness, please don't blame yourself. None of this was your fault, she said softly. You are not a bad child. There's no need for you to apologize to me. But Kaina couldn't stop crying in her arms. She clung tightly to the woman she had missed for so long, whispering, Nanny. Then she asked a question that made Elephant freeze for a moment. Nanny, do you hate me? I hurt you. I made you suffer. Elephant quickly placed both hands on the young girl's shoulders and looked into her tearful eyes. I don't know where you heard such nonsense, she said firmly. But I promise you, I will always be here for you. Please don't worry anymore. And then she spoke the words that carved themselves into the depths of Kaina's young heart. Because I love you, Your Highness. I love you more than anything. Tears welled in Kaina's eyes once again. Maybe it was because she was overwhelmed with emotion. But the tears kept falling silently onto her small hands. That night, Kaina cried. Even now, she still believes that day became a memory she could never forget. That night was the very first time someone had ever said the words I love you to her. Back in the present, Kaina and Raffaello were sitting together in the garden of the estate, having a quiet conversation. Raffaello turned to her and said gently, Your nanny must have been someone very important to you. It must have hurt deeply when she was exiled. Kaina placed a hand lightly over her chest, lost in thought. There were times, she said slowly, when I wondered, if only she had stayed by my side, Maybe I could have grown up like a normal person, not so broken and unstable like I am now. She recalled how she had screamed and cried when Madame Elephant was taken away. Nanny, don't go, please don't leave me. She promised she'd always stay with me. Kaina murmured. And then added quietly. Though now, I know it's all in the past. Raffaello silently turned to face her. His gaze lingered for a moment before he spoke, each word like an arrow piercing straight through Kaina's heart. The princess you once were had so many sides that were difficult for me to understand, he said. Kaina froze, her face flushing with embarrassment. She thought, why would he bring that up now, of all times? This guy, he really doesn't hold back, does he? He's as blunt as they come. But Raffaello continued, his voice steady. But now, I think I understand, at least a little. I never really tried before, but I feel differently now. I don't know how this will affect things, but I genuinely like the princess you are today. If I were Madame Elephant, no matter which version of you I saw, I would always be proud of you. Kaina's hand unconsciously clenched the fabric of her dress as her thoughts whirled. Just one more day, and Nanny will finally arrive at the palace. She managed a small smile, but inside, time felt like it was dragging slower than usual. Raffaello watched her quietly, then asked a question that completely took Kaina by surprise. What if you could meet her tonight? Kaina blinked, a dozen questions forming in her mind. Who is he talking about? Who do you mean? She asked, confusion in her voice. Raffaello smiled softly. Who else? Madame Elephant, of course. Kaina stared at him in bewilderment. Nanny? How could that even be possible? Raffaello gave a knowing smile. I've just had an idea. If the princess agrees, I'll find a way to make it happen. Later that evening, in her room, Kaina sat quietly reading when a knock echoed through the door. She glanced up, then called out. I want to sleep early tonight. Everyone, please leave. I'll be sleeping in tomorrow, so you can come by in the afternoon. Just as quickly, her thoughts shifted. Oh, right. If I sleep in, I'll probably skip breakfast. Keep that in mind. From the other side of the door, the maids responded. Yes, Your Highness. In her heart, Kaina was filled with conflicting thoughts, wondering if she had made a mistake by accepting such an unreasonable proposal. As she gazed out of the window, she couldn't help but question herself, what if I change my mind now? What would happen then? Suddenly, a shadow appeared outside her door. There was a knock, followed by the door slowly creaking open. To her astonishment, it was Raffaello. He stepped in and extended his hand toward her, saying, Your Highness. Kaina stood there, stunned, her mouth slightly open in disbelief. She couldn't believe it, he had actually come. Raffaello, noticing her shock, smiled gently and reassured her, I've come as promised, Your Highness. Kaina, still feeling uneasy, asked with concern, Are we really safe? You're sure no one will find out about this, right? I'm a bit worried. She was genuinely taken aback. The idea of sneaking out of the palace at such a late hour to meet Madame Elephant, who would be arriving in the village tonight, felt like something out of a dream. Kaina bit her lip, still in disbelief. How could I have agreed to this? I was so excited, I didn't even think it through. Her mind was a whirlwind of confusion. Is this really me? How could I look so foolish in front of Raffaello? Raffaello, undeterred, eagerly extended his hand and said, Don't worry, Your Highness. Madame Elephant will be delighted to see you. I'll make sure you get to her safely. Please, don't worry. Kaina hesitated for a moment, but the warmth in his voice convinced her. She placed her hand in his and smiled brightly. Then, I'll trust you just this once, Duke. I'm counting on you. Later that night, as they rode together, Kaina couldn't contain her excitement. Raffaello, did you see anyone? Did anyone notice us? She asked, her voice filled with anticipation. Her heart raced as she thought, a secret meeting in the middle of the night. She laughed softly to herself. I've never done anything like this before. Raffaello, noticing her laughter, couldn't help but wonder. Why are you laughing, Your Highness? Kaina looked at him, still smiling. If Nanny saw me now, she'd probably scold me so much. Inside the palace, I can hardly do anything I want, especially sneaking out at this hour. This is the first time I've ever done something like this. Raffaello couldn't help but chuckle softly, understanding the joy and excitement she was feeling. There was a sense of freedom in the air, one that Kaina had never experienced before. Raffaello listened silently to the princess's words before speaking. Your Highness. He then gently took her hand and continued in a soft tone, wherever you wish to go, I will take you there. It doesn't matter where or when, it's no trouble at all. Just tell me, and I will place the entire world at your feet. Kaina thought back to when she was a young princess, crying endlessly, shouting, Nanny lied. Nanny promised she would stay with me, but now she has abandoned me. She must hate me, right? The memory of her pain lingered. Madame Elephant, feeling troubled, replied, No, Your Highness, that is not true. There's absolutely no such thing. I truly wanted to be by your side. Kaina, still sobbing, ignored the words and shared her thoughts with Madame Elephant. If I'm with Nanny, can we run away from the palace? If I'm with her, I can go anywhere, right? Madame Elephant gently grasped her shoulders and said, Your Highness, you are precious and noble. One day, you will have many responsibilities and tasks to carry for this country. She extended her pinky finger and continued, Please, Your Highness, promise me that once you have fulfilled your duties as a princess, you will call for me to return. Let's make this promise. The two of them intertwined their pinkies, sealing the vow. Kaina, with a trembling voice, asked, When I call you, you will come back to me, won't you? You'll still be my nanny, right? Madame Elephant smiled warmly and replied, Of course, Your Highness. It will be just as you said. We'll build a strong, clean mansion with a small garden, growing herbs and fruit trees. We'll walk through it, and there will be a peaceful land with the sea and a lake. We'll live there, in a beautiful village. Kaina was stunned, not expecting such a lovely village to be so close to the palace. Afterward, Raffaello dismounted from his horse and spoke to Kaina. I apologize for my rudeness, Your Highness, he said, before suddenly lifting her up in his arms. Kaina gasped in surprise as he continued, This is the entrance to Talent Village. The carriage is almost here, and we will wait here to surprise Madame Elephant. Kaina replied, Ah. Thank you, Raffaello. Raffaello smiled, brushing aside her thanks. You're too polite, Your Highness. Kaina glanced at him, still a little taken aback. How did he know the carriage would arrive at this time? Raffaello explained, I had my subordinates scout ahead to make sure we were prepared. Just then, his servant leaned in and whispered something. Raffaello chuckled softly, leaning toward Kaina and whispering, This was much easier than creating an imaginary husband for you, Your Highness. Kaina laughed, feeling more relaxed, and said, Thank you. Raffaello replied, I will certainly repay you for today's favor, Your Highness. No need for that, Your Highness, Raffaello said. All I ask is that you, Princess, are pleased. That alone is enough for me. At that moment, inside Prince Rajeff's palace, a man entered and knelt respectfully before the prince. Your Highness, you called for me? Rajeff, sipping on a glass of red wine, inquired, Where is Jeremy? The man responded, As per your orders, he said that Yummel has likely reached the gates of Talent Village and is hiding there. His objective is to target Madame Elephant. The man then asked, The plan is to scare her off and drive her away immediately. Is there any further instruction? Rajeff remained silent for a moment before responding, That's fine. I've changed my mind a little. He then recalled the words Kaina had once spoken to him, I will protect you. Rajeff smiled and added, Perhaps that alone won't be enough. Later that night, the sound of the carriage wheels clattering echoed in the dark. Inside, someone spoke, It's been years since we last saw the princess, hasn't it? Madame Elephant replied, Let's see. This will be the first time I've seen the princess since leaving the palace. It's been over 10 years now. The person across from her asked, "What kind of person is the princess?" Madame Elephant sighed. The princess was very playful and energetic. But she was also more lonely than anyone else. I remember when she was little, she couldn't sleep at night, always terrified that she would be abandoned. Her voice softened as she continued, "When I left the royal family, I looked back with a heart full of sorrow." Her hands tightened into fists as she spoke, not noticing the figure on the cliffside above them. I wonder, has anyone truly reliable joined her side since then? Suddenly, the carriage jerked violently, and Madame Elephant wondered, "What's happening?" The person replied, "I'm not sure. Let me go outside and check." Immediately after, something swept past, and a red liquid spilled in front of her. Madame Elephant's eyes went blank. A voice spoke coldly, "It's a pleasure to meet you, Madame Elephant." A strange hand was placed before the carriage door. The person spoke, "A long-term trip, I see?" He revealed himself, his face partially obscured, and asked, "Do you feel pleased?" Madame Elephant was so frightened that her eyes widened, and she trembled as she stuttered, Who are you?" He immediately grabbed her tightly and began dragging her away, saying, "It seems I don't really need to answer that question, since you'll die here anyway." Below the carriage was a rushing stream. Madame Elephant looked at him and asked, Why are you doing this? How do you know my name?" He pulled out a sharp sword and said, "I wish you could hold your breath for the rest of your life." He continued, "Take care, Madame Elephant." She was so terrified that she closed her eyes. Suddenly, another stranger appeared, blocking the assassin's sword. The man's ear fell off, and he exclaimed in shock, "What? Jeremy!" He screamed loudly, "What's going on? Where did this bastard come from?" The stranger responded, "That's Raffaello Kidray." He moved Madame Elephant behind him and said, "Madame Elephant, please step back." She looked at him, confused, and asked, "Who are you? How did you get here?" He whispered, "It's hard to explain, but I'm here on the princess's orders." His eyes narrowed as he wondered why he hadn't seen the carriage earlier. The man kneeled and asked, "How did you know to come here?" Raffaello replied, "I don't know what you're talking about." The man, blood dripping from his hand and face, scowled and shouted, "Are you trying to avoid responsibility?" Then, his subordinates rushed forward, yelling, "Catch that sly fox! Don't let her escape!" Raffaello immediately entered a defensive stance, drawing his sword. He slashed through their ranks, causing them to scatter. One of them screamed, but Raffaello swiftly dodged and struck, piercing the front attacker. The man collapsed at his feet. Raffaello wiped some blood from his face, breathing heavily, feeling something was off. He thought, these people aren't ordinary thieves. Suddenly, someone shouted behind him, "Big brother, I've caught a girl, seems like she's an ally of the one we're after." One of the underlings had grabbed a girl, whose face was hidden. Raffaello's heart skipped a beat as he recognized her. He thought, Kaina? What is she doing here? Raffaello felt a sharp pain suddenly pierce through him. Could there be more ambushers? He thought. When he turned around, a thug had struck him, delivering a blow that pierced through his body. He staggered, clutching his shoulder, cursing inwardly, "Damn it, I got careless." The man seized Kaina by the head, grinning triumphantly as he said, "Good, everything is going as planned." His eyes narrowed dangerously. "I'll offer a proposal, since I don't think you'll follow my orders easily." He tightened his grip on her mouth and continued, "Hand her over to me." The assassin placed his sword against Kaina's neck, threatening, "If you don't obey, I'll kill this girl right here, under the moonlight." Kaina, anxious and scared, asked, "The carriage should have arrived by now. This is strange." Raffaello didn't say much in response but comforted her, "I'll keep an eye out. Please wait here for a moment." Kaina, feeling helpless, thought, "All I can do now is wait. Could they have gotten lost?" But then, a sudden image flashed in her mind, and she froze. The scene before her was soaked in blood. Her eyes widened in fear as she realized what was happening. What's going on? Around them, a group of bandits dressed in black cloaks were closing in, each holding a weapon, waiting for the right moment to strike. As soon as Raffaello left, they moved in swiftly. In an instant, Kaina found herself surrounded and restrained by a thug with brown hair, his face covered with a cloth. His sword was pressed firmly against her neck, so close she could feel the cold metal. The man shouted at his comrades, "Why are you all so slow? Hurry up, the old woman is just ahead." Kaina's mind raced, and she began to recall something. The old woman. Her eyes widened in realization, and she thought, are they after Madame Elevant? At that moment, from Raffaello's side, the sound of blood dripping from his body echoed faintly, drip, drip, a chilling reminder of the severity of his wounds. Unable to suppress the pain, he let out a groan. With gritted teeth, Raffaello shot a glare at the men before him, his eyes blazing with fury. "Who ordered you to do this? Don't tell me this was your own idea." The thug restraining Kaina let out a mocking laugh. "I don't owe you an answer." Hearing that, Raffaello froze. He stood silent and still, but the fury in his eyes only deepened. The thug, seeing no reaction from him, smirked and continued. "What? Trying to stall for time? Let me tell you, even if we kill every single one of you here, it won't make a difference to us." As he spoke, the glint in his eyes turned feral, almost crazed. "Judging by the looks of you two, you're both of noble blood, huh? Hand over the old woman, and we'll leave. Simple as that." Lady Elevant paled at those words, terror gripping her heart. She looked as if she might collapse then and there. Kaina, standing beside her, was stunned. "What?" she breathed, before snapping back to her senses. "No. Absolutely not. Don't you dare," she shouted. "We're still holding on just fine." Despite the looming threat, there was no fear in her eyes, only courage. She stood tall and declared, "Sir Raffaello, I command you protect Lady Elevant. As a princess of Florence, that is my order." Lady Elevant gasped, her hands trembling as she clutched them tightly, her body folding in on itself like she was about to fall. In her eyes shone the flicker of helplessness and despair. A torrent of memories surged forth, the days spent beside a small, gentle princess. Her Highness. Kaina. And still, Kaina stood firm, her voice unwavering as she continued. "This isn't what you think. Things aren't like that at all." She recalled the bloody scene from her childhood and silently vowed that she would never again stand by helplessly while someone she loved sacrificed themselves for her. Beside Raffaello, he was trying with all his might to leap up. Then came the sharp, grating sound of two swords clashing. At that moment, blood streamed endlessly from his body, dripping onto his hair. Raffaello cursed through clenched teeth, "Damn bastard." He finally managed to subdue the bandit before him, slamming the enemy's sword straight into the ground. Turning toward Kaina, Raffaello said with a pained look, "I can't leave you alone." Then he turned to go, his face taut with emotion. He stammered, "I." But before he could finish, a voice called out behind him, Lady Elevant's voice. "Sir Knight." Looking at the pool of blood before her, she said calmly, "Please, go. The one a knight must protect is not me." Hearing that, the hands gripping his sword froze. Her voice echoed again, laced with sorrow and determination. But she said nothing more, only clasped her hands together in silent prayer under the moonlight. Florence Elevant made her final plea. "Please, hurry and save Princess Kaina. And pass this message for me." With the rustling sound of the forest as background, she added, "Don't forget the stories I told you that night." Then she began walking step by step toward the cliff's edge. Seeing that things had spiraled beyond control, Raffaello shouted, "Wait! My lady!" Hearing that, Kaina froze in place. Slowly, she turned her gaze toward the other side. Beneath the bright moonlight, Lady Elevant shed sorrowful tears. "Farewell. Live well, Your Highness." Kaina, struck by dread, cried out, "Nursemaid!" With a swish, Lady Elevant leapt down without hesitation. "Don't!" Kaina screamed in agony. In that moment, the entire world seemed to fall silent. Kaina's vision went black, only vaguely making out the blurred figure of a woman turning back to smile at her. Bloodstains marred everything in sight. Her mind froze, unable to process what was happening. She remained collapsed on the ground, eyes wide open in horror filled not only with shock, but also unspeakable despair. She didn't care how terrible her beautiful face looked now, wounded and smeared with blood. Her eyes remained fixed on the cliff's edge, 1,000 questions running through her mind. Where is she? Where did she go? In her heart, she prayed endlessly. But the only reply was a single, heavy thud echoing unmistakably from the bottom of the cliff in the stillness of night. The two masked men, witnessing the scene, turned to each other. The leader, the woman, jumped. Maybe we should finish off the rest of them now, one suggested. The other hesitated for a moment, glancing at the two people nearby, then replied calmly. No. We've already delayed too long. Let's retreat. With that, both of them vanished without a trace, as if they had never been there at all. At that moment, Raffaello, his face filled with worry and urgency, rushed toward Caina and called out loudly. Your Highness. Princess. His body was covered in wounds and blood, but all he cared about was the dazed girl before him. Are you hurt? Your Highness, he asked again, voice trembling with desperation. His hands gently held her face, and though she said nothing, silent tears rolled down her cheeks, falling gently one by one. With a quivering voice, Caina finally spoke. Raffaello, the nursemaid, she jumped. As she reached her hand forward, he immediately realized what she intended to do next. Without hesitation, he wrapped his arms tightly around her fragile body and cried. No! Your Highness, you mustn't. He gripped her shoulders firmly, trying to reason with her. We don't know if more assassins are lying in ambush. We have to get out of here now. Caina stared at him in shock, her noble blue eyes brimming with tears. Because his arms held her so tightly, she couldn't break free. Exhausted, she let her head fall against his strong shoulder, worn out but still cried out with fierce determination. No! Let me go! But his only response was a calm, steady voice. Forgive me, Your Highness. Caina nearly screamed. I don't want to. I can't just leave like this. I have to save her. Tears streamed down her blood-streaked face in endless trails, her appearance now disheveled and pitiful. Under the clear moonlight, a gentle breeze swept between them. Caina still refused to give up. She kept struggling, writhing in Raffaello's arms again and again, but to no avail. Eventually, overwhelmed, she collapsed against his shoulder, sobbing with heartbreaking desperation. Raffaello, please, please let me go. Please, go save the nursemaid. Help me, please. Her voice gradually weakened. Deep down, she knew there was no way to save her nursemaid, but she couldn't stop herself from pleading. Only after Caina had calmed down a little did Raffaello finally speak again, carefully breaking the silence. Your Highness, may I ask you something? He looked at her small, slumped back, golden hair cascading down like a waterfall. That sight made him hesitate for a moment. If you had to choose between a kind lie and a painful truth, which would you choose? Caina was visibly surprised by the sudden question. She paused for a moment, then understanding dawned on her. Her slender arms hugged herself tightly, and she lowered her head, answering with difficulty. I would choose the truth, because pain is a part of who I am. The wind continued to blow softly, rustling the leaves overhead. Hearing her choice, Raffaello slowly knelt down in front of her. His brows furrowed deeply, and he bit his thin lips so hard they nearly bled. After a long moment, he finally mustered the resolve to speak. Your Highness must have already noticed the smell of oil spreading around us. It's likely they intended to set the carriage on fire to destroy the evidence. If we think about it again, perhaps their true target from the very beginning was Lady Elevant. Raffaello spoke quickly, the words tumbling out without pause. Caina stood there in stunned silence. Out of habit, she raised a trembling finger to her lips and bit down hard. Her eyes shifted to the object on the ground as she asked quietly. That dagger, did they leave it behind? He nodded solemnly. Yes, Your Highness, he replied clearly. I thought, perhaps it might help us trace those responsible, so I brought it back. Kaina's eyes were fixed on the dagger, locked onto it without wavering for even a second. Raffaello gently advised, we shouldn't delay here any longer. I'll escort your highness back to the palace. She didn't say a word, remaining completely silent. But there was something he failed to notice: her fists, clenched tighter and tighter without her even realizing it. Above them, thunder suddenly cracked across the sky, a deep rumble heralding the arrival of a heavy and relentless storm. By the time Raffaello brought Kaina back to the palace, the rain was already pouring down in thick sheets. Without a word, she silently opened the door and stepped inside. The abrupt motion unsettled him. Your Highness, wait. But she cut him off before he could finish. Raffaello, I'm fine. So don't worry. Just go back. Even as she spoke, she didn't turn around. She stood just as she was, still facing away from him. He remained in the rain, watching her anxiously, completely drenched, water running down his clothes and skin like he was a soaked stray. In the end, unable to suppress the urge, Raffaello called out. Your Highness. Princess Kaina. His voice was neither loud nor soft, but in the torrent of rain, it was impossible to tell whether she heard him or not. All he could do was watch as she walked further inside, her figure swallowed by the door behind her, leaving him standing there alone, stunned and motionless under the pounding rain. Inside, Kaina dragged her soaked body down the corridor, her cloak heavy and stained with blood. Outside the window, the storm raged on, showing no signs of easing. Water dripped steadily from the ends of her golden hair. Her face was unreadable, expression hidden beneath a mask of silence. Eventually, she stopped before a cabinet. Without haste, she opened a box and slowly took out two small square emblems intricately crafted and stunningly beautiful. In love, there is no deceit. Hate evil, cling to good, and keep your heart pure. If you cannot endure the cruel, endless darkness, then rage will lead you elsewhere. Her emerald eyes stared so intensely at the emblems, it was as if her gaze could pierce straight through them. She could feel her heart pounding fiercely and her chest louder and more urgent than ever before. As though something within her had just clicked into place, Kaina's lips twisted into a crooked, bitter smile. Then she laughed. Ah, ha, ha. Her laughter rang out, strange and unending, echoing through the empty hall. One of the two emblems was now stained with blood, her own smearing from the center of her palm. The red contrasted sharply against the intricate silver design, making it shine all the more blindingly. Just then, a bolt of lightning slashed across the sky, casting a brief, blinding light through the windows. For a moment, Kaina's face was fully illuminated. Her eyes were wild, chaotic, but deep within them was a sorrowful void. A look only those who had tasted betrayal could carry. A storm of memories surged into her mind, fragmented scenes of her and Rajef, moments they once shared flashing vividly one after another. Her voice rose, shaking. Rajef, why? Why did you do this to me? To your one and only sister? What was it all for? Unable to contain the storm of emotions roiling within her, she suddenly hurled the two emblems at the mirror across the room. Shatter. The glass broke into jagged shards, scattering across the floor. Kaina leaned forward, bracing herself on the shelf, her shoulders trembling. She lowered her head, voice breaking. I trusted you. I pitied you. I tried to care for you. But in the end, you're no different. That haunting moment from the past returned to her, Rajef's scornful eyes looking down on her, the mocking smile tugging at his lips as he sneered. My poor little puppet. Thunder continued to roar outside, and in the fractured reflection of the shattered mirror, a different Kaina could now be seen. A Kaina stripped bare, sobbing, fragile and broken, utterly defeated. She had once longed to escape this place, to live a peaceful life. But perhaps that had always been a foolish dream. Without power, how could one protect the people they loved? What a cruel joke. A pathetic, naive belief. She could feel her heart cracking, splitting open just like the mirror before her. Lifting a trembling hand, Kaina pressed her fingers gently against the broken glass. Her voice was low, but fierce. I need power. Power to protect myself. And the day this raging fire consumes me completely will be the day I take everything from you. Everything you ever had will be swallowed in utter darkness. Though tears still clung to her lashes, something unmistakable had changed. There, within her emerald eyes, burned a new light, resolute and unyielding. No longer just grief, but fury. Cold. Boundless. Unstoppable. Outside, the storm raged on. Thunder shook the heavens. Rain battered the earth. And within that palace, a storm even greater had just begun to awaken. Olivia cautiously asked, Your Highness, are you going to the monastery? Kaina responded softly, her voice as calm as ever. Yes. His Majesty has granted me permission. Then, almost as an afterthought, she added, Prepare some simple clothes for me, something I can wear without assistance. Olivia cast a glance toward the monastery. It was a place noble women often visited when praying for a good marriage or hoping for children. Her gaze flicked back to Kaina, uncertain. Would your Highness like us to prepare anything else? We'll make all the necessary arrangements. With a gentle clack, Kaina closed the book in her hand. Sunlight filtered through the windows, casting a golden glow over her cascading blonde hair. She turned, ethereal yet resolute. No. I'll go quietly with only one maidservant to accompany me. Make sure no one takes notice. The two maidservants in the room stood frozen in surprise. Kaina continued, her tone steady. While I'm away, just make sure no word of my departure leaks outside. Vera, now visibly nervous, bowed slightly and asked in a hushed voice. Does that mean we shouldn't let Prince Rajef know either? Kaina smiled lightly, almost playfully. That's right. She added with a calm certainty. No one is to be informed. Outside, the clatter of horses' hooves echoed as the carriages began to move. Beneath the glaring sunlight, they sped down the path toward the city gates, not heeding anything in their way. Inside one of the carriages, Kaina sat quietly, watching the scenery pass. Not a single one of those clever maids asked about the broken mirror, or the soaked clothing. They really are well trained. She lowered her head slightly, as if the memory had stirred something. A voice from a rainy night returned to her. Your Highness, Raffaello had said. Lady Elevant left a message for you. That night, standing alone in the rain, Kaina had been stunned. Please, do not forget the story from that night. That had been the message. She recalled how Raffaello, drenched under the downpour, had fallen silent after delivering it. He hadn't known what more to say. That story, you still remember it, don't you? He had asked, voice barely audible. The question struck her still. She remembered. How could she forget? The warmth of Lady Elevant's arms on sleepless nights, the soft voice weaving old tales into her heart. Inwardly, Kaina whispered to herself. How could I ever forget the stories she told me, again and again? If that had been her final message, then even if it tore her apart inside, she would remember it again and again. No matter how painful those memories were, she would embrace them. In a snow-white monastery glowing against the night, a sudden thunderclap shattered the peaceful stillness. Lightning crashed down in rapid succession, shaking the sacred ground to its core. From within the monastery, a guard hurried out, his face tight with worry. He halted the moment he saw Kaina standing there in the darkness. Your Highness, what brings you here at this hour? Kaina stepped forward, her voice calm but resolute. I've come to make a small donation to the monastery. And while I'm here, I'd like to offer a prayer myself. At her words, the guard visibly relaxed, the tension leaving his shoulders. If it's a prayer you seek, please follow me. I'll take you inside. Inside the monastery, gentle moonlight streamed through tall arched windows, casting a soft, ethereal glow over the vast chamber. Kaina silently took it all in, thinking to herself, this place is special. Because it's so far from the capital, only a handful of nobles ever bother coming here. A voice rang out unexpectedly, halting her steps. Greetings, Your Highness. An elderly man, his face warm and serene, bowed politely with a gentle smile. This is a sacred place. Many noble ladies come here to pray. But Kaina's eyes had turned cold. The problem is, this place is hiding a secret. The man showed no sign of surprise. He merely extended his hand toward the chamber ahead. The prayer room lies within. If your highness knocks, a cleric will come to guide you in prayer. The gods will bear witness. Kaina began walking toward it, murmuring under her breath. And what should I pray for? A good marriage? Healthy children? Sounds like exactly what people expect of a princess. Then, without warning, she drew a sword hidden beneath her cloak. Lightning flashed again, fiercer this time, as though the skies themselves reacted to her intent. If it were just for praying, she said coolly, the monastery in the capital would have sufficed. A dangerous gleam lit up her eyes. No. The true secret lies here. And I intend to use it. She turned, facing the shadowy space behind the altar. Master of the Dark Garden. I summon you. I want to make a deal. The wind surged violently, howling in response. Her golden hair whipped about in the storm, but Kaina stood unmoving, firm, unshaken. Then answer my call, she cried. The wind shrieked like a living thing. And then from the darkness a man emerged. His hair shimmered violet like the deep night, and a presence of overwhelming magic and mystery filled the room. Kaina narrowed her eyes. She knew exactly who stood before her. The true master of the Dark Garden, Archmage Bane. The fierce winds continued to blow violently, tearing through the tranquil air of the monastery. Each gust swept past the man with purple hair and a mysterious beauty. He simply raised his hand, his eyes staring intently at the princess before him. Then, with a sigh, he asked. Kaina, who are you? There are very few in this world who know of my existence. Kaina, unfazed, smirked and confidently responded. Does that matter? Bane frowned upon hearing this, clearly displeased. The princess continued. I only came here to receive the rose from you, nothing more. The mage said nothing. With a snap of his fingers, a gust of wind, stronger than before, surged forth, so fierce it nearly lifted the petite lady off the ground. Bane growled. A mere human dares to speak such arrogance without knowing her place? Yet Kaina showed no reaction. She calmly listened to the mage's words. You think I would agree to that? Suddenly, Bane looked surprised. The sharp click of the princess's heels echoed as she stepped forward, saying, Of course, Bane. Princess Kaina kept advancing, then explained her presence. Because I've brought you the one thing you need the most. Kaina lifted her gaze, her pure emerald green eyes locking firmly onto Bane's. With determination, she approached him, stopping just short of his face and said, That's right. I'm going to save the Dark Garden, this dying, withering place. This world only holds magic, but very few understand its truths. If I hadn't been resurrected myself, I wouldn't have known either. Olivia came back to life after being poisoned to the brink of death, all because of magic. And the one who performed that miracle was none other than the most powerful mage of them all. Hearing this, Bane closed his eyes and chuckled. The ferocious dark winds gradually faded into the night, revealing the moonlight breaking through. He said to Kaina, Indeed, there are rare humans who know about the Dark Garden, but you're the first to realize that it's dying. Still, Bane did not lower his guard. His next words sounded like a threat to the beautiful princess standing before him. Continue, but be warned, speak nonsense, and you'll be cast out immediately. Kaina didn't let fear show on her face. She only tightened her grip on her velvet gown, suppressing her anxiety. Deep down, she thought. This man might as well be a divine immortal. If I say anything foolish or try to lie, I'll be exposed instantly. She calmly responded. I need the power of magic. That power is very strong. Upon hearing this, the mage laughed lightly, then flicked his fingers. A purple magical orb appeared in the air. He then spoke. Magic comes in many types. The magical orb in Bayan's hand grew larger by the moment. He focused intently on it and continued. If you want to receive enough magic, even if it's just a little, you must offer a large amount of fertilizer for the Dark Garden. I'm sure you know that the fertilizer here is human life. Bayan's expression grew serious. I don't know how far you're willing to go, but... Suddenly, a terrifying thunderclap rumbled outside. Kaina, still confident, placed a hand over her chest and declared to Bayan. I will dedicate all of my remaining time to your garden. The mysterious mage was taken aback, unable to believe what he had just heard. Kaina, undeterred, asked. Do you think that answer is enough? But to her surprise, Bayan shook his head and replied. No, that's not enough. You need to leave me a year of life. Only then can my goal be fulfilled. Kaina stepped forward and told him. I have realized that no matter how high one's status, power, or ability to control the internal affairs of the kingdom is, none of it truly matters in the face of this. That's right, she suddenly said, grabbing Bayan by the collar and flashing a devilish smile. All I can do is let myself be at the mercy of the knife or sword. I can't protect anyone with this power. I can't even protect myself, let alone those I care about. Kaina murmured to herself. I can't protect myself, much less the safety of those I hold dear. Bayan was stunned. The princess continued. Think carefully. This world is gradually forgetting the existence of mages. She locked eyes with him, her gaze sharp and filled with intent. This is the last chance to save the Dark Garden. She made her decision. If my lifespan is still insufficient, I don't need to leave a year behind. If needed, I can give even less. Before Bayan could say anything, Kaina asked. How many more days do you need? 100 days? Or 200? Suddenly, the surrounding space shattered, creating a sound so loud it was almost unimaginable. Bayan shouted. Stop! Kaina was startled, not knowing why the mage had called her name. Princess of Eldam. Hyza, you're right. I have no other choice. I accept your offer. Bayan gently lifted the princess's chin and said. Welcome to the Dark Garden, the heart of the mages. The winds of the late night blew through every corner of the monastery, which was overgrown with thorny cacti. Kaina stood before the mysterious scene, unable to hide her surprise. This is the Dark Garden? I never imagined it really existed. Suddenly, Bayan turned his back and asked. You're sure you're not afraid of water, right? He extended his hand, offering to help her cross. He added. You should prepare yourself well, the process of receiving magical power is quite painful. Bayan stared at the girl before him. Kaina extended her hand to him and replied. Why, I didn't know that. The mage also gave her a warning. Now, if the princess wants to turn back, speak up. I'll erase all your memories and let you return. Kaina responded with no sign of fear. No, there's no need for that. She continued. Even if you do, I'll just come back here to search for this place again. I'll keep coming back. Kaina smiled, took off her shoes, and stepped forward. Bayan raised his hand, and a magical circle of blue light appeared right in front of her. He then commanded. Let the winds blow. A strong gust of wind surprised Kaina. The mage spoke again. Kaina, now is the time for the pact you've been waiting for. He repeated. I did say magic comes in many forms, right? Some cacti grew from the ground, their thorns wrapping around Kaina's feet. Meanwhile, Bayan explained. Magical abilities will evolve according to the nature of the one who possesses them. The pact's power will depend on the life you lead. Kaina was surprised. No choice, she asked. The healing magic was a bit difficult for her. Bayan responded, you don't need to worry about that, and extended his hand toward her. He continued, just by looking at you, it's clear you're not the type to heal others. Then, explosions began to echo. The princess was startled and asked, what is this? The ground beneath her began to shake, and a transparent sphere appeared, surrounding her. Kaina quickly realized it was a ruin, something like discarded remnants of something that had withered away. Yet, Bayan continued to cast magic without pause. Kaina grew anxious. If this continues, soon. The garden, once so tranquil, was now chaotic. She cried out in pain as tendrils wrapped tightly around her. The feeling was like fire spreading through her heart. Suddenly, a yellow flower blossomed right in front of her. The surrounding space seemed to glow with a strange light, and blue roses appeared. Kaina screamed, "Ah!" Bayan stood in awe, witnessing the scene. "This is impossible," he muttered. "With just the lifespan of a human, how could the rose bloom like this?" He suddenly realized, his mind racing. Could it be that this girl had lived a life without fulfilling her heavenly fate? Was it possible that her life had been repeated for this reason? The surroundings, once gloomy, were now bathed in light. Bayan smiled mysteriously, thinking to himself, "This is quite the surprise, Kaina." At that moment, Kaina collapsed, her hands clenching together tightly. Bayan was equally stunned. He hadn't expected this girl to gamble almost all of her lifespan without any hesitation. If she were an ordinary human, she would have. He stepped forward and spoke to the princess, "Your Highness, it's over. You've endured well." Surprised, Kaina managed to smile and reply, "Just as you said, it was quite painful. But it's not unbearable, though honestly, I can't endure this a second time." Bayan simply said, "Look, Princess Eldam, look at Kaina now." He observed her condition and added, "You don't need to pretend you're fine. Can a normal human endure this kind of pain?" Kaina replied, "Thank you, Bayan. It's fine, I can handle it." She looked up and said, "When I return to the palace, I will definitely send you the best ointment I can find." Bayan gently sat down, supporting the princess, and then smiled. "Really, I'm speechless. Who do you think I am?" He said to Kaina, who was sleeping in his arms, "You're tired. Rest now. When you open your eyes again, a completely new world will greet you." The next morning at the monastery, sunlight illuminated the entire white building. Other nuns were diligently cleaning inside the monastery. A soft sound rang out from one of the rooms. Kaina woke up after that night, feeling exhausted and questioning where she was. A sharp pain jolted her awake, and she remembered clearly that she had made a pact in the Black Garden the day before. She doubted, could it have been a dream? The princess hurriedly stepped off the floor with her bare feet, moving toward the door. She gently touched the doorframe and looked outside. It was a bright, beautiful morning. Kaina could be sure now that it wasn't a dream. Unless she was going crazy, she couldn't have seen these glowing dots if it wasn't real. One of the glowing dots moved closer to Kaina. She raised her hand to touch it and then thought to herself, Bayan had said that the magical ability would activate in harmony with the pact's attributes. She could sense something from her hand. Kaina gently cupped the small glowing dot in her palm and muttered, "Well, I guess I should check it out to see what the price for my life is going to be." When making the pact for magical power, she didn't expect to gain enormous strength, like summoning fire dragons or creating massive flames. Nor did she wish for powers that could cause snowstorms, because, to be honest, those were ancient magics. But even so, as she returned to the present, Kaina's hat floated in the air, and she made her clothes move, then remarked, "Who would have thought my magical power would be this weak? I can't even imagine it." A rustling sound echoed through the air, and Bayan suddenly appeared, saying to Kaina, "Apologies for the intrusion. I sensed your awakening, so I came. Looks like you're quite clear-headed now." Kaina turned and twirled her finger in the air, teasing, "You came to check if I'm still alive? How friendly." Bayan told her, "Focus on the feeling. Take it slow. Mastering magic isn't something that comes easily." But suddenly, Bayan jerked his head around in shock when the things in the room started floating around in chaos. Heavens! He panicked and hurriedly asked the princess. "Wait, what is this? You can't stop them?" Kaina just gave him a friendly smile and replied, "Apologies, that's my fault. I'm still a little disorganized." Bayan looked visibly alarmed. He glanced at her, thoughts churning in his mind. The more I observe her, the stranger she seems. She's a member of the royal family, yet she gives off such a simple, approachable air. Even in front of a mage like me, she doesn't react any differently. Those with power and status usually show their greed when confronted with great magical power. Like the royals in the past, they used the monastery to force me into submission. This girl could have behaved the same. While Bane was still deep in thought, a hat suddenly jumped onto his head, and a pair of gloves rushed over to apply makeup on him, smearing lipstick and blush on his face. Bane sighed in exasperation. This is just a little too much. What even is this now? He let out a sarcastic smile and said, First of all, entering a lady's room without knocking is already inappropriate. The mage quickly wiped some of the lipstick from his lips and muttered, Honestly. Let's end the joke here, princess. After all, a human maiden. Then he paused. He had just noticed that her dress was still moving, even though she wasn't touching it. Bane frowned. How is this possible? I already blocked the mana flow, didn't I? Seeing his stunned face, a deeper suspicion crossed his mind. Could it be, her magic completely bypasses my barriers? Bane began casting a spell, his mind racing. Unbelievable, the only thing that could override my power is ancient magic. If this girl's strength isn't just ordinary psychokinesis, then the future of the royal family. Nightfall at Prince Rajef's palace. Rajef stepped out. Facing a kneeling guard, he asked coldly, What did you just say? Repeat it. As he spoke, he brought his sword close to the guard's neck. The terrified guard immediately stammered. Forgive me, Your Highness. I beg your pardon. Rajef gave a twisted smile, but his tone was chilling. So to summarize. With that malicious grin, he recapped what the guard had said. Not only had they been discovered at the scene of Madame Elevant's disposal, but a few others had escaped as well. The guard trembled in fear and explained. We had already noticed a few individuals following Madame Elevant earlier. Even though they chased us, they still haven't identified who we are. Before he could finish the sentence, a spray of blood burst forth. One of the guards collapsed into a pool of crimson. The remaining one trembled violently, not daring to utter a sound. Prince Rajef, cold and unbothered, gave the next order. Go to the princess's palace. Until further notice, monitor her every move. Report everything what she ate this morning, whether she went for a walk, her mood, whether she's acting suspiciously or making pointless gestures. Blood still clung to his face, but he paid it no mind, continuing ruthlessly. Report every single detail to me. Precisely. Later, Rajef respectfully addressed the king. Lady Catarine has been officially recognized as the adopted daughter of Count Hamel. She is expected to move into the Count's private estate soon. The Emperor, upon hearing the news, looked utterly surprised. His expression turned blank for a moment before he replied. Ahem. It seems Count Hamel was very tactful in accepting this arrangement. Must not have been easy to convince him. Rajef then solemnly told his father. Because of my carelessness, I've brought harm upon your noble body. I am deeply ashamed. To make up for my unfilial offense, I've been doing all I can to atone for it. I truly regret it. As the prince continued his apology, the emperor turned away, suddenly noticing something. A thought flashed through his mind. Was this Kaina's doing? Though surprised that the girl had managed to persuade that boy, the king couldn't help but think. Not being restrained by anyone, yet silently building her strength. Isn't that exactly the kind of intellect and discernment fitting for a ruler? In the end, the emperor felt a pang of regret. What a shame. It's already too late to support that child now. The emperor returned to the present, his gaze settling on the son kneeling before him. His voice, deep and solemn, rang through the grand hall. You've done well. I shall reward you with tributes, and entrust you with the authority over the inner palace affairs. With that, he gave a simple command, dismissing him. You may go now. Prince Rajef bowed in silence before turning away. Each of his steps echoed with strength and conviction as he walked down the long, quiet corridor of the palace. But within, his mind was far from calm. I had my doubts, he thought, but it seems her words really bore fruit. I didn't expect him to hand over the authority of the inner palace, something I never even sought. His brows furrowed as unease crept in. Could that mistress, and her child, truly matter that much to him? Suddenly, he halted. Something caught his eye: an intricately carved rose pedestal adorned with blue blossoms. A memory stirred. He had once come to speak with Catherine, and her words returned with a sting. So what you mean is, I must submit to the House of Hamel? The very family linked to the former empress's maternal bloodline? He had tried to explain. That's not what I meant. It's not an order. I only wish to help. The emperor is still healthy now, but he cannot protect your child forever. Unexpectedly, his words had shaken Catherine. She'd gripped his wrist with desperation. Instead of clinging to the powerless Lindbergh name, isn't your suggestion a safer choice? He had offered her a contract, the parchment already prepared. All you have to do is sign. But before she could respond, the voice of a child broke the tension. Mother! I saw a carriage outside. Is it Lady Kaiina? A girl with white hair burst into the room, her eyes wide with excitement. Rajef, still lost in memory, clenched his jaw. Back in the present, fury overtook him. He crushed the rose in his hand, the blue petals crumbling like ashes, as if that fragile bloom could bear the weight of his suppressed rage. That filthy brat! How dare it speak her name? Behind him, a guard spoke cautiously. Your Highness, the hour grows late. Allow me to escort you back to your chambers. With a cold, unreadable expression, Rajef turned his head slightly. No. Take me to the princess's quarters. I have business there. At the grand hall of the estate where Princess Kaiina resided. Vera, the attendant, rushed forward in a panic as Prince Rajef arrived. My deepest apologies, Your Highness, she said hurriedly. Her Royal Highness is not present at the moment. Rajef, unfazed, brushed past her without breaking stride. I know, he replied coolly. Whether she's here or not is irrelevant. Step aside. Ignoring Vera's protests, he pushed the doors open and entered the room. Vera tried again, Your Highness. Please, wait. But Rajef smiled faintly, his voice tinged with a strange curiosity. It's strange. Things have been unusually quiet here lately. I couldn't help but wonder, what has my sister been up to? He turned his gaze toward the other handmaidens in the room. Is it true? She didn't bring any of you along, and went alone to some nameless monastery, not even the Grand Abbey? The sudden accuracy of his observation sent a visible shiver through the attendants. Rajef narrowed his eyes. Do any of you know why? One maid stammered, clearly caught off guard. The monastery, it's actually quite well known among noble ladies, Your Highness. They say those who pray there are blessed with ideal marriages. Rajef exhaled, tired. So it's about marriage again. Without another word, he threw himself down onto Kaiina's bed, reclining as if it were his own. And it's that man again, isn't it? He muttered. Why are women always in such a rush to marry? He waved the handmaidens off. You may leave. Yes, Your Highness, they answered quickly, bowing as they shut the doors behind them. Left alone, Rajef placed a hand on his forehead, lost in thought. Then, his fingers sank into the soft cushion beneath him as he began to speak, half complaint, half confession. She really is cruel. Knowing how anxious I've been, and yet she just disappears, without a word. He pressed his face into the pillow, eyes closing as memories washed over him. I didn't expect the palace to feel this empty without her. Ever since we were born into this place, it felt like we shared a single body, he whispered. Until that day, when everything changed. That's when I began to misunderstand her. But before that, only we could understand each other's joy, sorrow, everything. As if it were all happening to ourselves. Slowly, he lifted an object, something small and precious, gazing at it with emotion clouding his features. He whispered, almost unconsciously. Sister, you don't have to try to escape the palace anymore. I've already found a way for us to return to those days when no one could come between us. Back at the imperial palace, the emperor began to cough violently, deep, wrenching coughs that racked his whole body. Blood splattered from his lips, painting the floor and his robes. The scene was grave. The attendants nearby froze in horror as the emperor's condition worsened. In that moment, Rajef, having been informed, stood just outside, his voice low and sharp with intent. "Your Majesty, my honored father," he murmured to himself, almost reverently. But then his tone changed, darkening. "I hope you won't grieve too much over her. That beloved mistress of yours, and that child of hers." He clenched his jaw. "I'll bury it all. For you. Every last trace of them." Behind him, the voices of frantic servants rang out. "Call the royal physician. Hurry." Just then, someone opened the door. It was Kaina walking in. From behind her, a member of the monastery approached and informed her as she stood by the window. "Your Highness, you have a guest." His next words made the princess freeze and turn around in surprise. "I told him that those who are praying should return tomorrow. But he said he would wait, no matter how long it takes." Kaina grew uneasy. Who would come all the way to this remote place to find her? She began to wonder, could it be Rajef, already? The monk continued, "The guest asked me to deliver this message. He is Duke Kidray." At that moment, the princess's heart began to pound with nervous anticipation. "Raffaello came here?" She wondered. "But how did he know I was here?" Kaina pressed her lips together, hesitating for a moment. Then she spoke quietly. "Please tell him. I'm very tired tonight and have gone to bed early. Apologize on my behalf and ask him to return." Meanwhile, Raffaello, his face smeared with blood, stood under the darkened sky, silently staring out into the night. In her heart, Kaina whispered to him, "I'm sorry, Raffaello. If I see him now," she thought, "I fear I'll instinctively lean on him again." So the princess made a decision. From now on, perhaps he and I cannot walk together through the rest of the story that has already been written for me. At that very moment, a mysterious man wearing a black scarf was hiding in the bushes near the princess's villa. He spotted a few guards outside and muttered to himself. "This direction, is that the princess's residence?" The number of guards was suspiciously low. He frowned, picked up a strange-looking sphere, and grumbled. "I told myself I wouldn't take any more jobs involving the royal family." Then he threw the sphere toward the group of guards. A cloud of black smoke burst forth. "Who would have thought I'd end up doing something this insane?" he mumbled bitterly. He recalled when he had been given the mission. He had asked his master for confirmation. "You want me to kidnap the princess?" "That's right," his master had replied. "They were the ones who sent that arrogant letter first. Besides, the monastery where the princess was staying was his territory. He hadn't expected her to come without any bodyguards." Heinrich, with a twisted smile, his face smeared with blood and sword still in hand, grinned with delight and said, "Now, if this isn't provocation, no, a blatant invitation, then what is it?" The fool before him trembled in fear, falling to his knees and staring at his blood-stained hands, trying desperately to explain himself to Heinrich. But not long ago there was a kidnapping. Shouldn't they have tightened security on their side? Those words seemed to immediately sour Heinrich's mood. He stepped forward, his voice suddenly cold. "Raider," he called, making the man flinch. "Your little brother's illness, it's gotten worse, hasn't it?" Then came that wicked smirk again as Heinrich added, "If you want to afford medicine in that cursed red soil territory, you don't have the luxury of being picky." He presented Raider, the subordinate he'd just taken in, with a choice. "Do you have what you need if I hand this job to someone else?" Back to the present. Raider had now stepped into the grand estate of Princess Kaina. He knew the room ahead belonged to her. Carefully, he opened the door, a glimmer of relief in his heart. She probably forgot to lock it before falling asleep, lucky me. But just as he pushed it open to enter, a sudden crashing sound behind him made his blood run cold. What the hell was that? Something or someone in full iron armor, wielding a massive axe and radiating a murderous aura, was charging straight at him. A loud grinding sound echoed behind him. "What is this thing?" Raider screamed in terror. No longer able to keep calm, he instinctively drew his sword and shouted, "What the hell is this?" But before he could react, an unseen force struck him, knocking the scarf from his face. It hit his sword too so painfully that he couldn't suppress a cry. Raider bolted into the room, yelling, "Holy hell, that scared the crap out of me." And inside, there she stood. Princess Kaina, bathed in moonlight at the window, her golden hair gleaming under the night sky. She turned her back to him and spoke gently. "Come in, Raider." Her voice froze him in place. "I've been waiting for you." "I almost dozed off." "What took you so long?" He stood there, stunned, unable to answer, thoughts spinning. "Is this real? Am I hallucinating?" Kaina smiled softly. "It's rare for you to come here," she said. "So, let me tell you an interesting story." She began. There once was a knight in a faraway empire. He was proud, renowned, and unwavering. Neither hardship nor temptation could bend his loyalty. But then, his little brother fell ill. As the boy grew, so too did his despair. The knight, she continued, now placing a hand over her lips, swore to his brother time and again. "No matter what happens, I'll never abandon you. Even if I have to sell my soul to the devil, I'll save you." At that, Raider's face drained of color. "That story, it's exactly like mine." How do you know?" he whispered, terrified. Kaina reached out her hand toward him, like a savior. "Make a deal with me, Raider," she said. What she said next struck him speechless. "I can show you how to save your brother's life. In return, bring me what can become the demon's weakness." She looked him in the eyes and added, "Whether you believe me or not, that's your choice." Then she gently touched his hand, making him recoil slightly. "But compared to the cheap little contract that demon tossed your way," she said softly, "what I'm offering is far more worthwhile." Raider bit his lip tightly, calling out the name of the woman before Princess Kaina. Then he responded just as she had said, "Although I was nearly swallowed by the demon." He threw his sword to the ground, but as long as he could save his sibling, he knelt down and said to the princess, "I swear on my final honor, I will serve you as my only master until the end of this life." At the palace, someone was trembling, calling out, "Hey!" The student shouted loudly in front of the sleeping crowd. "Why are you all still sleeping? Aren't you the princess's guards?" He pulled the heads of the soldiers, shouting loudly, "Get up quickly! Now is not the time to be talking nonsense." At that moment, Kaina appeared and said, "Hello, good morning everyone." The beautiful princess, bright as the morning sun, surprised everyone. One of them said, "Everyone looks so refreshed, even in the morning." The students, the guards, quickly woke up and stood straight, saying, "Your Highness, did you sleep well last night?" She replied, "Of course, thanks to that, I slept very well." The sunlight streamed through the window. Kaina asked, "Why are you coming to see me so early?" The student replied, "Well, it's about the Duke Kidray. He came here to visit you yesterday." She startled upon hearing his name. The student continued, "Actually, I only found out recently. Although I told him several times to leave, it seems he stayed up all night in the parlor." The student's words caused her heart to ache. It seemed like he had waited for her all night. She thought of her fellow, staying up all night here, the hearth still glowing with a bright fire. The student took something from his sleeve. "Although I told him it would be difficult to meet you these days, he asked me to bring this to you, Your Highness." Kaina recognized the box and slowly opened it. Inside was the jewelry box that surprised her, and she blinked in confusion. "What is this?" The bracelet was engraved with the silhouette of a woman. She said, "This is." Early in the morning at the mansion, the sound of footsteps echoed, and Raffaello appeared. His face was marked with exhaustion, and he sighed, cursing himself. Is this really what I've come to, doing all this just to meet the princess? Memories flooded back, of the Duke risking his life standing in the rushing waters, despite the screams of those around him. No, Duke! The water is flowing too strongly. The sound of the rushing water filled the air, and the soldiers shouted loudly, trying to stop him. If you go any deeper, it will be life-threatening. But he ignored them all, shouting loudly. No! I must find it, no matter what. Suddenly, a loud voice called out, catching his attention. Over here, Duke! It was certainly Lady Elephant, the bloodline binding cord caught on the stone slab. Back in the present, Raffaello pulled the horse's reins, preparing to leave, but the figure with golden hair was charging towards him. He thought, without a hint of fear, that this was a place with poor security, where not even a proper guard could be seen, let alone someone to wait for another night. A loud shout came from behind him. Raffaello! It was Caina. Wait, don't turn back, she said. He dared not turn around. He thought, the princess. She spoke again. Tell me the truth about something, in this soft breeze. She said, has Lady Elephant, my wet nurse, finally found rest? He didn't respond immediately. He simply replied, yes, Your Highness. Although there was no quick solution, I have built a grave on my sunny land. His eyes narrowed, and he added, other than that, there's nothing more I can say. Her eyes widened in surprise. She smiled softly and called. Raffaello. She pulled at his sleeve and asked, could you place this necklace on me? She turned her face away and continued, one day, when I make up my mind, you must take me there. Raffaello choked up. He said, I promise, as long as Your Highness wishes, I will take you there whenever you want. He then placed the necklace on her and added, and there's one more thing. He exhaled softly, gently fastening the necklace. He lowered his face close to the chain, saying, I will never let you shed tears like this again. Meanwhile, someone was asking if the medicine Caina had given truly worked for his sister. The weary child struggled to control her breathing, and the other person poured the medicine into her mouth. He thought to himself that he couldn't fully trust the princess. Raider anxiously watched his sister, thinking, but what if? Suddenly, a magical circle appeared. His sister floated up into the air, and the circle glowed brightly. Raider watched, thinking that his sister might truly be saved. Caina's voice echoed somewhere in the distance. Once you're ready, come find me. She said, I have no intention of becoming your new master. The royal symbol, the armor-clad soldiers, and the thorned attire all represented hardship. She added, from now on, you will become a sword capable of protecting yourself. It was a bright morning at the grand mansion when someone asked with concern, is the Duke's family all right? Caina replied softly, it's already been 4 days. Raffaello stood right in front of her. She said, you've come here every day. He handed her a bouquet of flowers and responded, I took care of all the urgent matters last night, so it's all right. She smiled and teased. If you keep doing this, what will we do if rumors start spreading? His reply caught her off guard. I don't mind at all. In fact, wouldn't that be even better? Looking at her with unwavering seriousness, he continued. I know you wouldn't come here so often without a reason. A princess like you surely has to face cunning and scheming men. He paused, then added, if someone was even a little sharp, they'd suspect you were up to something whether or not I was involved. He gently took her hand. That's why. He kissed the back of her hand and said, you can easily meet with me here without drawing unwanted attention. Her heart pounded. Raffaello being by my side truly is a blessing. But why does this feel like a royal scandal waiting to happen? He's going to have a hard time with this. Will he really be okay? Inside the palace, sunlight streamed through the grand doors. Someone bowed and said, pardon me, Your Highness. Raffaello looked up and asked, you're referring to the kingdom of Hybel now, aren't you? Caina nodded. Yes. Hybel, the land without a king. Thinking of that kingdom, she continued. It's the central territory connecting the Western Empire and the Eastern Empire. A land rich in manpower, fertile farmland, and a thriving shipbuilding industry. She spoke firmly. Both the Nine Dragon Empire and Eldom have set their eyes on it. But in the end, that land will belong to House Kidray. Rafaela was taken aback. He raised a hand to his mouth in surprise. Well, of course, it's a valid option. But if we buy that land, House Kidray could go bankrupt. He added with concern. Besides, the Erich family won't stand by quietly. Kaina replied calmly. If that's what you're worried about, don't be. They won't spend a single coin. She looked at him directly and declared. In the end, that land in Hybel will be yours. He was clearly flustered. Wait. What did I just hear? Kaina smiled. She picked up a model of a bull and asked. You're aware of the situation in Hybel, aren't you? Rafaela responded. From what I've heard and seen, rebels are running rampant across the land. The Lord of Heman is nothing but a coward, fleeing from one place to another. The nation's treasury is nearly drained. Kaina nodded. Exactly. That's what I wanted to bring up. Because of one incompetent lord, the time has come for Hybel to be protected by a powerful family. She paused, then added. And in my opinion, now is that time. Rafaela asked. You want House Kidray to take guardianship of that land? She replied. If we appoint them as lords and grant them just enough wealth and power, it'll be much easier to take control of Hybel than you might expect. He interrupted. But princess, this matter isn't as simple as you make it sound. Lowering his gaze, he said. So that's why you summoned me with the soldiers last night. This does hold great potential, but... He continued. You must be cautious if you intend to deploy troops. Just the act of moving soldiers to a national border could ignite a war. Rolling his shoulder with tension, Rafaela added. Can the House of Kidray bear such a dangerous risk? Kaina calmly replied. That's not the plan, Rafaela. Her answer stopped him in his tracks. There's no need to move troops into Hybel. He looked at her, confused. What do you mean? She went on. You said it yourself, Duke Heinrich won't sit idly by. Kaina lowered her gaze. So there's no need to send troops to the border. Then she pulled out a large map. It has to be here instead. Rafaela asked. What's that? She pointed to the area marked in red on the map. It's just like the terrain surrounding this temple. Her fingertip touched the marked region. This is the illegal explosive storage run by Heinrich. Seeing the red marks, Rafaela was startled. He reached out and touched them. How? How did you get this information? Sitting atop the table, Kaina replied. Because someone helped me. Honestly, I never expected them to bring me this much intel. Meanwhile, on the other side, Raider was opening a trunk of some sort. Heinrich placed his hand on a board printed with Kaina's image. Kaina's voice echoed. So this is the first time I've truly seen your face. He touched her photo, muttering. Bring me the princess who dared trespass into my territory. He gave the order. That was a directive I issued 4 days ago. Suddenly, he slammed Raider against the wall, laughing coldly. How strange, he sneered, tightening his grip around Raider's neck. You knew full well that the price for defying me is death, yet you still obeyed the order to cut off contact and vanish for 4 days, and now you return empty-handed? A series of throwing knives pierced the center of each target with perfect accuracy. Someone nearby commented. What an interesting tale. Heinrich held up a half-burned sheet of paper. So, you stole this document from the princess and brought it here, didn't you? Kneeling, Raider hesitated, then answered. Yes, that's right. He added. That's also why I kept it hidden until now. The relentless pursuit had worn him down, and as the memory flooded back, he recalled Kaina handing him an item. Take this, Raider, she'd said. She had motioned for silence. The Duke will be very pleased. Trust me. Rader murmured. I'm sure this document is of great importance. Heinrich raised an eyebrow, smirking. How surprising. He suddenly tossed the document into the air, the pages scattering like feathers. You've done well, Rader. He bellowed. Read it aloud. What does it say? Rader picked up one of the pages and read. This document confirms that the Event family failed to report the agricultural land shortage to the royal family. Heinrich's voice turned sharp. If this is true, then it will be the downfall of Renan Event. The document further revealed that cannabis was being cultivated on the unreported farmland and the harvest was being delivered to Henry and Gillian, the very man who had kidnapped the princess. Raffaello, listening, thought to himself. So the princess was telling the truth all along. Don't tell me Heinrich really is managing an illegal explosives cache here. Meanwhile, a crowd was gathering, murmuring in alarm. Suddenly, someone shouted, drawing Kaina's attention. Hey, woman! Focus over here! Nearby, a child was being dragged roughly. Move faster, someone barked. The boy cried out. Brother! Help me! His older brother rushed forward in fury. What are you doing? Let him go. Kaina frowned. Strange, why are there so many children here? Raffaello answered her unspoken thought. They brought the children of poor families here for forced labor. It's one of their tricks to avoid taxes. Most of those kids probably don't even know what they're doing. The older brother shouted. You can't take him. I won't let you. He charged at the soldier. Let go of my brother. The soldier dodged and barked back. You little brat. But then, a clear voice rang out. Wait. Kaina stepped forward, radiant and fierce like a flash of lightning, stopping the soldiers in their tracks. Raffaello cried out in alarm. Soldiers, halt at once. That is Her Highness, the princess. Step back. The soldiers recoiled in shock, then dropped to their knees. We beg forgiveness, Your Highness. We deserve death. The two brothers embraced, the younger one sobbing. Brother! Raffaello turned on the soldiers in fury. How dare you show such disrespect to the princess? Kaina quietly said. I'm fine, Raffaello. Then she looked at the two boys and added. More importantly, I want to talk to these children. She knelt before them and asked gently. Can you explain to me why you're here? The older brother snapped back. What's the point in asking? Either way, we're already separated from our family. She gently replied. I promise I won't let that happen. You can rest assured now. The older brother coughed weakly, clearly exhausted, but still responded. Ridiculous. I already know the tricks you nobles play. The younger boy behind him looked on anxiously. The older brother still tried to resist. Weren't we tricked into coming here in the first place? The boy shouted. We were only following their orders. We didn't do anything wrong. He continued to shout. They even starved us all day. All we ever got were beatings. Why did you lock us up here in the first place? Kaina turned to Raffaello. What should we do with these children from now on? He sighed and answered. No matter the reason, they've broken the law. They will be imprisoned or exiled from the territory. She questioned again. But you heard them earlier. They were lured here without knowing why. Raffaello replied. I'm sorry, but this matter is beyond my authority. She said. Then who? Suddenly someone interrupted. Forgive me for intruding, but we may be able to intervene in this matter. She looked up in surprise and exclaimed. Priest Dino. And Bayan. Kaina asked. What is going on? Why are you outside the monastery? Dino answered. It was too noisy outside, I couldn't just sit still any longer. She looked at him and smirked, while Raffaello thought to himself in surprise. Who is this man? Since when has anyone at the monastery been this close to Her Highness? He was reminded of the scene earlier, when the man stood before Kaina without any hesitation. Strange. His aura was completely different from that of an ordinary priest, and he showed no deference toward the princess either. There was no mention of this man in any of the monastery reports. Worried, he began to wonder who really was this man. Amidst his swirling thoughts, he faintly heard Kaina's voice calling out to him. She waved her hand and looked at him with wide eyes. "What are you thinking about so deeply, Raffaello? Don't tell me you're unwell?" Her sudden appearance startled him. He quickly covered his mouth with his hand and nervously said, "No, Your Highness. My apologies." "It's fine," she said. "But listen carefully. I want you to confirm the identities of everyone here and compare them with the list of missing persons reported in this area." She had a kind heart and spoke seriously. "I want to help. The children must be able to return to the arms of their families." Somewhere else, where no one knew what was happening, the sound of gunfire rang out. Someone said this was a perfect place to avoid outside attention. A chubby, plump old man said, "That's why public order around here has become even more unstable." Bayan, standing on one side, nodded in agreement and said, "That's true. On our behalf, she has reduced the troubles that give us headaches." Hearing this part of the story, Raffaello froze. "Then, the right to decide how to deal with the supervisor of the children, I will entrust that to you," he said. His eyes flashed dangerously as he looked at Kaina and whispered, "To you?" Right at that moment, she rushed over to Bayan and punched him. "I'll hand it over to Your Highness." "Ah. Giving it to you, no. Giving it to Your Highness is truly a blessing." After hitting him, she laughed and made peace. "This friend of mine stays in the temple all the time, so he's not very knowledgeable about the outside world. That's one of his flaws." She poked his cheek with her finger and warned in a whisper, "Be careful for me, all right?" "I'm trying," he said. She jabbed him in the side again. "Hey, I said it because I felt something was off." Hearing that, Phi laughed helplessly as he looked at her. He smiled, patting his hand on her shoulder and said reluctantly, "Really, only you in this world would treat me like this." Meanwhile, Raffaello, standing aside, couldn't believe what he was witnessing. He had never imagined that the princess had someone she could talk to so comfortably. He felt deeply sorrowful as he watched them laughing and chatting. He recalled the awkward conversations she had with him, so unlike what he was seeing now. As for the children, "Raffaello, I leave that to you." Just hearing that made him sink into endless melancholy. One early morning, the sun had already risen high over a small village. Kaina gave instructions, "So, Raffaello, I leave the matter of the children to you." "I understand, Your Highness," he replied. "But it will take quite a bit of time. Most of them have no real ties to each other," he added. Suddenly, she picked up the pendant and kissed it, saying, "That doesn't matter. The guilt lies with those who committed the crimes. The children are innocent." He looked at her in surprise upon hearing those words. "Why did Your Highness come all the way here to save children who have nothing to do with you? If we get further involved with Duke Heinrich, things might become even more troublesome." Just then, the sound of hurried footsteps approached. A handsome young boy came running toward her, breathless. The princess looked at him, concerned as he ran so fast he was out of breath. She quickly asked, "What's going on?" The boy, breathless and struggling to speak, stammered. It seems that a carriage from the royal palace is heading here." According to the boy, Rajef was preparing to come. Prince Rajef himself was leading the delegation. Upon hearing that, she became anxious, biting her nails nervously. "Looks like you'll have to prepare to return to the palace, Your Highness." "Is that so? It seems a bit difficult now." Bayan glanced at her, sensing that things weren't going as planned. He raised his hand, about to reach out to her, and said, "If you need help, I can block the way into the sanctuary if you plan to stay here longer." But before his hand could touch her, Raffaello suddenly pulled him back. The sudden tug caught Kaina by surprise. "No need to go that far," she said, feeling bewildered. In that instant, Raffaello moved closer, leaning against her, his presence looming over her. Then, in a shocking whisper, he spoke the words that made her heart skip a beat. "I'll help, by kidnapping you, Your Highness." Before she could react, he grasped her hand and whisked her away, just as he had promised. "Wait, Raffaello," she cried. But in the blink of an eye, they were gone, and there was no trace of him or her left behind. Confusion filled her heart, and she wondered, did I hear that right? Was I mistaken? In the next moment, she found herself standing in front of a grand, magnificent palace. Doves fluttered gracefully in the air as if mocking her. It was only then that the full weight of the situation sank in, and panic swept through her. Her face turned pale, sweat beading on her forehead. What is Raffaello thinking, she wondered, her mind racing. Inside a lavish room, bathed in the golden glow of a flickering candle. A maid approached, her voice respectful and measured. "Princess, I am Lena. I've been assigned as your maidservant." Kaina, sitting and sipping tea, could only smile awkwardly in confusion. "If anything is uncomfortable, please don't hesitate to let me know," the maid said kindly. Kaina looked around, feeling helpless, noticing that everyone in the room seemed tense. Everything in this space felt too strange, too inconvenient. But after a moment, she regained her composure. "It's not so bad, at least I haven't run into anyone from Rajeff's side." But there was something far more pressing on her mind. Raffaello's strange behavior. She turned to the maid and asked, "Where's Duke Kidray?" "He is in the study, Your Highness." "We won't keep him waiting," the maid replied. Kaina quickly set her teacup down, saying, "No need to lead me. I'll find my way there myself. It's easier to talk elsewhere." Meanwhile, in a different room, a hand clenched so tightly that the veins bulged, slamming down onto a desk with force. Water droplets splattered across the floor. Raffaello was fighting with himself, trying to control his emotions. He was only wearing a thin, soaking wet bathrobe, his face flushed red in shock. What am I doing?" he whispered to himself. Despite the water running down his body, he couldn't ignore the thoughts racing through his mind. After kidnapping her, he sat in silence, brooding. He realized, with a sudden pang of guilt, that he had acted far too impulsively. His body moved before his mind could catch up. Raffaello's mood was heavy, and the air around him seemed to grow darker. "I hope the princess isn't feeling uncomfortable." He cursed himself for his recklessness. His heart was filled with frustration and regret. Does she hate me? I have no idea what she thinks or wants. All I know is that I've scared her, and I have no clue what she feels right now. He clenched his fists. What should I do? What is she thinking? Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Knock, knock. He turned toward the door, wondering if he had missed something. With his mind racing, he walked toward the sound. He wasn't sure if he truly understood her, but he didn't know who was outside. He wasn't expecting Kaina, so dressed in nothing but a thin bathrobe, he opened the door. Baston, come in. If you're not coming, I was about to find you. There's something I need to ask. But it wasn't Baston. Behind the door stood Kaina. Upon seeing her, he was utterly stunned. His eyes widened in shock. As soon as the door swung open, a strong gust of wind blew in, causing his bathrobe to slip off. To his surprise, Kaina saw that he was completely naked underneath. She froze in place, calling out to him. Raffaello. He looked at her in panic. His face turned bright red with embarrassment, and he quickly grabbed his robe, attempting to cover himself. Princess. Your Highness. She, too, was flustered, her face turning a deep shade of red. I am sorry, Raffaello. She quickly turned away, trying to hide her embarrassment. If I had known, I would have waited in the living room, she said, her voice still shaky, trying to finish the conversation they had started yesterday. The door was closed, leaving the two of them in awkward silence. I apologize for making you wait in the study, Your Highness. Raffaello, deeply embarrassed, stammered. He saw an opportunity to speak and, trying to avoid the tension, asked. But I assume your highness also has something to say, right? She, feeling equally uncomfortable, hesitated. I can't say it outright. It's just that I'm worried about your condition after seeing you on the carriage. She was still nervous and confused but quickly regained her composure and added. Well, if it's something like that, I suppose it could be considered a reward. I don't want to disappoint you. Upon hearing this, he fell silent, his thoughts lost in the moment. After a while, he spoke. Yes, your highness, you've helped me a lot. You even helped me reunite with my wet nurse. There have been many things, and if not for you, a lot of trouble would have come my way. But upon reflection, you already have everything you need. She unconsciously reached out and gently stroked a nearby flower. After saying what was on her mind, she smiled happily and turned to face him. That's why I think, Hemble, something like that would truly be a worthy reward for you. Suddenly, she saw Raffaello's figure rushing towards her. He collided forcefully with Kaina, causing her to stumble and crash onto the princess's desk. Your highness, she gasped, staring at him in shock. I am helping you not because I seek reward, she added quickly. Raffaello continued, undeterred, as he pressed her down onto the desk. He feared what his role in the princess's life would ultimately be. What kind of man would he become in her world? Tears began to fall from her face, and Raffaello's entire body tensed up with the weight of his thoughts. He was unsure of his role. Was he to sell himself, or would he be something more in her life? Kaina, her heart racing, struggled to call his name. Raffaello. Raffaello kept pressing her against the desk, Hal sitting, Hal lying over her, and a bold thought crossed his mind, to claim her for himself. I would rather lock you away in this estate, Raffaello, so no one but me can see you. His body was firm and muscular, a stark contrast to her slender frame. His cold, dark gaze bore down on her, filled with an intent to possess her. Only I will own you, he thought. I will lock you away where no one can know, no one can see you. I want only you in my sight. After a long moment, she softly spoke, calling his name. Raffaello. The light outside the window illuminated her hand, which glowed pale and pure. He gently lifted his hand to brush her hair behind her ear. I desire to make you mine, he whispered. I long to be entirely yours. He pushed aside his pain, trying to ask her. Princess Kaina, do you know this? After speaking, he lifted her head and leaned his face close to hers. His hand gently covered her mouth, and he kissed it. After a long moment, he slowly pulled back, whispering, This is not right. She regained her composure and pushed him away. Raffaello, do you remember when you hated me? You never wrote me a letter in reply. Whenever we crossed paths, you treated me as a stranger. Sometimes, you even rejected my invitations, hastily looking for someone else to accompany you. She looked at him, her eyes full of disbelief. That was the Raffaello I knew. But now, you're doing this to me. Do you think this is reasonable? Raffaello took a step back, no longer pressing her against the desk. His body froze, stunned by her words. He then approached her, his voice sincere. What should I do? How can I prove my feelings for you? Kaina had changed now. As she had said before, she was not the same as she once was. Her cold demeanor matched her words as she replied, Prove it? I don't need proof. I have changed from what I was back then. She gently touched his face, her lips curving into a seductive smile. To me now, you are just a partner who can fulfill the exact needs I require. Nothing more, nothing less. Outside, the sky was deep into the night, with a pale light illuminating the entire palace. Inside, the atmosphere between Kaina and Raffaello had lost any ambiguity. Kaina moved towards the door, intending to leave. Perhaps we don't need to drag this conversation out any longer. I'll take my leave now. Good night, she said, preparing to exit. Raffaello quickly called out, Wait. He stepped forward, his bare feet on the cold floor, moving closer to her. Although your highness said that, I'm still unclear. He stepped into her space, trapping her between him and the door. His eyes were filled with concern as he moved closer, oblivious to the strange situation. Kaina was taken aback by his next words, her eyes widening in surprise. Clearly, you could see that weakness as a weapon. Her heart raced with the anticipation of what he might say next. His cheekbones were tinged with a flush, his voice soft with embarrassment. "This is a secret I've never shared with anyone," he murmured. "I've wondered how you knew this." She paused, wondering if he was truly the same person she once knew. At that moment, Raffaello moved his hand, suddenly pulling her into his arms from behind. "Every day, every minute, all I think about is you. I know everything about you," he whispered in a deep, heartfelt voice. The warmth of his words made her face flush a deep red. She tried to speak, but he interrupted, his voice tender. "What are you thinking, Kaina? Where are you looking?" His whispers brushed against her ear, sending waves of embarrassment through her. Her face turned crimson, her heart racing with the emotions swirling inside her. Kaina, now enveloped in a sea of red, turned to face him, shouting, "Why don't you listen to what others say? Are you stupid?" Her voice was filled with frustration. Raffaello smiled softly. "Well, maybe you're right." He placed a hand on his chest, looking at her earnestly. "But I can't meet your wishes," he said, his hand clenching into a fist. "We're just using each other. One day, we'll go our separate ways." Raffaello didn't care about her objections. He shrugged them off, his determination unwavering. "No matter which path you choose, I will follow you," he said confidently. At that moment, Kaina's arm accidentally brushed against a vase, causing it to fall with a loud crash that echoed through the room. The vase shattered, its pieces scattering across the floor. Raffaello's gaze turned serious. "As the head of the Kidray family, what do you intend to do with your responsibilities, Your Highness?" Kaina winced as the sharp shards of the vase cut into her hand, blood starting to flow from the wound. Raffaello quickly moved to her side, his expression filled with concern. He gently took her hand, inspecting the injury, his worry evident in his eyes. "Your Highness, as long as you are all right, titles like Duke or anything else don't matter to me," he said softly, still holding her hand. "But you treat me like I'm just a child, so naive." Kaina froze, her heart heavy with his words. She stood there, motionless, as Raffaello leaned in and kissed her wound gently, his lips pressing softly against her skin. "Am I really that untrustworthy?" he asked, his voice filled with vulnerability. Kaina, still stunned by his actions, looked at him, her eyes reflecting the deep, dark blue of the ocean, full of confusion and thoughts she couldn't quite process. "No," she finally responded, her voice distant, as though lost in her own thoughts. "It's not about that. I've always known how this story ends. Fate cannot be easily changed. I shouldn't be the one to stand by your side." Her words cut through the air, and Raffaello's face darkened as he took in the weight of her confession. She had been so clear in her decision, yet something in him refused to accept it. He stepped forward, his eyes never leaving her. Kaina, unwilling to fall deeper into this emotional turmoil, pulled her hand away from him. She stepped back, creating distance between them. "This path, it's the most suitable one for us," she said, her voice strained with the effort to explain herself. She looked at him with determination. "You might find it difficult to accept, but soon, you will understand. All the time I have left, it belongs to the garden of another." Raffaello's face softened with sorrow as he heard her words. "And this is the only answer I can give you right now," she added quietly, almost as if she were speaking to herself. The room, bathed in the soft light of the moon filtering through the small window, seemed to hold its breath in the silence that followed. Then, as she began to turn away, Raffaello's voice broke through the quiet. "Kaina," he called her name softly, his voice filled with longing and uncertainty. Raffaello spoke in a low tone. "Earlier, you told me that your fate was marked by misfortune," he said. He then took a step forward. "From the moment I decided to stand by your Highness, no matter how much misfortune awaits me, it will be mine to bear." His gaze, full of deep affection, was directed only at her. He approached her and, unexpectedly, lifted her into the air. So, your highness doesn't need to worry about my heart, he whispered. Kaina's face turned bright red, and her heart began to race, beating so fast that even the person next to her could hear the loud thumping sound. Embarrassed, she struggled as she was lifted higher into the air. Wait! Put me down, she cried. What are you saying? She resisted fiercely, but he pressed her down onto the sofa. I told you to put me down. Once she was seated, a single tear fell down her cheek. Raffaello slowly distanced himself from her, then gradually knelt before her. Your Highness, you take advantage of me and then discard me, he said. He took her delicate, beautiful foot in his hands, kissing it gently. I will wait for you, Your Highness, and I will follow you no matter what you wish. Elsewhere, the sky was turning golden as a young boy hurriedly bowed, apologizing. I'm sorry, Your Highness, he said. The boy looked at Rajeff's back and continued, just earlier, the princess was here. Rajeff, stroking his horse's reins, replied, yes, I don't understand it either. The boy froze, stunned, as Rajeff spoke again. Perhaps she heard about me and left me behind to go. It seems so. The sun shone brightly on him as he smiled and turned to the boy. Now, do you understand the meaning behind those words? His hand moved closer to the boy's face, making him shiver. Suddenly, an elderly man quickly interjected, saying, Your Highness, please calm down. I am sorry for the boy, but he has told the truth. The princess, Kaina, left with Duke Kidray and didn't leave any message. A man standing nearby observed, thinking to himself, that person is the prince of the Eldam Empire. He looks more royal than that girl. After hearing the news, Rajeff gave an order to prepare the carriage immediately. I don't plan to help that girl, but I'll use a little of my magic to assist her. But it's getting boring, so I'll just consider it a bit of entertainment for now. At that moment, the horse suddenly went wild. The boy saw it and stood in front of him, exclaiming, Your Highness, the horses are acting up. The prince was taken aback, watching the scene unfold. He had clearly tied the reins earlier. Why were they still in this condition? Meanwhile, the atmosphere between Raffaello and Kaina was thick with tension. They were face to face. Kaina touched Raffaello's wet face, then spoke again to explain herself. I've told you over and over again, I can't be your lover. Her fingers slid to his lips. Of course, despite what he said, she forcefully pressed him back, surprising him. She smiled faintly, then lowered her head, bringing her lips to his. She kissed him aggressively, so much so that her lipstick smeared on his lips. After a long kiss, they both pulled away, breathless. Raffaello's face flushed with embarrassment as he heard her call his name. Raffaello. Her actions were incredibly alluring, and after the kiss, as she sat atop him, she firmly stated, within 1 year, I will become the emperor of the Eldam Empire. Our story has ended at its most beautiful point, and we hope that you are satisfied with this happy ending. We look forward to seeing you in the next videos. Thank you so much.